Chapter 489. Elder Lu quickly gave an answer. Apart from the names, everything else was false. He also carefully observed the situation, and would discuss the details later. The 10 godly generals divided the people in the tribe into 10 groups, and began to record them one by one. Yi Qinghan from the Flying Fire Dimension, human, age 88, first-level heaven god. Pet is a first-level heaven god divine beast sharp-toothed dog. It was Yi Qinghan's turn. He reported the information half-truthfully to the godly generals in charge of their group. The godly general did not have any doubts and recorded it, which made Yi Qinghan heave a sigh of relief. However, this godly general could not be blamed, as Neopatian had said that he was looking for geniuses. He believed that there would definitely be people who would lie about their strength, skills, or even their age. However, they would definitely not be like Yi Qinghan, who would lie about their strength and give false information. An hour later, everyone had recorded their information. They were waiting for the 10 godly generals to hand over the information to Neopatian. Neopatian cupped his hands towards the fire pavilion and said in a clear voice, "Sir, I have calculated everything." A faint voice was heard. Then a tall man in a black robe walked out of the fire pavilion. He took the book from Neopatian and quickly flipped through it. After a while, he raised his head and glanced at the crowd. He said coldly, "Are you sure that your information is correct? If it is false and you are found out, you can't blame others for your deaths. I will give you another chance now. If it is false, you can still change it now. Otherwise, humph." The last humph of the black-robed man was like a sharp knife that pierced into the hearts of the crowd. At this moment, everyone felt that if they gave false information, they would definitely die. Plop. "Sir, I am guilty. Please don't kill me. I have lied about my age. My real age is 630 years old. Sir, I am wrong. I have also lied about my age." The black-clothed man let out a cold snort. Immediately, more than 10 people knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. The moment Yi Qinghan heard the cold snort, a thought popped into his mind automatically. If he lied, he would definitely be killed. There seemed to be a voice in his heart that kept bewitching him to tell the truth, or else he would be killed immediately. "Sir, I have sinned. I lied." Just as Yi Qinghan was about to blurt out the truth, Elder Lu's voice rang in his mind, jolting him back to his senses. He was so scared that his soul almost flew out of his body. He quickly corrected himself and said, "I lied about my age too. I lied by 10 years. At least you know what's good for you." The black-clothed man nodded and threw the booklet to Neopatian, indicating for him to revise it. He then stood quietly at the side. What a strange sound. Yi Qinghan had an ashamed expression on his face, but in his heart, monstrous waves were surging. This black-robed man was too terrifying. He could actually bewitch the thoughts of others and affect their souls. What kind of divine ability was this? If Elder Lu had not sent him a voice transmission just now, he would have spilled the beans. "Your information will be reported to the higher-ups. I will pass on the news." After Neopatian revised the booklet, the black-clothed man scanned it again with satisfaction. He turned and walked towards the fire pavilion. When he reached the door, he suddenly thought of something. He turned to the crowd and said casually, "There is one more thing. A descendant of an important person in my tribe was lost in a material plane. He went to look for him, but he has already ascended to the divine realm. If you see this plane, those who have ascended within 100 years can report to the War God Pavilion and receive a reward of 1 million God stones. Oh yes, this plane is called the Fire Dragon Plane. Remember it, This N and the humph from before had the same kind of invisible magic that automatically made everyone remember these words in their minds. Everyone responded in unison. Only then did the black-clothed man leave through the teleportation portal in the courtyard of the fire pavilion. The Fire Dragon Plane. When Yi Qinghan heard these 4 words, he felt as if his heart had been stabbed fiercely. He suppressed his emotions and waited for Neo Potion's token to disperse. Then he walked back to his pavilion as if nothing had happened. When he returned to the small pavilion, Yi Qinghan did not immediately send a voice transmission to Elder Lu. Instead, he released his god territory and continued to sit cross-legged. He pretended to cultivate, but in his mind, he was thinking quickly. An hour later, he sent a telepathic message to Elder Lu and told him everything that had happened. This is troublesome. After listening, Elder Lu thought for a moment and said seriously, someone has set their eyes on this divine sword. I guess it is most likely the Golden Horn tribe or some important person who has received the news. That person just now is an expert who specializes in souls. Fortunately, your soul is good and you sent a voice transmission to me in advance. Otherwise, it would be a disaster. Will the Fire Dragon continent be in danger? Elder Lu, what should we do now? Yi Qinghan was anxious and hurriedly sent a voice transmission. As long as our Lord is here, nobody will dare to go to the Fire Dragon plane. Our Lord is far more powerful than you can imagine. Elder Lu humphed coldly and continued to send a voice transmission. Us? The only way now is to quickly cultivate your divine power and earn enough points to get the badge of the divinity realm. Then you will be teleported out of this place. No. Leave the misty continent and go to another continent or the star sea. When you are powerful enough, or when you have earned enough divine stones, come back to the Misty Monarch's Hall and by the Fire Dragon plane. I know. Elder Lu, I am going to cultivate in seclusion now. I think I will reach the second level of the divine power in half a month. Yi Qinghan answered directly and stopped the voice transmission with Elder Lu. He started to cultivate. He had an inexplicable sense of danger. The longer he stayed in this place, or in the misty continent, the more danger he would be in. He felt as if there was an invisible net that was starting to spread all over the misty continent to kill him. 10 days later, Yi Qinghan woke up. In less than 3 months, because of the Dragon Rider divine oil and the rich divine qi of the divinity realm, he successfully cultivated his divine power to the second level. He had successfully cultivated his divine power to the second level. After resting for half a day, he awakened Blackie. Yi Qinghan walked out of the building and headed out of the valley. The news that Yi Qinghan had left the valley didn't go unnoticed. The moment Yi Qinghan left the valley, 3 figures flew out of the building and followed Yi Qinghan out of the valley. Someone is following you. Elder Lu's soul was already at the peak of the heavenly god realm, so he easily found them with his divine mind. Yi Qinghan smiled and didn't say anything. He had already noticed the 3 people hiding behind him. He didn't pay much attention to them and flew to the dense forest on the left. As soon as he entered the forest, he suddenly sped up and disappeared from the 3 people's sight. Alala! I'm finally out of seclusion. Half a day after Yi Qinghan left, a sweet female voice rang out in the firework tribe. This voice roared unscrupulously in the tribe and woke everyone up. However, when they heard this sweet voice, it was as if they had heard the call of a devil. Everyone's face darkened. Congratulations on breaking through to the divine general realm, miss. When Neopatian and the 10 divine generals heard this voice, they all flew out from different rooms in the firework pavilion. They were ecstatic and actually knelt down on one knee in the garden. Creak! The door of a room in the fire pavilion was pushed open, and a young girl wearing a pink skirt walked out. The young girl was not very big, and looked to be only 13 or 14 years old. She had a petite and exquisite figure, and on her head were 2 small pink demon horns. Her oval face was like a jade carving, exquisite to the extreme, especially her 2 big black eyes, which were watery. At first glance, one could tell that she was an adorable little Lolita that could kill people with her cuteness. The little girl blinked her big eyes and flashed a cute smile at them. Then she flew into the air and shouted, "Damn it, I've been in seclusion for 3 years. I'm bored to death. Uncle Patian, you guard the tribe. The rest of the tribe will follow me to hunt for demonic beasts." Chapter 490. Miss. It hasn't been peaceful around the tribe recently. If you must go out, I will go with you. Neopatian and the 10 godly generals immediately flew out of the firework pavilion with a bitter expression. Neopatian shouted urgently, "Patian, Uncle Firework listened to you and went into seclusion for 3 years. I even broke through to the godly general realm. Now you won't let me have fun." When the pink-robed little Loli heard Neopatian's words, her face suddenly became extremely aggrieved. Her 2 big eyes became misty. Her expression seemed to touch the only softness in a stone-hearted person's heart, and he couldn't bear to reject her request. Neopatian sighed. He wanted to continue persuading her, but the little girl's expression suddenly changed. Her cute little mouth was raised high, and a vicious expression appeared in her eyes. She said hatefully, "Uncle, fireworks are much faster than you. Besides, firework has a teleportation talisman and that don't worry. Uncle, if you keep nagging, firework is going to discharge." The words that Neopatian was about to say were immediately blocked. Seeing the two demon horns on the little girl's head glittering, his expression changed greatly. He directly turned around and flew back to the fire pavilion. At the same time, he waved his hand and said decisively, "The 10 immortal generals will accompany Miss out. If Miss loses even half a hair, you will all come to see me with your heads." "Yes, sir." The 10 godly generals' faces were as red as pig's liver as they answered in a mournful tone. Then they flew behind the little Lolita and lined up. "Hee, Uncle loves firework the most." The little Loli smiled at Neopatian, but in the blink of an eye, her face turned cold again. The speed at which she changed her expression could be said to be faster than a prostitute taking off her clothes. She glanced at the pavilion below and snorted. "You guys are still not moving? Do you want me to invite you one by one? I will count to 3. Swish. Before Lolita could start counting, there were countless sounds of people flying out of the sky. All of them had the same expression, bitter. Swish. The newcomers in the tribe didn't understand why everyone was so afraid of this little girl. However, seeing that Neopatian and the 10 godly generals were so obedient and the elders in the tribe heard her words, they immediately flew up into the sky. He also ascended into the sky and looked at the crowd and the little Loli in confusion. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to the people he was familiar with. "Don't talk and just follow. Otherwise, you can't blame anyone else if you die. Her name is Nyohuahua. This is the Huahua tribe. Don't provoke her, or the consequences will be dire." The elders in the tribe seemed to be very afraid of the little Loli. They did not explain much, but they would occasionally reveal bits of information that made the hearts of the rookies skip a beat. They immediately did not dare to transmit their voices. Judging from your expressions, it seems that you don't welcome me coming out of seclusion? Or do you not like me?" The little Loli scanned with her divine sense and nodded in satisfaction when she found that no one was around. Then, she looked at everyone's faces and narrowed her eyes. She raised her pretty face and said with a surprised expression, "How could it be? Miss Firework has come out of seclusion. We are so happy. Congratulations to Miss Firework for advancing to the divine general realm. Such a cultivation at such a young age is rare in the immortal realm." "Nonsense, Miss Firework is definitely the #1 genius girl in the Misty Continent. No, the #1 genius in the immortal world." As soon as the little Loli's words fell, countless people's expressions changed greatly. They all smiled happily, their faces were full of joy, and their words were full of joy. It seemed that their father had just died, but in the blink of an eye, he had come back to life. Moreover, his waist was no longer sore, his legs no longer hurt, and he could run and jump. "Humph. This time, I'm going to the Sunset Lake to kill the fish monsters. Alala, let's go. Whoever dares to fall behind, be careful of my anger." The little Loli smiled with satisfaction and took the lead to fly out of the valley. The 10 divine generals hurriedly followed. Countless people in the tribe heaved a sigh of relief and followed. The others looked at each other and followed the big group out of the valley with puzzlement. This first-grade demonic beast is too weak. It's not challenging, and the points are low. I'm not going to kill it. In the forest 100 miles away from the valley, Yi Qinghan took out the inner core of a scorpion-like demonic beast and threw it into his spatial ring. He didn't even bother to collect the other materials and leaped forward. A first-grade demonic beast only had the strength of a first-grade celestial god, and it only knew material attacks. Its speed and defense were not bad, but Yi Qinghan had the shadow step and spatial wave detection, so the demonic beast couldn't attack his body at all. Yi Qinghan didn't even need to use his body fusion combat skill. Basically, the demonic beast was killed after a few slashes from his saber. His divine sense swept through the surrounding forest like a cool breeze. Yi Qinghan could easily detect the situation in the surroundings. It was easy to distinguish the level of low-grade demonic beasts. It was all based on their size. Therefore, Yi Qinghan didn't stop for long when he detected that there were only first-grade demonic beasts in the surroundings. He directly rushed forward. A group of rat-like demonic beasts in front of him attracted Yi Qinghan's attention. From their size, it was a group of second-grade demonic beasts. Although they looked like rats, they were actually bigger than wolves. Their fur was green, and they hid in the lush grass. If one didn't use their divine sense, it would be hard to discover them with the naked eye. 4 second-grade demonic beasts, green-skinned rats? I will start with you guys. The skilled were bold. Yi Qinghan lightly leaped forward, but his divine sense was firmly locked onto the 4 green-skinned rats. He circulated his divine force to the maximum, but he didn't release any saber waves with the slaughter god blade. As soon as he stepped into the underbrush, the green-skinned rats reacted. They squirmed around in the underbrush for a while, and then from several directions, they actually spat out balls of green smoke towards Yi Qinghan's location, enveloping the surrounding space. At the same time, they opened their sharp mouths, revealing rows of sharp green teeth, and pounced towards Yi Qinghan. Absolute domain soul confusion. This was the first time Yi Qinghan was facing a group of second-grade demonic beasts, and he didn't dare to be careless. He immediately activated his absolute domain, and the rolling black smoke enveloped him. At the same time, a purple radiance lit up within the black smoke, and he used the soul confusion on the 4 demonic beasts. Suddenly, the speed of the 4 demonic beasts suddenly slowed down. They could only rely on the momentum of their inertia to charge towards Yi Qinghan. Moreover, their 2 glossy green eyes were slightly blurred. It was as if they had been struck by soul confusion. Night Emperor's 7 styles, chasing wind and chasing moon. Within the rolling black smoke, 4 arc-shaped saber lights slashed towards the heads of the 4 demonic beasts. Bang! A few dull sounds of collision could be heard, and green liquid sprayed out from the air. The 4 demonic beasts were directly sent flying. Chi-chi. The 4 green-skinned rats might have been sent flying, but they were only injured. The green light in their eyes became even brighter, and they spat out countless balls of green smoke again, pouncing towards Yi Qinghan. They are only lightly injured? Second-grade demonic beast defense is indeed abnormal. Yi Qinghan was secretly shocked, but seeing that the 4 demonic beasts were already injured, and their speed had slowed down a bit, and the green smoke was also blocked outside of his domain, his heart calmed down. He didn't use the soul confusion again, and instead activated his god domain, slowing down the speed of the 4 demonic beasts. Then he stood there quietly, waiting for the 4 demonic beasts to pounce on him. He wanted to see if his absolute domain could withstand the attacks of the demonic beasts. Chapter 491. Elder Lu, what's going on? However, what happened after the 4 demonic beasts charged overshocked Yi Qinghan. When the 4 demonic beasts charged into the absolute domain, the black fog started to churn and push the 4 demonic beasts out. The demonic beasts continued to charge into the absolute domain, but in the next second, they were pushed out again. Although Elder Lu did not appear, his divine sense was still spread out. He was very clear about Yi Qinghan's situation and explained, "I'm not very clear about the specifics, but I heard that energy attacks will be absorbed and swallowed in the absolute domain. Material attacks will be automatically blocked, and only material attacks that are stronger than yours will be able to break it. However, it seems like soul attacks cannot be blocked. Little Han, your absolute domain is very strong. I'm very envious of you. A mid-grade profound mystery that is formed by combining 3 profound mysteries is indeed very powerful." This feels good. Yi Qinghan was in a good mood. With the absolute domain, he could completely ignore the attacks of Class 2 demonic beasts. This way, he could easily kill a large number of demonic beasts and obtain a large number of points and god stones. Shwa. Looking at the 4 green-skinned mice in front of him, Yi Qinghan could not be bothered to spit out the saber ray. He circulated his divine power, waved the slaughter god blade, and slashed at the green-skinned mouse on his left. See. What made Yi Qinghan dumbfounded was that the slaughter god blade cut through the green-skinned mouse's head as easily as cutting through a piece of cloth. Then the green-skinned mouse was sliced in half from the middle. A faint black light was emitted from the blade, but it only lasted for a moment. It can't be? Yi Qinghan blinked his eyes in disbelief as he slashed at the second green-skinned mouse. Similarly, the green-skinned mouse was sliced in half as if it was tofu. The ground was filled with green liquid and the green-skinned mouse's internal organs. What the hell? Yi Qinghan did not believe it and slashed at the third green-skinned mouse. However, the result was the same. After a moment of silence, he spat out the slaughter god blade and slashed at the fourth green-skinned mouse. Bang! This green-skinned rat was sent flying. Although it was injured again, it wasn't like before, where it was only split open. Elder Lu, what's going on? The slaughter god blade had actually become so sharp? I remember that although the slaughter god blade was very sharp in the continent, it wasn't as sharp as this. How could it be so much sharper than saber light? Also, the slaughter god saber did not have any divine light in the past. Why is it glowing now? Yi Qinghan was very surprised as he looked at the slaughter god blade that was emitting a faint black light. He had studied this blade for a long time in the Fire Dragon continent, but he didn't discover anything extraordinary about it. Now that he was hunting demonic beasts, it suddenly mutated? I'm not sure either. This saber is very strange. Back then, my master obtained it by accident. As a refiner supreme, he couldn't tell its grade. But at that time, my master was suddenly in trouble and didn't have time to study it. It must be a rare treasure. Now it seemed that it was indeed strange. Just this sharpness alone is comparable to a mid-grade divine artifact. Elder Lu sighed. Let me take a look. Yi Qinghan injected his divine senses into the saber and sensed it carefully. However, he realized that the saber was the same as before. There was nothing special about it, and it was empty. There was no saber soul or anything like that. Elder Lu had told him before that divine artifacts all had artifact souls. The quality of a divine artifact depended on the material of the divine artifact, and the artifact soul sealed within it. The artifact soul was the demonic beast soul sealed within the divine artifact. The higher the grade of the divine artifact, the stronger the artifact soul. The material of the slaughter god blade was very special, and even the Soul Emperor had never seen it before. However, there was no artifact soul within it. That was why the Soul Emperor said that he couldn't determine the grade of this saber. There's nothing special about it? Yi Qinghan blinked his eyes and saw the heavily injured green-skinned rat charging towards him again. With a wave of the slaughter god blade, the green-skinned rat was split in half. He then continued to study the slaughter god blade. Something's not right. At this moment, Yi Qinghan discovered a strange phenomenon. When the slaughter god blade killed the green-skinned rat, there was a flash of black light. Yi Qinghan's divine senses could clearly sense a green stream of air entering the blade from the edge of the slaughter god blade. After that, it disappeared into the blade. What is this stream of air? It's the soul of a demonic beast. Why would the slaughter god blade automatically absorb the soul of a demonic beast? Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment and couldn't think of a reason. He hurriedly collected the demonic beast materials on the ground and threw them into the large interspatial ring that he had bought from the old man in the Battle God Pavilion. After that, he excitedly leaped forward. 2 poisonous mantises? 2 hours later, Yi Qinghan finally discovered the 2 poisonous mantises that were being attacked by the demonic beast wave. Of course, he didn't stand on ceremony. He directly floated over and used his body fusion battle technique to slash at the 2 poisonous mantises that were stunned. As expected, the slaughter god blade once again emitted a faint black light. Under Yi Qinghan's divine senses, the slaughter god blade absorbed the soul of the poisonous mantises again. After the other poisonous mantises were killed, the same thing happened. Elder Lu, the slaughter god blade can actually absorb the soul of demonic beasts. Yi Qinghan confirmed the situation and hurriedly asked Elder Lu. After Elder Lu used his divine senses to check on the slaughter god blade, he said with a puzzled expression, "Master might be a supreme blacksmith, but I don't know anything about blacksmithing. I have never heard of such a situation before. Why don't you kill more demonic beasts and see if the slaughter god blade will mutate after it absorbs more souls?" Alright. A trace of excitement appeared in Yi Qinghan's eyes. Although the carefree pavilion had a high-grade god sword, he couldn't use it. Although the slaughter god blade was very convenient to use, it wasn't as powerful as a high-grade god sword. If the slaughter god blade could mutate, his strength would increase by a lot. The quality of a divine weapon was very important for a martial artist's overall strength. For example, that high-grade god sword could increase one's god power by 5 times, but the slaughter god blade could only increase it by 2 times. Extending his divine senses, Yi Qinghan started to wander around the vicinity, looking for demonic beasts to kill. One day later, his target was a pack of blood wolves. Although there were more than 10 blood wolves, Yi Qinghan wasn't afraid at all. Instead, his eyes lit up. He was like an old bachelor who had entered a brothel as he anxiously pounced forward. He activated his absolute domain and released his spiritual soul confusion. The slaughter god blade slashed wildly. To him, these second-class demonic beasts were like points and divine stones. Every time the slaughter god blade killed a demonic beast, its soul would be absorbed. It was very strange. Killing demonic beasts like this is easy. I don't need to use my god power or soul. At the start, Yi Qinghan used his body fusion technique. However, he soon realized that the blood wolf was unable to enter his absolute domain. Hence, he decided not to use his spiritual soul confusion anymore. Instead, he raised the slaughter god blade and slashed at the blood wolf like he was chopping a watermelon. 1 hour later, all the blood wolves were killed. Seeing that he had obtained more than 1,000 points, he felt very comfortable. At this rate, if he killed enough demonic beasts, he would be able to earn 1,000,000 points in a few years. Then he would obtain the Divine World Badge and leave the Firework Tribe to explore the Divine World. Little Han, don't just stand there. Hurry up and clean up the battlefield. There's movement on the right. Elder Lu's voice woke Yi Qinghan from his fantasies. He hurriedly gathered all the materials and cores on the ground and quietly moved to the right. Yi Qinghan quickly moved through the dense grass. However, halfway through, he was forced to turn around and run to the side. This was because he sensed a group of people chasing a demonic beast in front of him. This demonic beast was running towards him at high speed. He could smell a strange fragrance from afar. Bad luck. It's actually Shou Kuang and the others. There are so many of them. Why are they chasing a second-class demonic beast? Yi Qinghan used his divine sense and clearly sensed Shou Kuang's domineering aura. He hurriedly retracted his divine sense and dodged to the side. Shou Kuang had a few hundred people with him. He just wanted to get rich quietly and didn't want to cause any trouble. At the same time, he was puzzled. Although there weren't many second-class demonic beasts in this forest, they weren't rare either. Why were they chasing after it so closely? Moreover, this demonic beast was actually escaping? In the past, the demonic beasts he encountered would pounce on humans. Chapter 492. As he dodged Shou Kuang's group, he quickly scanned the demonic beast with his divine sense. Yi Qinghan instantly understood. It turned out that this was a very rare species among second-class demonic beasts. The glorious fragrance beast had a strange fragrance and a sachet in its lower abdomen. Just the sachet alone was worth 10,000 divine stones. One glorious fragrance beast was worth 100 second-class demonic beasts. No wonder Shou Kuang and the rest were chasing after it. But it seemed that this glorious fragrance beast's speed was even slightly faster than the peak heavenly god Shou Kuang. Shou Kuang's group clearly noticed someone approaching, but they immediately dodged to the side. They didn't mind and continued to chase after the glorious fragrance beast. Although Yi Qinghan had the shadow step, which allowed him to move very quickly in a small area, his speed in a straight line was not fast, only comparable to a second-tier heavenly god. He was not in the mood to chase after the glorious fragrance beast. 10,000 points was better than killing 100 ordinary second-class demonic beasts. He continued forward, looking for a target. Along the way, he rarely encountered demonic beasts. Instead, he saw the troops of Cleopatra and the Golden Dragon. However, with Old Lu's peak heavenly deity stage soul detection, Yi Qinghan would retreat from the side the moment he encountered him, not giving him a chance to get entangled. Why are there fewer and fewer demonic beasts? If this goes on, when will I be able to accumulate 1,000,000 points? After wandering in the huge forest for more than 10 days, he had killed close to 100 demonic beasts. At first, he would occasionally encounter a few second-class demonic beasts a day, but now he hadn't seen a single demonic beast in 2 days. Actually, Yi Qinghan didn't know that after every beast tied, there were the most demonic beasts. A month after the beast tide, the tribe's outskirts started to stabilize. Most of the people would come out to hunt demonic beasts. Now that a few months had passed, most of them were hunted down. Of course, there were only a few demonic beasts left. Demonic beasts are coming? Yi Qinghan was resting on the trunk of a large tree when he suddenly smelled a cloying fragrance. Then he felt a strange movement on the right side of the tree. He hurriedly swept his divine sense over and laughed. Ha! It's actually that glorious fragrance beast. Shou Kuang and that bunch of trash haven't killed it yet. I won't stand on ceremony. Since the points were delivered to his doorstep, it would be a waste not to take them. Yi Qinghan stopped circulating his divine power and retracted his aura. He then lay on the tree trunk and stared at the forest on his right. Xiao. A demon beast with a deer's body, a fox's mouth, and a curved horn on its head rushed out of the jungle in a panic. It moved like lightning, rushing towards Yi Qinghan. When he was more than 10 meters away from Yi Qinghan, he seemed to have noticed something. He abruptly changed direction and dashed in the other direction. Haha, it's too late. The godly power in Yi Qinghan's body surged as he shot out from the tree like a leopard. While he was in midair, his body lit up with a bewitching purple light, enveloping the demonic beast that was fleeing in panic. After that, the slaughter god blade slashed down on the brilliant fragrance beast's neck. This demonic beast's defense is so strong? The slaughter god saber is so sharp, but it didn't kill it instantly? Yi Qinghan looked doubtfully at the struggling brilliant fragrance beast that had been smashed onto the ground. Although its neck was bleeding profusely, it was only halfway in. He didn't have time to sigh. Another purple light lit up and knocked the brilliant fragrance beast unconscious. Then, he slashed down heavily on the same wound. Boom! This time, the demonic beast was completely killed. A fox-like head rolled on the ground. Yi Qinghan hurriedly raised the slaughter god blade and prepared to collect the brilliant fragrance beast's sachet. This was a good thing. He would be able to obtain more than 10,000 points. Little Han, quickly store this demonic beast into your spatial ring. There are people coming from the left and right. Elder Lu suddenly transmitted a message to Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan was startled. She hurriedly wiped her hand and stored the entire radiant beast and its head into the large spatial ring. She also casually sent out a palm strike to disperse the bloodstains on the ground. Only then did he extend his divine sense and sweep his surroundings. However, after a single sweep, his expression became slightly bitter. There were actually 3 groups of people rushing in his direction. Brilliant Empress and Shou Kuang led a few hundred people, while Yi Yaorao led a few dozen people. They were all rushing in his direction. After a short while, countless divine senses locked onto Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan knew that his speed definitely couldn't compare to peak stage heaven god cultivators, so he simply stopped running. He stood quietly on the spot, waiting for the others. However, he was very puzzled. Why would all these people come at the same time? Even if this brilliant fragrance beast was worth more than 10,000 points, there was no need for all 3 groups to chase after it at the same time, right? Hee, it's actually you, little brother? Where's that brilliant fragrance beast? Quickly hand it over to Big Sister. Big Sister will help you deal with Shou Kuang and that demonic woman. Later, we'll split the points and godstones equally. Brilliant Empress hadn't arrived yet, but she had already transmitted her voiceover. The brilliant fragrance beast had suddenly disappeared, and there were bloodstains on the ground. Although she didn't know how Yi Qinghan was able to kill the brilliant fragrance beast in such a short time, she still probed. F***CK, where's the brilliant fragrance beast? Brat, were you the one who killed it? Hurry up and hand it over, or I'll get someone to gang rape you. Shou Kuang's speed was the fastest. He shot over like a gust of wind, but his divine senses were constantly scanning the surroundings. Finally, he glared at Yi Qinghan and cursed. Swish. People continuously rushed over from all directions, finally surrounding Yi Qinghan. What brilliant fragrance beast! Oh, are you talking about a demonic beast that looks like a deer but has the head of a fox? That demonic beast was killed. The corpse was taken away as well. Yi Qinghan blinked and looked innocently at Shou Kuang and Brilliant Empress. Finally, he glanced at Yi Yaorao, who was standing coldly on his right. Yi Qinghan spread his hands and spoke with some fear. Killed by someone? Bulsh *t. Where is he? Why didn't we see him? Do you take us for fools? My lord, this brat is obviously trying to fool us. Chop him up. Shou Kuang didn't say anything, but a round face appeared behind him and spoke with a sneer. Smiling Tiger? Yi Qinghan narrowed his eyes and glanced coldly at Smiling Tiger. He secretly decided that he would definitely kill him if he had the chance. Then he looked around and cupped his fists. My lords, I really didn't lie to you. Just now, that demonic beast suddenly appeared and gave me a fright. I was just about to run away when a black-robed man suddenly appeared and killed the demonic beast in one move. Then he flew away. I didn't even know what happened before you came. That's how it is. I don't care if you believe me or not, but I do. Yi Qinghan spouted a bunch of nonsense. He decided that he would try to bluff if he could. If he really couldn't, he would just have to fight. This person is only a second-tier sky god. He definitely couldn't have killed the brilliant fragrance beast in one move. I believe him. Yi Qinghan's words stunned everyone. After all, the brilliant fragrance beast's speed and defense were too strong. Even if it didn't run, a peak sky god would take a long time to kill it. Everyone thought for a moment. The first to speak was actually the ice beauty, Yi Yaorao. Little brother, you really didn't kill it? Cleverly Empress was wearing a skin-tight leather skirt. Her lower body was extremely short, barely reaching her cleavage. Her two shining white thighs dazzled everyone's eyes. She smiled and transmitted her voice to Yi Qinghan again. Yi Qinghan didn't expect that his nonsense would make everyone believe him. Thinking that it was better to avoid trouble, he hurriedly transmitted his voice back. I really didn't kill it. Big sister, even if I wanted to kill it, I would need to have the strength to do so. Damn it. What bad luck. I've worked for half a month for nothing. 100,000 godstones gone to waste. Second brother, bring some people over there to investigate. Shou Kuang flipped his brown curly hair. His expression was extremely gloomy and furious. He then turned his head and glanced coldly at Yi Qinghan. He waved his hand at someone beside him and said, Third brother, go and chop this brat up for me. Damn it, he's a jinx. 100,000 godstones? Yi Qinghan was startled when he heard this. Then he heard Shou Kuang's cold words and saw a person behind Shou Kuang, carrying a huge axe and walking towards him with a sinister smile. Yi Qinghan couldn't help but narrow his eyes, and his body suddenly felt a chill. Shou Kuang didn't care about human lives at all, wanting to kill people so casually. No matter how good-tempered Yi Qinghan was, he couldn't help but fly into a rage. Chapter 493. Wait! Just as Yi Qinghan was about to attack helplessly, a cold voice rang out. Yi Qinghan turned his head in surprise and saw that it was Yi Yaorao, who had been about to leave. Shou Kuang, aren't you harming the heavens by killing indiscriminately like this? Aren't you afraid that the Divine Emperor will punish you if you do too many bad things? Shou Kuang raised his hand, indicating for that person to wait. There were not many cultivators in the tribe that he feared, and Yi Yaorao was one of them. Otherwise, he would have attacked her long ago, considering how she had humiliated him so many times in public. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Yi Yaorao. Instead of getting angry, he asked in surprise, Yi Yaorao, is this person related to you? No. Yi Yaorao's answer was very straightforward. She then left with a few words and turned to leave. I just can't stand you killing people in front of me. I'm just giving you a piece of advice. If you really want to kill, wait until I'm gone. F***ck. When Yi Qinghan heard Yi Yaorao speak up, he thought that she would help him. His heart warmed slightly, and he thought that there were still good people in the immortal realm. He didn't expect that she would leave just like that after saying a few words. Of course, Yi Qinghan wasn't afraid of Shou Kuang's people. It was just that the red-robed emissary from Dancing Phoenix City made him a little wary. He didn't want to expose his strength and attract everyone's attention. Seeing Yi Qinghan leave, Cleopatra also smiled charmingly. She twisted her plump buttocks and led her people away. She didn't even look at Yi Qinghan. This woman is indeed unreliable. Yi Qinghan snorted coldly, but his eyes kept flickering as he thought about how to solve this problem in a low-key manner. Divine Emperor? If Divine Emperor Supremes really existed, there wouldn't be so many deaths in the immortal realm. Shou Kuang snorted, then locked his gaze on Yi Qinghan. He said coldly, "Brat, I'll give you one last chance. Submit to me or die?" As expected, Yi Qinghan knew very well that Shou Kuang bore a grudge against him for rejecting his attempts to rope him in, causing him to lose face. Shou Kuang bore a grudge in his heart, and today, he took the opportunity to take revenge. Since it was unavoidable, then let the battle begin. Unsheathing the slaughter god blade from his back, Yi Qinghan smiled and said, "I am used to being a human and do not like to be a dog." With that, Yi Qinghan circulated his divine power at full force and began to slowly retreat. "Humph. Third bro, take him down and seal his divine power. Today I want his anal region to bleed." The corners of Shou Kuang's mouth curled into a cruel smile. He lifted a hairy hand and stroked his chest muscles, which were covered in golden hair. However, his eyes shone with a lustful light. As for the people behind him, they all grinned hideously. They seemed to be very used to it, and were also very much looking forward to it. Beast Frenzy unleashed his bestial nature, and performed a reality show in front of everyone. The cultivator addressed as Third Bro had a small tuft of black hair at the front of his head. He was very short, but his limbs were thick and muscular. He had a stocky build, and he held a huge mountain-splitting axe in his hand. The axe shone with a divine light, and it was clearly a divine weapon. When he heard Shou Kuang's words, he kept his axe and raised his two fists, which were as big as clay pots. His fists glowed with a fiery red light as he leaped high into the air, and pounced over like a ferocious tiger descending a mountain. With one punch, dozens of fist shadows appeared, sealing off every possible escape route that Yi Qinghan could take. Even the surrounding space trembled slightly. Fire elemental laws? This might is probably at the third level of the heavenly god realm. When Yi Qinghan heard Shou Kuang's words and saw that this short cultivator had actually kept his weapon, he rejoiced. He rolled his eyes, and a plan formed in his mind. Xiao Chen's feet slipped, and he executed Shadow Step. However, his body released spatial fluctuations to sense this person's attack. With the detection of the fluctuations in the air, Yi Qinghan was able to easily determine the true angle of this cultivator's attack. He quickly used a few strange footwork techniques, and his body continued to float backwards. Bang! The short and plump cultivator's punch missed. Instead, it smashed into a huge tree at the side. The huge tree gave off a dull thud, but it only shook slightly. After that, nothing happened. Only when the short and plump cultivator stomped on the ground and continued chasing after Yi Qinghan did the huge tree suddenly collapse silently. Then it started to give off thick, surging smoke. Damn. So ferocious. Yi Qinghan glanced around and discovered that the heart of the huge tree, which was several meters wide, had actually been burned to a vacuum. The insides were all charred black. If this punch had landed on Xiao Chun, his internal organs, meridians, and bones would have all been burned to a crisp. This punch did not seem very powerful, but it was actually so terrifying. A third-layer celestial deity was indeed not to be trifled with. Fortunately, this cultivator clearly only wanted to injure Yi Qinghan internally, so he could capture him alive and seal his divine power. Hence, he did not use any other mystical abilities. Yi Qinghan had the spatial fluctuation detection. Although it looked very dangerous every time, he managed to dodge this person's attack by a hair's breadth. One attacked, while the other dodged. Under Yi Qinghan's intentional guidance, the battle had already shifted, moving further and further away from Shou Kuang and the others. Third brother, use your ultimate move and kill him. There's no time to waste on him. Almost an hour had passed. Although Yi Qinghan looked like he was constantly getting hit, and his figure was getting more and more wretched, he was still unharmed. Shou Kuang was also getting frustrated. Seeing that the two of them were still in a stalemate, he roared furiously. It's about time. A bright light flashed in Yi Qinghan's eyes. Now that they were so far away, no matter how strong Shou Kuang's spiritual sense was, he could probably only vaguely sense them. Xiao Chen watched as the short and fat cultivator took out the huge axe from his interspatial ring. He laughed coldly, and a piercing light shot into the short and fat cultivator's eyes. At the same time, he activated his absolute space, causing a black fog to envelop the surroundings. Then Xiaochen moved forward and swung the slaughter god's saber at the short and fat cultivator's head. Chi! The sound of a watermelon being split rang out. The slaughter god's saber flashed with a black light and actually absorbed the cultivator's soul. A red divine crystal floated out. Yi Qinghan stretched out his hand and quickly put away the divine crystal, the cultivator's interspatial ring, and the huge axe. Then he circulated his divine power and shot to the right. When the black fog dissipated, only 2/2 of a corpse were left on the ground, dripping with hot blood. Where did they go? Xiaohu's spiritual sense had been locked onto the two of them. However, his spiritual sense was not very strong, so he could only sense a black fog. Then, he sensed that the two of them seemed to have disappeared. He could not help but blink. Pa! A resounding slap sent Xiaohu flying. A ferocious, black gleam shone in Shou Kuang's eyes, and a massive mace appeared in his hand out of thin air. He circulated his divine power and shot forward. At the same time he bellowed, "Motherf asterisk curs. Are you all pigs? What are you all standing there for? Old Third has been tricked by that brat. His interspatial ring contains half of the materials we need to hunt this time. Why aren't you chasing after him?" What? Out of the hundreds of people present, only a few peak heavenly gods reacted quickly and chased after them. The rest of the cultivators looked at each other in disbelief. Then their eyes burned with rage. Like a bunch of wild beasts, they charged forward. Chapter 494. Elder Lu. What should I do? Should I start a fight and kill them all? Yi Qinghan transmitted his voice to Elder Lu when he sensed Shou Kuang's rage and killing intent behind him. You can't kill them. Neopatian will definitely be suspicious of the deaths of so many people in the tribe, and will come to investigate. He will also report this to his superiors, and the Dancing Phoenix City will send people to investigate. It will be troublesome if they find out that you killed them. Moreover, do you have the confidence to fight against 4 peak stage heaven gods and so many experts? Although your absolute domain is very strong, it will still be broken if hundreds of people attack you at the same time. When that happens, you will definitely die. Elder Lu was also very anxious, but his divine sense continued to sweep in all directions. After Yi Qinghan left the tribe, Elder Lu continued to use his divine sense to help him scout the surroundings to prevent a situation like today's. He did not expect that it would still happen in the end. Damn it! If this goes on, they will catch up to me sooner or later. When that time comes, won't I die? Let's fight. I will kill Shou Kuang instantly. Let's see who else dares to make a move. Yi Qinghan felt very sullen in his heart. He clearly had great strength, but he couldn't kill people as he pleased. Instead, he had to be chased all over the mountain like a grandson. He made up his mind that if he was forced into a corner, he would just kill and think about it later. Wait a little longer. Elder Lu was also irritated. No matter what he did, it was not a foolproof plan. Most importantly, Yi Qinghan did not have the Immortal Realm badge. He could only stay in the Firework tribe like a trapped cat. Without the badge, he would be killed immediately if he went to other cities. Ha! I got it. Little Han, quickly run to the left. There is a red thicket in front of you. Once you get close, activate the decision field and rush forward. Remember, don't fly, and don't attack any of the spiders in there. Quick! Elder Lu suddenly sensed something and happily transmitted his voice to Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan perked up and quickly used his divine sense to confirm his target. He gathered his divine power and began to run wildly. Brat, you are dead today. You killed my third brother. If I don't tear you to shreds, I'm not a man. Although Shou Kuang was quite a distance away from Yi Qinghan at the start, and was slightly taken aback by the death of that cultivator, as a peak heavenly god, he was much faster than Yi Qinghan. At that moment, he could already see Yi Qinghan's back. Shou Kuang shouted as he ran. Yi Qinghan glanced back, and saw that Shou Kuang and the 3 peak-level heavenly gods were only 1,000 meters away from him. Behind them, hundreds of people were charging over while shouting wildly, not daring to utter a single word. Zhang Xian continued to dash forward with all his might. A red tree. In front of him, a row of red trees could be seen. Yi Qinghan was overjoyed and hurriedly activated his absolute domain. The black fog churned as he moved closer to the trees. Chi chi chi. All of a sudden, before Yi Qinghan could even get close to the tree, a soft sound came from within the tree. Then, every tree in the vicinity made a hissing sound at the same time. Under the astonished gazes of Yi Qinghan, Shou Kuang, and the other two, countless large spiders suddenly emerged from the ground. These spiders were only about the size of a human head, but they had more than 10 legs. Their entire bodies were fiery red. And the most surprising thing was that these spiders actually had human-like facial features on their bodies. They looked like human faces, and their mouths were also filled with sharp teeth that exuded a sinister aura. Every spider's face was expressionless, but there was a cruel glint in their eyes. What is this? Damn it, brat. Where do you think you're going? After hearing Elder Lu's explanation, Yi Qinghan did not think too much about it. He immediately activated his absolute domain and rushed forward. The black fog automatically repelled the red spiders. However, Shou Kuang and the other three stared blankly at the endless stream of red spiders. Then, they saw that Yi Qinghan was shrouded in a cloud of black fog, and had already entered the red spiders. They hurriedly swung the mace in their hands and sent a few red spiders flying. Then, they leaped into the air and chased after Yi Qinghan. The three peak heavenly gods also followed Shou Kuang's example. They ignored the countless spiders on the ground and leaped into the air. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, something strange happened. The moment the four of them leaped into the air, the densely packed spiders on the ground lifted their bodies at the same time. Their human-like faces collectively faced the four of them. Then, strands of fiery red spider silk as thick as an arm shot out from the ground and locked onto the four of them. The sky was filled with spider silk, and the four of them became 4 human meat buns. Damn it, this spider silk is poisonous. It can corrode divine power. Shou Kuang roared furiously. His body released a black flame as he waved his mace and smashed it continuously. However, although he destroyed the spider silk quickly, the speed at which the red spiders on the ground were spitting silk was even faster. The four of them had just escaped the encirclement when they were once again enveloped by the spider silk. What kind of demon is this? Why can't we kill them all? The few hundred people behind Shou Kuang also joined the battle. However, they realized that although these demon beasts were not very strong, and were only slightly stronger than level 1 demon beasts, they seemed to be unable to kill them all. However, it felt like there was no end to them. This demonic beast didn't even have a demonic beast core. Furthermore, they realized that, as they fought, they seemed to be completely surrounded. These trees are very strange. They are moving. After a while, they finally began to realize the problem. Unknowingly, they had already completely sunk into the red forest. There were red trees as far as the eye could see, and red spiders were everywhere. Go down. If we don't, we will exhaust our divine power and die sooner or later. What kind of monster are these spiders? How can they be so terrifying? Shou Kuang shouted angrily. After a while, he realized that the spider silk seemed to be endless. He used his divine sense to feel around and realized that the people below were not trapped by the spider silk. The four of them attacked the spider silk below and rushed to the ground at lightning speed. Indeed, the moment they landed on the ground, the red spiders stopped spitting silk. Instead, they swung their long, blade-like legs at the four of them. Break through the encirclement to the left. Shou Kuang's divine power shook, and the mace spat out a black wave of air. With a sweep, it immediately killed dozens of red spiders. Shou Kuang shouted and led the way to the left. He knew very well that although there were no casualties yet, if the stalemate continued, the few hundred people under him would definitely be drowned by the red spiders. There were too many spiders, and they were gushing out of the ground like a spring. He was afraid that his group of people would exhaust their divine power and die before they could kill all of them. Elder Lu, what kind of demon is this? Why isn't there any information about it in the records of the divine world? Yi Qinghan was also very surprised. He scanned the area with his divine sense and felt slightly relieved when he realized that Shou Kuang was not chasing after him. He sent a voice transmission to Elder Lu. Human-faced beast heart spider. It's a demon that has been extinct in the divine world for a long time. I didn't expect it to appear again. Looks like the firework tribe will not be able to survive this time. Elder Lu's tone was extremely grave and worried. He sighed deeply and sent another voice transmission. Shou Kuang and the few hundred people are finished. None of them will be able to escape. You must remember this. You must not kill a single spider. Otherwise you will definitely die. What? Yi Qinghan's body trembled. Even his absolute domain almost collapsed. Shou Kuang and the others are finished? Even the firework tribe can't survive? What's going on? Are these little spiders so terrifying? Damn it. There's something strange about this tree. It actually formed a divine formation. What's going on? Shou Kuang and his men charged forward for a while, but they realized that they were still back where they started after killing for a long time. They couldn't get out of this red forest no matter what. They could not help but shout in fear. F***TK. Elder Lu, there's a divine formation in this forest? Yi Qinghan was also shocked. He understood why Elder Lu said that Shou Kuang and the others were finished. If they couldn't get out of this divine formation and couldn't fly, then Shou Kuang and the others would sooner or later exhaust their divine power and die. Then he suddenly thought of something, and his expression changed drastically. He hurriedly sent a voice transmission in fear. Elder Lu, does that mean we can't get out either? Chapter 495. Don't worry. When they are all dead, you can leave. Just stay here and don't move. Just don't move. Elder Lu said calmly, but there was a hint of doubt in his voice. Elder Lu, is this human-faced beast heart spider that powerful? You said that the firework tribe can't be saved? Yi Qinghan was slightly relieved, but at the same time he asked doubtfully. Of course it's powerful. This is the nemesis of low-level immortal realm warriors. Once someone below the divine king realm enters the spider's body and attacks it, they will almost certainly die. Of course, if you are a powerful divine general, you still have a chance to escape. Elder Lu paused for a moment, then continued to explain. The reason why I am so familiar with this human-faced beast heart spider is because there is also a human-faced beast heart spider outside the Soul Emperor Pavilion. However, that is a mutated human-faced beast heart spider, and it is much stronger than this one. The last time the human-faced beast heart spider appeared was several 100,000 years ago. Tens of thousands of human-faced beast heart spiders appeared on the Grace mainland and swept through several 100,000 tribes in a single day. In the end, a palace master-level expert of the Law of Earth arrived in time and prevented the tragedy from happening again. This human-faced beast heart spider wasn't strong, but an ordinary 6th grade war god couldn't kill it. It is extremely terrifying. What? Even a 6th grade war god cannot kill it? Also, Elder Lu, from what you said, this is actually a spider? Yi Qinghan was secretly shocked. The immortal realm was indeed full of extraordinary things. How could a small tribe like the firework tribe invite a 6th grade war god? It seemed like the tribe was definitely finished. Yes. This is a spider. The little spiders you see outside are called child spiders. They are all spawned by the mother spider. As long as the mother spider is alive, the child spiders will never be completely killed. The red trees you see are actually created by the mother spider's silk. They automatically form a divine formation, which no one can break, because it can automatically change. If you want to leave, there is only one way, and that is to fly out with great strength. Of course, it is absolutely impossible to leave without reaching the divine general realm. Then, Elder Lu, can't we find the mother spider and kill it? According to what you said, we can break out of the formation by killing the mother spider. Also, isn't there a great formation in the firework tribe? Can it break the formation? Yi Qinghan continued to ask. The female spider hides underground, and its speed is comparable to that of a 6th grade war god. How could an ordinary expert kill it? Great Array? The human-faced beast heart arachnid was the bane of this kind of divine formation, because ordinary deity formations were completely ineffective against it. Not only were they ineffective against it, it loved to devour the formation core god steel of great formations. The fireworks tribe is only this close to here, so the fireworks tribe will definitely not be able to hold on. Elder Lu muttered to himself for a moment before raising another issue that he was worried about. These are all trivial matters. What I'm most worried about now is whether this human-faced beast heart spider is wild or domesticated. If it's domesticated, then it'll be troublesome. Most importantly, you haven't earned enough points. You can't get the Divine World emblem. Hearing this, Yi Qinghan thought for a moment, and his pupils dilated slightly. He transmitted his voice in surprise. Oh, domesticated? Elder Lu, are you saying that someone is targeting the fireworks tribe? If this human-faced beast heart spider is domesticated, then someone is definitely targeting the fireworks tribe. After all, it's impossible for a single human-faced beast heart spider to appear. Furthermore, the beast tide came early last time, and there was even a sky-shaking Qiongqi beast. Normally, a 4th-grade demonic beast would definitely not appear in a beast tide. However, this is only my guess. Moreover, even if the tribe is destroyed, it's not a big deal. We'll see when the time comes. Elder Lu sighed deeply and stopped transmitting his voice. At this moment, Yi Qinghan recalled the last time the sky-shaking Qiongqi beast attacked. He clearly remembered that the emissary from Dancing Phoenix City had arrived late. It seemed like someone was targeting the fireworks tribe, but he didn't know why. What good would destroying the tribe do to them? Ah! A series of miserable shrieks startled Yi Qinghan out of his thoughts. He raised his head and saw that the weaker subordinates of Shou Kuang were being killed one after another. After all, even though this child spider wasn't strong, it was much stronger than a 1st-grade demonic beast. It kept pouncing over, and if he wasn't careful, he would inevitably be killed. No. After watching for a while, Yi Qinghan suddenly realized something unexpected. This child spider's attacks were poisonous as well. As long as a warrior was injured, his speed would visibly slow down. Recalling that Shou Kuang had said that the bead silk could corrode god power, Yi Qinghan concluded that the child spider's poison could also corrode god power. It seemed like people like Shou Kuang wouldn't be able to hold out for much longer. Damn it! What kind of damn spider is this? Why can't we kill them all? Everyone, don't kill the spiders. Attack the red trees. I don't believe that this array can't be broken. Shou Kuang's frantic roar traveled over. The anxiety in his voice was very obvious. Boom. Boom. Patches of red trees fell. However, just like the child spider, it seemed like there was no end to these trees. While everyone was chopping down the trees, dozens of people were injured. Once they were injured, their god power would be depleted even more. Once their god power was depleted, they would be dismembered by the laughing spiders in all directions. Once the child spider passed by, the corpses on the ground would instantly become piles of white bones. Even the divine crystals would be devoured. Damn, divine crystals are so hard. How can they be devoured? Elder Lu, why don't we sneak over and steal the divine crystals? If we sell them, we can get a lot of divine stones. Yi Qinghan felt an itch in his heart as he watched from afar. These human-faced beast heart spiders were indeed beasts with a human face. They would not even leave a spatial ring behind when they passed by. They were like a swarm of locusts, leaving nothing behind. You must not go over. The human-faced beast heart spiders are the most vengeful. If you are not careful and kill a child spider, the female spider will lock onto you. Even if you have an absolute domain, the female spider will still attack you and exhaust your god power to death. Elder Lu hurriedly advised cautiously. These human-faced beast heart spiders can even digest great array divine metal, let alone divine crystals. They rely on devouring these strange items to absorb a huge amount of energy to increase their strength. Damn it! So what if they devour divine crystals? They don't even let go of spatial rings. With so many people, there must be a lot of inner cores and materials inside. What a pity! Yi Qinghan shook his head helplessly. He did not feel the slightest bit of guilt or pity for the cultivators who kept dying in front of him. There were no commoners in the divine realm, and there was no distinction between good and evil. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak, and the strong were king. Since you chose to ascend to the divine realm, and not live a comfortable life in a material plane, you had to be prepared to die at any time. In the divine realm, it was like walking against the current. You could only go against the current, and you had to be prepared to die at any time. Too terrifying. In just one day, hundreds of people have died. Even a powerful cultivator like Shou Kuang could not escape death. These human-faced beast heart spiders are too despicable. They don't even let go of divine weapons. When the 2 purple moons rose in the sky, the mangrove forest had become silent. There was nothing but hundreds of skeletons on the ground. The red spiders that covered the mountains had all burrowed into the ground and disappeared without a trace. It was as if they had never been there in the first place. Shou Kuang and the three-peak heavenly gods also started to sustain injuries at sunset due to their insufficient god power. And the result of being injured was death. Chapter 496. Under Elder Lu's instructions, Yi Qinghan continued to stay where he was. After a few hours, the number of red trees in the vicinity began to decrease, and he could vaguely see the green forest in the distance. He carefully controlled his absolute domain and moved it outward. Phew! I've saved a life. Yi Qinghan exhaled deeply and withdrew his absolute domain. He then circulated his divine power and quickly ran into the distance. This place was too terrifying, and it was better to leave as soon as possible. Elder Lu also heaved a sigh of relief, but he immediately transmitted a message to Yi Qinghan. Little Han, return to the tribe immediately and report the situation of the human-faced beast heart spider. This spider has swallowed so many divine crystals, and it will probably take about a day to digest them. When that time comes, it will definitely attack the firework tribe. When Yi Qinghan heard Elder Lu's words, he didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly ran toward the firework tribe, not caring about recovering his divine power. He was now considered a member of the firework tribe, but he didn't have a divine grade badge. He could only follow the chief of the tribe, or he would be killed. Along the way, they encountered 1 or 2 second-grade demonic beasts, but Yi Qinghan didn't have the heart to kill them. He immediately used soul confusion and walked toward the tribe. After passing through the beast trapping formation and entering the tribe, he found that the tribe was quiet, and not a single person could be seen. He didn't care too much and directly rushed to the firework pavilion. He then shouted, "Yi Qinghan pays his respects to Divine General Patian. I have an important matter to discuss with you." Swish. A white figure floated out. It was Niu Patian, who had stayed behind to guard the tribe. He glanced at Yi Qinghan and said indifferently, "What is it?" "My lord, I was hunting demonic beasts outside and discovered something strange. I didn't dare to be careless, so I immediately came back to report. I saw a mangrove forest 50 kilometers east of the tribe, and there were occasional screams coming from the mangrove forest. It seemed that many people had died, and I seemed to have heard the angry roar of Lord Shou Kuang. I am too weak to go over to investigate, so I came back to report." "Oh, mangrove forest? Tell me the specifics." Niu Patian furrowed his brows slightly, and his voice became slightly heavier. Yi Qinghan hurriedly recounted the general situation. Of course, he was not foolish enough to tell the truth, nor did he mention that the beast frenzy was chasing after him. He only described the mangrove forest in detail. "Motherfucker." Before Yi Qinghan could finish his sentence, Niu Potion's face suddenly turned ashen. He cursed angrily as his body shot up into the sky and flew into the fire pavilion. A moment later, the defensive barrier above the firework tribe was activated, and a red beam of light shot into the sky from the barrier, dyeing the sky above the tribe blood red. "You stay here. If anyone returns to the tribe, pass on my order. Everyone is to gather at the fire pavilion and wait for my return." Niu Patian hurriedly flew out again. He turned around and gave Yi Qinghan some instructions before flying out of the valley. As expected, Elder Lu's guess was right. As the chief of a tribe, Niu Patian must have heard of the tragedy that happened in the Divine Grace mainland hundreds of thousands of years ago. He recognized the human-faced bestial heart spider. Yi Qinghan was relieved. He sat cross-legged in front of the fire pavilion and recovered the divine power he had lost earlier. Half an hour later, people started to return from the valley. They all asked Yi Qinghan why he had issued an emergency summon. Yi Qinghan did not say much. He only said that it was Niu Potion's order. When Cleopatra and Yi Yaora returned and saw Yi Qinghan sitting cross-legged outside the fire pavilion, they looked at him in surprise and confusion. In their minds, Yi Qingquang would definitely die for provoking beast frenzy. Now that beast frenzy had not returned and Yi Qinghan was sitting there peacefully, they began to speculate. Cleopatra even tried to sound him out using telepathy. However, Yi Qinghan was not in the mood to deal with her. He casually said a few words and stopped transmitting telepathy. "Humph. Uncle Patian, I haven't had enough fun yet. Why did you randomly issue a summon? After a while, a sweet female voice came from outside the passage, startling Yi Qinghan. He looked over and saw a group of 1,000 people flying in from outside the passage. What made Yi Qinghan's jaw drop was that half of the 1,000 people had no hair on their bodies. Their heads were bald, and even their eyebrows and beards were gone. Moreover, their faces were scorched black, as if they had been scorched by fire. At the very front was a very cute girl wearing a pink robe. She had 2 small demon horns on her head, just like Neo Potions. The girl's facial features were very exquisite, like a fairy that had walked out of the forest. Her skin was rosy and white like a honey peach. At this moment, the girl was pouting and looking around. 10 divine champions were following behind her in a row. Greetings, Miss Firework. When Cleopatra and the others saw this girl, their faces all tensed up and they respectfully saluted. Seeing this, Yi Qinghan quickly stood up and bowed as well. He understood that the miss that Neopatian and the 10 divine champions were talking about was probably this super cute girl. The girl coldly snorted. She glanced at the warriors standing at the door of the firework pavilion, and the 2 small pink horns on her head suddenly lit up. Then her 2 big watery eyes suddenly shot out 2 white rays of light, shooting at the warriors like lightning. The warriors were hit by the white light, and their bodies stiffened and began to tremble. There was a faint flash of electricity on the surface of their bodies. Then their hair, eyebrows, and clothes suddenly began to emit green smoke, and their skin began to turn black. Finally, after trembling for a moment, they fell straight to the ground. Damn, what is this? Law of thunder and lightning? Yi Qinghan was secretly shocked. He quickly followed the crowd and quietly dodged to the side. He also understood why almost half of the 1,000 people who had just returned had their hair and beards burned off. It seemed that this girl had electrocuted them. Seeing that everyone present was angry but did not dare to speak, Yi Qinghan finally understood why the firework tribe had 4 hegemons. Other than Shou Kuang, there was another hegemon, and it seemed to be this rude and unreasonable girl. However, this law of thunder and lightning was too strong. It was so fast, and the way it attacked was so strange that it was impossible to defend against it. Swish. At this time, there was a sound of something flying through the air outside the valley. Neopatian flew in with a gloomy expression. When he saw the warriors lying on the ground, his expression turned even worse. He scolded Neo Huahua. Huahua, you are still making trouble. You are almost 15. Why are you still so insensible? Dead. Shou Kuang and the hundreds of warriors are all dead. The firework tribe is finished. Everyone go pack up and prepare to teleport to Dancing Phoenix City. The tribe is lost. Boo-hoo. When Neo Huahua saw that Neopatian was actually scolding her, her big, watery eyes suddenly became misty, and tears were about to fall. However, when she heard Neo Potion's words and saw his incomparably gloomy expression, she was frightened. She stared at Neopatian with her big eyes and pouted her little mouth, not saying another word. What? My lord! What happened? As soon as Neo Potion's words fell, everyone's expression changed. Shou Kuang's team had 4 peak stage heavenly gods, but they were all wiped out? What happened? The 10 divine generals hurriedly rushed over and began to inquire about it. Don't ask too much. Everyone go and prepare. Teleport to Dancing Phoenix City with me in 2 hours. I hope my guess is wrong, otherwise sigh. Neopatian shook his head with a complicated expression, turned around, and entered the firework pavilion. Everyone in the tribe looked at each other in dismay. They had not earned enough points and had not obtained the Divine World badge, so they could not travel to the Divine World alone. They could only follow Neopatian and go with the flow. 2 hours later, everyone gathered in the firework tribe. Neopatian took the lead and left through the teleportation formation in the front yard of the firework pavilion. Then, the 10 god generals divided the more than 2,000 people into 10 teams and began the teleportation. So many god generals. This Dancing Phoenix City is so majestic. With a flash of white light, Yi Qinghan found himself in an extremely large plaza. The people from the firework tribe who had just teleported over were all gathered at one side. Beside them were hundreds of god generals dressed in red armor and holding black spears. These god generals had cold expressions on their faces as they surrounded everyone and stared at them coldly. What are you all standing there for? All of you, stand over there and wait for the city lord's arrangements. While everyone was still looking around, a god general at the side snorted coldly. A chill enveloped everyone, and they hurriedly flashed towards Neo Potion's side. Then they stood there silently, waiting for the unknown arrangements. Bullsh *T. Yi Qinghan cursed in his heart. He hated this kind of situation where he could not control his own fate the most. The sudden change in the firework tribe had forced them to come to Dancing Phoenix City. He hoped that there would not be any complications. After a while, all the people in the tribe had teleported. More than 2,000 people stood in the plaza for half a day, before a messenger finally arrived. The city lord has ordered that there are too many people in Dancing Phoenix City. We cannot accommodate so many people in the firework tribe. All of you are to teleport to the Valley of Vile Spirits. Only those who have completed the mission can live in Dancing Phoenix City. Valley of Vile Spirits? What kind of place was that? Everyone looked at each other in confusion, but Neopatian and the 10 divine generals' faces suddenly turned pale, without a single trace of blood. Plop! All of them knelt on one knee and kowtowed to the messenger. Neopatian said anxiously, "Sir, all of them will die if they go to the Valley of Vile Spirits. Please have mercy and spare their lives." Humph. The emissary looked at the crowd in disdain and sneered. "Are you mistaken? I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about all of you. Listen up. All of the firework tribe are to teleport to the Valley of Vile Spirits. Leave immediately." Indeed. Yi Qinghan's heart skipped a beat. He instantly understood. Someone was targeting the firework tribe, and all the people in the tribe had been implicated. However, with so many experts present, it was not appropriate for him to send a telepathic message to Elder Lu. What kind of place was the Valley of Vile Spirits? Neopatian actually said that all of them would die if they went there? Chapter 497. All of them? Neopatian immediately understood. He exchanged glances with the 10 godly generals, and their expressions turned extremely ugly. An indescribable look flashed across Neohuahua's eyes. Then she blinked her big, watery eyes and looked at Neopatian in confusion. "What are you waiting for? Everyone, teleport away." The red-robed messenger looked coldly at the godly general beside the teleportation formation, and shouted in a deep voice. The godly general quickly cupped his hands, and waved the black spear in his hand at the crowd. He said coldly, "Everyone, enter the third teleportation formation. Now." As soon as the godly general spoke, all the godly generals in the vicinity of the Dancing Phoenix City gathered their divine power, and pointed their spears at the people of the firework tribe. It looked like they were going to attack at any moment. "Let's go." Neo Potion's lips curled into a bitter smile. He turned to the crowd and shouted. He knew very well that if they didn't leave, everyone would be killed mercilessly. No one dared to make a sound or resist. Everyone silently walked into the third teleportation formation. The huge teleportation formation lit up with a red light. The thousands of people on the teleportation formation disappeared from the Dancing Phoenix City. This is the Valley of Evil Spirits? It feels so desolate. With a flash of white light, Yi Qinghan felt as though he had arrived in ancient times. This was a desert, an extremely desolate and ancient desert. There were no trees, no grass, nothing at all. There was only an endless desert and yellow sand. The cold and gloomy wind blew unscrupulously. The sandstorm reduced everyone's visibility to only a kilometer. At this moment, everyone felt a chill that came from the bottom of their hearts. This feeling came inexplicably, but it was incomparably real. Swoosh! Countless air-piercing sounds could be heard. In the sandstorm, a group of people in black armor flew over. They all held black spears, and were dressed exactly like the people of the Dancing Phoenix City. The people in black armor flew over quickly, and stood in the air in front of everyone. The person at the front had a pair of dark red eyes. He glanced at the crowd coldly but didn't say much. He only said coldly, "Everyone line up and move forward. Follow us, those who run away. Kill without mercy." This person's aura is so terrifying. He's at least a god king. Yi Qinghan glanced at the pair of dark red eyes. and felt like he was looking at a bottomless abyss. His consciousness was involuntarily sucked in. He didn't dare to look anymore and lowered his head as he followed the crowd forward. The more they walked, the more apprehensive they became. The more they walked, the stronger the sandstorm became, and the lower their visibility became. They could only see a few hundred meters ahead. They were all God-rank martial artists, yet they could only see a few hundred meters in this strange place. Moreover, when Yi Qinghan spread out his spiritual sense, he found that his spiritual sense was also suppressed. He could only sense a few hundred meters away. If a group of powerful enemies suddenly appeared, they wouldn't be able to escape. This was not important. What was important was that along the way, there were faintly discernible white bones in the yellow sand on the ground. How many people died here? There were skeletons everywhere. There were human skeletons, beast skeletons, and many skeletons that looked like both humans and beasts. White, black, and all sorts of strange shapes. It was as if this was the 9 hells of purgatory. Neopatian was very quiet, and so were the 10 god generals. Even Niu Huahua seemed to feel the strange and oppressive aura here. She was also very quiet along the way. After walking for an hour, the group of people in black armor stopped flying. Instead, they landed on the ground at the same time. Their god power surged, and they looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Their speed was also much slower. The people of the firework tribe sensed the change in them, and started to secretly circulate their god power. They took out their weapons to prevent any accidents. Everyone advanced for more than 2 hours in apprehension, but nothing unexpected happened. When they could vaguely see an extremely large ancient castle in front of them, the people in black armor all heaved a sigh of relief. They put away their weapons and flew into the air again. Who is it? Multiple black figures quickly flew out of the ancient castle and shouted in a deep voice. The person in black armor with dark red eyes replied, "Deputy Commander, it's me, Xiaoyi. I've brought the people back. Open the protective shield and let them in." The person in the air waved his hand. He ignored them and flew down. Everyone, listen up. Don't wander around or make a ruckus in Blue Dragon Castle. Don't blame me if you anger the lords and die. The man with dark red eyes who called himself Xiaoyi turned his head and instructed the people of the firework tribe. He took the lead and walked in. The castle was very big, but it was very simple. It was a large courtyard built with yellow stones. Along the way, he saw many people sitting in the courtyard. Some of these people were drinking, some were sitting foolishly looking at the sky, some were chatting, some were cultivating, and some were laughing and shaking their buttocks. They were singing strange songs. There were even many men and women who were having sex in the courtyard, completely forgetting themselves and fighting with all their might. The people next to them were minding their own business, as if they didn't see anything. However, Yi Qinghan saw one kind of expression on their faces. Death aura. Yes, it was death aura. The kind of decadence that came from not having any expectations for life, the kind of depression that came from not being interested in anything around him, coupled with the strange oppressive desolation of this place, made Yi Qinghan feel as if doomsday was coming. Your number is Team 88. You are not allowed to leave this courtyard without orders. Anyone who disobeys will be killed. Xiaoyi brought everyone to a dilapidated courtyard. Then he glanced at everyone and finally looked at Neopatian. He continued coldly, "You are the captain of this team and are responsible for managing this team. Are you familiar with the rules of the baleful Yin stream?" "Yes, sir." Neopatian nodded with an extremely bitter expression. After hearing this, Xiaoyi didn't want to say anything more. He turned around and left with his people. Whoosh! As soon as the man in black armor left, everyone in the courtyard started to make a ruckus. No one dared to speak under the cold aura of the man in black armor. They were afraid that they would be killed if they weren't careful. Of course, they had to ask what had happened now. Everyone looked at Neopatian and the 10 god generals. The worry on their faces was very obvious. "I'm sorry. I've caused trouble for everyone." However, what surprised everyone was that Neopatian didn't say anything. Niu Haohua, who was next to him, suddenly knelt on the ground. Her beautiful face didn't have its usual arrogance and haughtiness. Instead, she seemed to have become a different person. She became a sensible, obedient, and weak young girl. It was easy to change a person's expression and behavior, but it was difficult to change one's temperament. Niu Haohua seemed to have become a completely different person from when she was in the firework tribe. This looked very awkward and strange, and no one could accept it for a while. Young mistress, this isn't your fault. Niu Patian shook his head. He looked at the young girl kneeling on the ground. A trace of pain and anger flashed in his eyes. 2 drops of tears fell from his eyes. Then his aura suddenly became violent. His eyes turned red. He suddenly turned to look at one of the god generals beside him and laughed coldly. Why? Why must you be so ruthless? Young mistress doesn't even want to fight anymore. Why must your master force her into a dead end? Why? What did you say, sir? The god general looked panicked. He blinked his eyes and asked in confusion. Suddenly his body trembled. His face became extremely pale. Blood began to flow from the corner of his mouth. He turned his head and looked behind him with difficulty. Behind him, Niu Patian coldly pulled out the sword that he had stabbed into the god general's back. His expression was icy. We knew you were a traitor 10 years ago. Sir said that he wouldn't kill you in the tribe. Now you can die. Aha. Now that you've come to the Valley of Evil Spirits, you can't escape death. Young master, I've completed my mission. The god general's expression instantly became extremely sinister. As soon as he finished speaking, his body went limp. Then a yellow divine crystal floated out automatically. Chapter 498. The sudden turn of events in the courtyard shocked everyone. There was complete silence, and everyone's eyes began to flicker as they began to ponder. F***ck. Yi Qinghan cursed angrily. Elder Lu and he had guessed correctly. Everything was clear now. Someone wanted to kill Niu Haohua, but they probably had some misgivings and did not dare to do it openly. Instead, they were manipulating everything from the shadows. The few thousand people of the firework tribe and him had been innocently embroiled in this dispute, and had been buried with her. Niu Haohua had probably been putting on a facade all these years, pretending to be a heartless, playful, and unreasonable tyrant. However, the mastermind had not let her off, so she and Niu Patian had decided to stop pretending. This Valley of Evil Spirits was obviously a place of death, and the chances of getting out were pitifully low. Who knew how many people in this courtyard would survive in the end? Niu Patian grabbed the divine crystal in the air, and a green flame appeared in his hand, melting the divine crystal into a pile of green liquid. At the same time, he burned the corpses on the ground to ashes. Only then did he regain his composure. He turned to look at everyone guiltily and said, I'm sorry. I've implicated everyone. If everyone has a chance to get back, I will compensate you with 10 million godstones each. Divine General Patian. Miss Haohua, there's no point in saying all this now. If we can't get out, what's the point of giving us 10 billion godstones? Why don't you explain to us what kind of place this is? How do we get back? 10 million godstones? Godstones could compensate for everything? Yi Qinghan sighed slightly and tried his best to suppress the rage in his heart. He tried to make his tone as calm as possible. Elder Lu did not want to spread rumors. He had to get hold of all the information in this place as soon as possible, so that he could think of a way to escape. Yi Qinghan's question brought everyone back to their senses. Indeed. What secrets and stories did Niu Haohua have to hide? What did it have to do with them? All they had to do was familiarize themselves with this place, and think of a way to get back. Let me explain. Niu Patian was just about to say something when Niu Yanhua stood up from the side. Her expression became calm again, and her large, limpid eyes shone with the light of wisdom. Her every movement was like a strategist, and everyone couldn't help but sigh again. The arrogant and unreasonable little princess, the pure and cute little loli, the delicate and pitiful girl, the cunning and intelligent female military counselor. Which side was her true self? Everyone should have heard of Nine Hells Purgatory, right? Actually, the Nine Hells Purgatory was just a general term. It was divided into 2 parts. One was the Nine Hells Nether Realm, and the other was the Nine Hells Demon Realm. If a person's soul didn't dissipate after death, it would automatically be absorbed into the Netherworld Realm. The Netherworld Demonic Realm was originally the god prison of the god realm, and anyone who violated the iron laws of the god realm would be imprisoned there. The divine world had a long history and a large population. Every year, countless people were imprisoned in the divine penitentiary. There was no one to manage the divine penitentiary, and there was killing every day. Over time, a vicious energy was born inside, and the people inside were all demonized by this vicious energy, becoming fiends. Thus, the divine penitentiary became the Nine Hells demon realm. Niu Yanhua paused for a moment and then continued. A million years ago, a peerless genius appeared in the Nine Hells demon realm. His cultivation reached the heavens, and he used his powerful forces and extraordinary methods to unify the Nine Hells demon realm. Then he started to organize fiends to constantly attack the divine world, and open 5 transportation passages. Every once in a while he would organize large groups of experts to attack the divine world. Every time he attacked the divine world, a large number of experts would die in battle, or be demonized. They would also use the weak areas of the divine world space to constantly send experts to launch sneak attacks, attempting to demonize all the martial practitioners of the divine world, and turn them into the next Nine Hells demon realm. And these weak areas of space were collectively called by the divine world, Baleful Een Stream. Whoosh! The moment Niu Yanhua's words fell, the courtyard instantly boiled like water. Even some of the cultivators' bodies began to tremble slightly, and everyone's expressions became extremely ugly. Everyone had more or less heard of the Nine Hells demon realm. Fiends. That was the name that represented death. It was rumored that fiends were invincible, and as long as one was invaded by the fiend's aura, one would become a fiend and fall into the Nine Hells purgatory for eternity. They would lose their own thoughts, and become a walking corpse. This was even scarier than death. Screw the second master. Yi Qinghan clenched his fists tightly, and blue veins popped up on his face. He wasn't worried about his own safety. With the Carefree Pavilion, he could take the risk and hide in the Carefree Pavilion. But what about the Fire Dragon continent? He had never been afraid of death. But the billions of people in the Fire Dragon continent were waiting for his rescue. He could hide in the Carefree Pavilion with Yi Qingyu and the others for the rest of his life, and survive the calamity safely. But if he were to watch the Fire Dragon continent be destroyed, watch the Yi family, the 5 major clans, and the House of Aries, and watch everyone die like this, could he live a leisurely life with a clear conscience? He would rather not have such a life. Miss Firework, tell us about our mission. How can we leave this damned place? After a while, Yi Qinghan's loud voice suppressed the clamor of the crowd. Countless people fell silent and looked at Niu Firework, waiting for her to reveal the final answer. This time, Niu Patian took over and explained. Basically, every Valley of Een spirits is guarded by the official army. However, these official army soldiers are only responsible for preventing demons from leaving the Valley of Een spirits, and protecting the ancient Blue Dragon Castle. The original godly penitentiary became the realm of demons, so the realm of the gods turned the Valley of Een spirits into a place of exile for those who violate the Iron Law. Firework Tribe was destroyed, and you didn't receive the Realm of the Gods badge, so you aren't protected by the Iron Law of the Realm of the Gods. Dancing Phoenix City has the right to let you complete special missions to obtain badges, and become citizens of the Realm of the Gods. However, this mission is basically impossible to complete, because according to the strength of our team, we must obtain 1,000 points to leave the Valley of Een spirits. One demon is only worth 1 point, the Devil King is only worth 10 points, and an Azura is worth 100 points. Even the weakest demon is stronger than any peak heavenly god. A Devil King is comparable to a high-ranked divine general, but an Azura will definitely be annihilated. Moreover, once you're invaded by the demonic energy, you'll instantly demonize and become a walking corpse. Swoosh! Everyone gasped in unison. Even Yi Yaorao, who had always been cold, couldn't help but pale. This was a dead end, one that was almost impossible to solve. No wonder there were so many white bones along the way. No wonder everyone in the castle was filled with the aura of death. This place was a land of death that couldn't be escaped. Don't be too desperate, everyone. My lightning energy can guarantee that you won't be demonized. Uncle Patian and I will do our best to ensure everyone's safety. If we go out to fight, just take care of yourselves. As for the points, we'll figure something out. I believe that we can lead everyone out of this place of death. Neo Fireworks' perfect face was filled with determination. Her eyes burned with the desire to fight. However, her impassioned words couldn't disguise the paleness of everyone's faces. Yi Qinghan stared blankly at Neo Fireworks' determined face. His emotions were very complicated. Everyone here was a peak figure from the various material planes. How could they not understand the current situation? There were 10 divine generals, and the strongest among them, Neo Patian, was only at the 3rd level of the divine general realm. They might not even be able to protect themselves against a devil king, let alone kill one, let alone an Azura. Just as Yi Qinghan was pondering, he heard a voice transmission. Yi Qinghan's face instantly turned paler than Yi Yaorao's skin. The voice transmission came from Elder Lu, and he sounded very urgent. Sending a voice transmission like this was also very risky. It seemed like Elder Lu didn't have much to worry about. Little Han, I have something very unfortunate to tell you. The space where you are now is very unstable. If you take the risk and open the doors of Carefree Pavilion, it's very likely that the passageway will become chaotic, and Carefree Pavilion will be destroyed. So, if you want to leave successfully, you have to complete the mission. There's no other way. Dead end? Yi Qinghan's eyes narrowed into slits. However, his expression became extremely calm. This time, he was completely at his wit's end. He couldn't be reborn from the flames. He would die in the flames. Chapter 499. Within the ancient Blue Dragon Castle, the courtyard where the firework tribe resided was silent. Everyone fell silent after understanding the situation. They each chose a place to cultivate, rest, or let their imaginations run wild. There was no doubt that this place was a place of death. However, many people were still fantasizing and hoping to find a way out. Many people began to cultivate, so that they could better survive in the coming days. Only by surviving would they have a chance. Of course, there were also some people who used cultivation to stop thinking too much. For example, Yi Qinghan. As someone who had lived 2 lives, coupled with the hardships he had gone through in the Fire Dragon continent, Yi Qinghan's state of mind had become unusually mature. However, this sudden situation was still a little difficult for him to accept. He could no longer enter the unfettered pavilion, which he relied on the most. His life was no longer guaranteed. In other words, he was already in a hopeless situation and was about to die. He was not afraid of death. It was just that he had never thought that he might die because of the existence of the unfettered pavilion all these years. Now that he was suddenly in such a predicament, no matter how strong his state of mind was, it would be difficult for him to accept it. Therefore, he chose to cultivate. He wanted to cultivate the divine power that he currently lacked the most and force himself to stop thinking about it. Elder Lu did not send any more messages. There were divine kings here, and perhaps even more powerful beings. If he exposed the unfettered ring, he might be assassinated before the demons could kill him. Elder Lu's understanding of the baleful Yin stream was about the same as Neo Potion's. Therefore, he chose to remain silent. Uncle Patian, it's been hard on you all these years. Let me take care of everything from now on. In a large room in the backyard, Neo Patian and Neo Huahua sat on a stone table. There were 2 divine generals standing guard outside. Neo Huahua looked at Neo Patian apologetically. However, there was no depression in her watery eyes. Instead, they were filled with a strong desire to fight. Miss Patian is useless. If the great elder was still alive, he would definitely not have let you be in such a dangerous situation. Now sigh. Neo Patian sighed helplessly. His expression and words revealed a tinge of self-blame and bitterness. Haha, since when was a disciple of the Thunder Clan afraid of danger? Since cousin wants me dead, then I won't die. Since he is afraid that I will fight for it, then I will fight for it. Uncle Patian, there is no need to worry. How can a small baleful Yin stream stop the advancement of the most talented disciple of the Thunder Clan? Neo Haiyan smiled faintly. Her confident and determined voice echoed in the room. She was like a sleeping phoenix that was slowly raising her proud head. Yes, young lady's lightning energy has already been cultivated to the 3rd stage. Ordinary demons can no longer harm young lady. Even if they encountered the Demon King, they would still be able to put up a fight. However, after a few rounds of fighting, it was unknown how many of the 2,000 people in the tribe would survive. Sigh. Neo Potion's eyes were filled with excitement, but when he thought of the people in the tribe, his expression darkened again. But Neo Hua waved her small hand and said, "There's no point in thinking too much about these things. Since it happened, what we have to think about isn't regret but how to remedy it. We can only try our best to protect them. Life and death are decreed by fate. Since you chose to come to the God realm, you must be prepared to die. 88th Team gather. We will leave the castle in an hour to carry out the demon hunting mission." 10 days later, a cold voice startled everyone in the courtyard. After this voice rang once, it went silent. After that, Neo Potion's voice rang out in the front yard. "Everyone, gather in the front yard and go out to hunt demons. If you are still in the courtyard after an hour, you will be killed by the army of the ancient castle. Gather quickly." Neo Potion's words were even more threatening than the previous voice transmission. As soon as he finished speaking, countless people rushed out of the rooms in the courtyard. All of them were armed and gathered in the front yard. Yi Qinghan also woke up from his cultivation. Without thinking too much, he picked up the slaughter god blade and walked to the front yard. "Everyone listen up. Once we leave the ancient castle, all of you must listen to young Lady Haiyan's orders. Anyone who disobeys will be killed. If you don't listen to her orders, it will be very easy for our team to be wiped out." Neo Patian shouted in a deep voice, causing everyone's heart to tighten. After that, Neo Patian continued to explain. "Every demon hunt in the stream of Een spirits will last for half a month. Within this half a month, we cannot return to the ancient castle. There is a possibility of encountering demons everywhere outside. If half of the Moon Queen does not die, she can return to the Blue Dragon ancient castle to rest for another half a month. Your mission is to protect yourselves outside. Of course, it will be even better if you can help us in battle." Neo Haiyan was not wearing her pink robe today. Instead, she was wearing an exquisite black battle armor. Her snow-white skin and perfect facial features were set off by the black battle armor, making her look even more beautiful. She held a cyan phoenix with staff in her hand. She didn't say much and her face was calm. She waved the wooden staff and shouted, "Let's go." Neo Haiyan took the lead and walked out. Neo Patian and the 9 god generals followed behind her. Everyone in the tribe walked out silently. There was not a single person in the countless courtyards outside. Most likely, they had already left the castle to hunt for demons. On the way, they met a few teams that were returning from outside. These people were very excited, as if they had survived a disaster. However, when they looked at the people of the firework tribe, it was as if they were looking at a group of dead people. Only when they glanced at Neo Haiyan, enchanting Queen Glamorous, and the other beauties did they reveal a slight pity. The team did not stop and walked directly to the main gate of the ancient castle. Rows of official army soldiers in black armor stood at the gate. The one leading them was the divine King Xiui. In half a month, the ancient castle's protective shield will be opened again. Now all of you, go out and hunt demons. All the official army soldiers looked very indifferent. Divine King Xiui said indifferently and waved his hand. The protective shield flashed, and he looked at everyone coldly, gesturing for them to go out. The inside and outside of the ancient castle were like two different worlds. The whistling sandstorm blinded everyone's eyes and chilled their hearts. Everyone walked out of the ancient castle and looked at the sandstorm in a daze. They were very perturbed. "Don't just stand there. Move forward quickly. We can't stand still in the baleful Een stream. We have to keep moving. Otherwise, our aura will attract a large number of demons and we will die. Divine General Neo Patian, bring 5 people to the back to hold the line. Let's go." Neo Haiyan's delicate voice sounded. Then she took the lead and ran forward. Her speed was neither fast nor slow. It was obvious that she was taking care of everyone's speed. The large group of people began to travel in the yellow sand aimlessly. Yi Qinghan walked at the front of the team. He held the slaughter god saber tightly in his hand and was ready to activate his absolute domain. If he continued to hide his strength in this place, he would probably die at any time. As he ran, he began to quietly move behind Neo Haiyan. Since Neopatian had chosen to hand over the command to this first stage Divine General Realm Girl, and he did not seem to be worried about her safety, he led his men to hold the line at the back. This could only mean one thing. This girl was the strongest person in the team. Staying behind the strongest person was the best guarantee of safety. Everyone stop advancing. Prepare for battle. Neo Haiyan, who was moving forward, suddenly stopped. Divine power surged from her body, and the phoenix-wood staff in her hand lit up. The two demon horns on her head emitted two rays of holy light. A white light beam shot out from the phoenix-wood staff and shot forward at lightning speed. The demons are here? Yi Qinghan narrowed his eyes. He circulated his divine power and looked into the distance. Chapter 500. In the blurry yellow sandstorm in front of them, there was a faint trace of black mist that was flying towards them along with the sandstorm. The black mist was still 1,000 meters away from everyone, but an evil, cold, and uncomfortable aura had already enveloped everyone present. Under the shroud of this aura, everyone felt a chill in their souls, and they couldn't summon the slightest desire to fight. They felt like a flock of lambs enveloped by a pack of ferocious and tyrannical aura of a pack of wolves, unable to even move. Swish. Neopatian and the 9 god generals had already rushed to Niu Huihua's side, when Niu Huihua shot out a white light beam. Their divine power surged at the same time, and the weapons in their hands shone brightly. They all spat out dozens of meters of colorful attack waves towards the black mist in front of them. The energy attacks of the god generals were extremely powerful. These attack waves contained terrifying energy, and even Yi Qinghan, who was 100 meters behind them, felt extremely pressured. One beam of light and 10 attack waves directly entered the black mist. The black mist, which was flying at high speed, suddenly slowed down. The black mist, which was originally 100 meters in radius, also shrunk by a third. This is a devil. Everyone, don't panic. Everyone, attack the black mist in front of you indiscriminately. You just have to remember, don't let the black mist get close. That is the aura of a devil. Once you are enveloped by it, you will instantly turn into a devil. Attack. Niu Huihua's black battle armor emitted a gentle black light that enveloped everyone. This light instantly made the chill in everyone's heart disappear. Everyone was shocked and overjoyed. They started to circulate the divine power in their bodies, forming all kinds of energy attack waves that flooded the black mist. It was obvious that everyone's attacks were like mud flowing into the sea. They didn't have much of an effect. Only a few peak stage heavenly god experts' attacks could shake the black mist. Yi Yaorao and Cleopatra's attacks were the most obvious. Niu Huihua, Neopatian, and the 9 god generals' attacks were able to slow down the black mist every time. The black mist visibly shrank, and the effect was the most obvious. Yi Qinghan's slaughter god saber slashed forward, spitting out a half-moon-shaped saber light. Together with everyone's attacks, it entered the black fog and disappeared without a trace, just like mud falling into the sea. However, what made Yi Qinghan slightly surprised was that every time he attacked, the slaughter god blade would emit a faint black light, just like when it was killing demonic beasts in the firework tribe. When Yi Qinghan released his divine sense to sense the slaughter god blade, he didn't feel any air being sucked in. This made Yi Qinghan extremely puzzled. After a few rounds of attacks, the black fog gradually dissipated, revealing a completely black figure in the yellow sand. The figure was more than 10 meters tall, and its entire body was covered in black scales, including its face and head. The scales expanded and contracted as it breathed in and out black mist. Its 2 eyes were the strangest. They had no pupils and were blood red in color. The 2 black curved horns on its head were also emitting black mist. SSSS. After being attacked by everyone, the demon was almost defenseless. It tried to charge forward a few times but was hit by Niu Huihua and the 10 god generals' attacks, causing its body to fall back in the air. It opened its mouth angrily, revealing a row of green teeth as it let out a weird cry. This demon's defense is actually so strong? Niu Huihua and Niu Potion's energy attacks were only sent flying and didn't cause any damage? Didn't they say that this demon only has the strength of a peak heavenly god? Yi Qinghan continued to shoot out a crescent-shaped blade light, which hit the demon's scales. However, it didn't seem to have any effect, and he started to feel strange. It's about time. Everyone stop attacking. Niu Huihua and Niu Patian looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Niu Huihua then raised his hand and signaled for everyone to stop attacking. Niu Patian stomped on the ground and soared into the sky. The white spear in his hand shone with divine light as it shot towards the demon. In the sky, the spear swayed and transformed into hundreds of spear shadows that pierced towards the demon's body. Wherever the spear shadows passed, the space trembled, and even the yellow sand in the air turned into dust. The spear shadows that filled the sky finally condensed into one, and the white spear's spearhead had already sunk into the demon's head between the two curved horns. Niu Patian reached out and pulled back the spear. Then, he turned around elegantly and flew towards everyone without a care. Tsk tisk. Under everyone's surprised gazes, the demon seemed to have been eroded. Starting from the head, it gradually turned into black dust. Finally, its entire body turned into black sand and was blown away by the wind. However, the two long curved horns weren't eroded and fell to the ground. A god general picked them up and gave them to Niu Huihua to put away. This was probably the token for killing the demon in exchange for points. Don't just stand there. In order to demonstrate how to kill the demon, we have already wasted a lot of time. I reckon that it won't be long before the demons swarm over here. Everyone, advance to the left with all your might. Niu Huihua's cold voice snapped everyone out of their daze. Everyone hurriedly followed Niu Huihua and sprinted to the left at full speed. In order to kill the demon, you must first use an energy attack to disperse the demonic aura around its body. If the demonic aura doesn't disperse, we will be instantly demonized even if we are attacked. Then, just like what Divine General Patian did just now, attack the area between the two horns on its head. This is the demon's fatal spot. Attacking anywhere else will be completely ineffective and won't cause any damage. Niu Huihua began to explain to everyone as she sprinted. Yi Qinghan finally understood that Niu Huihua and Niu Patian hadn't used their full strength just now. Instead, they had been demonstrating how to kill the demon. We've encountered a demon. All of you must first guard your hearts and not be affected by his aura. You must remember to keep your distance. Niu Yanhua's petite body was nimbly running in front as she was explained to everyone as she walked. At this moment, no one thought of her as a frail little girl anymore. She had already replaced Niu Patian in everyone's hearts with her extraordinary battle prowess, her calm demeanor, and her calm commentary. She had become the leader of the team in everyone's hearts. 2 hours later, everyone encountered another demon. This time, Niu Huihua and Niu Patian didn't hold back. The white beam of light shooting from the phoenix wood staff was clearly thicker than before. Everyone had only unleashed one round of attacks, but the demonic aura had already been completely dispersed by Niu Patian and the others. Niu Patian attacked again and easily killed the demon. It seemed so easy. Yi Qinghan thought to himself. If they kept killing demons like this, wouldn't they be able to earn 1,000 points easily? Furthermore, it didn't seem too dangerous. Yi Qinghan wasn't the only one who thought this way. Most of the team probably thought the same way. Their muscles relaxed slightly, and their expressions gradually calmed down. However, everyone's calmness didn't last long. Following Niu Huihua's angry roar, everyone tensed up again. Niu Huihua, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. Then, her expression became incomparably gloomy. Her beautiful eyes were filled with panic. Niu Potion's expression also changed drastically. All the godly generals' divine power surged at this moment, as if they were facing a great enemy. Everyone gather around me. There's a group of demons surrounding us. Once there's a chance, run for your lives. If you're lucky enough to escape, then gather 300 miles to the east. Remember, if any of your companions are demonized, kill them immediately. Otherwise, everyone will die. Chapter 501. We're surrounded? Everyone in the group was stunned, and then they were all horrified. One demon wasn't scary. With Niu Yaohua and the others around, they were absolutely safe. But if it was a group of demons, could they suppress them? If they couldn't suppress the demons, they would be demonized. That was death. Everyone was stunned for a moment before they collectively charged toward Niu Yaohua and Niu Patian. The two strongest experts on the battlefield had become the only two life-saving straws at this moment. When they were surrounded by the black fog, everyone felt as if they could smell the scent of death, and they looked around in fear. Yi Qinghan didn't look around, but kept staring at Niu Yahua. He saw that although her pretty face was incomparably solemn, she didn't seem to be panicking. Instead, her eyes shone with confidence. He felt slightly relieved. Among the thousands of people present, the only ones who could fight against the demon were Niu Huatian and the other 11 divine generals. If they couldn't handle it, then everyone would die. There was no exception. Hiss! There was black fog in all directions, and the sky was gradually shrouded by the black fog. The light in the field slowly dimmed, and the evil aura seemed to freeze everyone's bones. No one dared to breathe, or it could be said that they couldn't breathe at all. They felt their hearts beating faster and faster. In the end, many people were in a trance. Guard your heart and attack indiscriminately from any direction. 10 divine generals attack. Niu Yahua's black armor shone with a gentle light at the critical moment. Her soft voice was like a hammer pounding on everyone's heart, waking them up instantly. Then the phoenix with staff in her hand began to emit beams of light. The speed and intensity were much greater than before. Neopatian and the 9 divine generals each chose a direction to attack. A few people who reacted quickly also began to shoot energy attack waves in all directions. This demon aura is so terrifying. It's not even close, but it's already intimidating people. If it wasn't for Niu Yahua and the others, perhaps many people here would have been enveloped by the demonic aura unknowingly and become demonized. Yi Qinghan brandished a crescent-shaped blade radiance, but he felt extremely sullen. That's right, he felt aggrieved. He had already comprehended the laws to the God-General realm, but he did not have the time to cultivate his God power, so he was still at the second level of the heavenly God realm. Demons were shrouded in demonic aura, and soul chaos could not spread so far. Moreover, he did not know if soul chaos had any effect on demons. In other words, even if it could make a demon's soul dizzy for a while, who would dare to rush in and kill a demon instantly? The combat skills he relied on the most were completely useless in the face of demons who were surrounded by demonic aura. This was like a bladesman with exquisite saber techniques going up against a malicious spirit. No matter how good his saber techniques were, he would not be able to harm the malicious spirit at all. When a tiger bites a tortoise, how could he not feel aggrieved? Yi Qinghan was not the only one who thought this way. Many people present had the same thought. The strength of a peak heavenly god was not scary. With so many people here, even if there were 100 peak heavenly gods, the crowd believed that they could easily kill them. But for this demon, ordinary people with low strength couldn't hurt him at all. The combat strength that they were so proud of had completely lost its effect. This situation where they could only take a beating without being able to fight back made everyone very uncomfortable. In front of the demon, they were like defenseless scholars. This feeling was very aggrieving and powerless. However, they still kept releasing energy attacks, hoping to be of some help or to vent the dissatisfaction in their hearts. Aside from the god generals, the only people in the team whose attacks had an obvious effect were the 7 peak heavenly gods. Among them, Cleopatra, Yi Yaorao, and the golden dragon were the strongest. Yi Yaorao's sword radiance contained cold qi. Every time she released it, it would cause the black mist to freeze for a moment and shrink visibly. Under the powerful attacks of Niu Yaohua and the 10 god generals, the black mist did not continue to spread. Instead, it began to weaken. Everyone could vaguely see the yellow sand in the distance through the thin black mist. However, the expressions of Niu Yaohua and the others did not relax. Instead, they became even more serious. The combat power in the field was scattered, so the power of the attacks decreased. This meant that it would take more time to completely disperse a demon's aura. The longer he stayed in one place, the more demons he would attract. At that time, he would be surrounded, and it would be even more impossible for him to escape. After a while, Niu Yaohua made a decision. They could not wait any longer. Before these demons were killed, more demons would come. Everyone, get ready to break through. Remember what I said. Thunder Fury, go. As Niu Yanhua spoke, her body began to rise into the air, and the 2 small demon horns on her head lit up with dazzling light. Then 2 white beams of light as thick as arms suddenly shot out. These beams of light soared into the sky, penetrated the black fog in the space, and condensed into 2 white balls of light in the air. The 2 balls of light collided, and countless bolts of lightning shot out in all directions. Wherever the lightning passed, the black fog automatically dissipated, and countless small safe passages formed in the black fog in all directions. Whoosh! The moment the lightning descended, Niu Haohua and the 10 god generals rushed to the left at a frightening speed. In the blink of an eye, they were already 100 meters away. Everyone hurriedly circulated their divine power and followed. However, everyone was rushing in that direction. The safe passageway created by the white lightning was so small. How could it allow so many people to escape together? Feeling the black mist spreading again, the temporary safe passageway created by the lightning would completely disappear soon. Countless people began to turn around and rush to the small passageways in all directions. Yi Qinghan rushed to the front, but he was too slow. Niu Patian and the others could no longer be seen. They had probably passed through the black mist and escaped into the distance. Yi Qinghan circulated his divine power at full force and madly followed the white lightning that had yet to completely dissipate. Bang! Yi Qinghan suddenly felt a sense of danger, but before he could react, his body was suddenly swept by a huge force, and he was forced to fly to the side. And Yi Qinghan's eyes turned cold as he looked over angrily. He saw a golden dragon and a few divine beasts flying in front of him at high speed. It was obvious that Yi Qinghan's speed was too slow and blocked their escape route. The golden dragon slapped Yi Qinghan and sent him flying. Run! Yi Qinghan looked at the black mist that was spreading to his left. He didn't have time to curse. Running for his life was the most important thing. Every minute and second was extremely precious. The passageway was slowly shrinking. Soon, it would be completely covered by the black mist again. When that time came, it would be a dead end. Someone is being demonized. Help! Who can save me? Suddenly, countless screams and cries for help came from all directions. Obviously, those martial artists with low divine power and slow speed were being killed or demonized in time. Run! 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 At this moment, Yi Qinghan's eyes were bloodshot, and the blood in his body was boiling. Under the threat of death, all the muscles in his body were trembling. The white divine power in the divine crystal surged out, causing his speed to increase slightly. Chapter 502. 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters. At this moment, Yi Qinghan looked at the yellow sand in front of him. It was so cute. He was like a traveler in the desert who suddenly saw an oasis. SSS. In the next second, that patch of yellow was covered by a tall black shadow. Yi Qinghan recognized this person. It was a third-stage heaven god in the team. He was Cleopatra's subordinate. The strange thing was, this martial artist did not run away. Instead, he screamed excitedly and pounced towards Yi Qinghan. Although his speed was fast, his body was obviously stiff. There were traces of black fog coming out of his body. Most importantly, his eyes were bloodshot. A demonized martial artist? Scram for this young lord. At the critical moment when Yi Qinghan was about to escape, he was suddenly blocked. He immediately roared in anger. His body lit up with a demonic purple light. The slaughter god blade in his hand cut through the sky. With his boundless anger, it slashed towards that figure and landed directly on that tall martial artist's left shoulder. The chaotic soul did not seem to have any effect on this martial artist. This martial artist's body did not stop moving at all. This was out of Yi Qinghan's expectations. However, what surprised him even more was that the slaughter god blade suddenly lit up with a faint black light. The moment the blade touched the demonized martial artist, the black light flashed, and something strange happened. The black fog on the demonic cultivator's body surged towards the slaughter god blade in a frenzy. However, the demonic cultivator was still in a daze. Both of his hands were still in the position of brandishing the blade. It was as if he had been petrified. After that, the spot where his left shoulder and the slaughter god saber came into contact with each other, just like the demon who was hit by Neopatian for the first time. It started to corrode, and at a speed visible to the naked eye, his entire body turned into black dust. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into thin air. Yi Qinghan looked at the slaughter god blade in his hand in a daze. He did not understand what was happening. In the next second, he hurriedly snapped out of his daze. He looked at the black fog that was about to close up the tunnel in front of him. He could not care less about the shock and confusion in his heart. Run, run. After escaping from the area shrouded by the black fog, Yi Qinghan quickly glanced around and found that the black fog on his left and right were constantly spreading towards him. After the black fog behind him had completely shrouded the tunnel, it also quickly spread towards him. He didn't have much time to think about it. He continued to circulate his divinity and flew forward. Hiss, hiss. Occasionally, the miserable cries of cultivators and the strange cries of evil demons and demonized cultivators rang out like a death knell. Yi Qinghan knew very well that in this short period of time, at least half of the more than 2,000 people in the team had died or been demonized. Moreover, this number was constantly increasing. Perhaps in the next second, he would also become a part of this number. The only thing worth rejoicing over was that this group of demons were attacking the martial artists in the encirclement, and did not pursue the few martial artists that had escaped. He still had a chance to escape. Someone came out? As Yi Qinghan ran madly, he heard an air-piercing sound coming from behind him. He turned around and saw Yi Yaorao leading a dozen women charging towards him. Clearly, Yi Yaorao had slowed down a lot in order to take care of the people behind her. Apart from Yi Yaorao, the rest of the women all had ugly expressions on their faces. They must have been frightened earlier. This group of people was at least in the third heaven god realm. Their speed was slightly faster than Yi Qinghan's. After a short while, they had already surpassed him. They did not even look at him as they continued charging forward. Yi Qinghan followed behind the dozen women and kept moving forward. After more than 10 seconds, they had already left Yi Qinghan far behind, disappearing into the whistling cold wind and yellow sand. The visibility here was too low and he had no sense of direction at all. Yi Qinghan could only cover his head and continue running. Why are they back? After a short while, a dozen figures appeared 1,000 meters ahead. It was Yi Yaorao and the others who had left and returned. They were running back the way they came in a panic. Then they suddenly turned around and ran to the left. Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment and turned around as well. He followed them and ran to the left. As he ran, he looked in the direction they came from with his vertical eye. As expected, there was a hint of black in the yellow sand in that direction. It seemed like new demons had appeared in that direction. There was a blockade in front and pursuers behind. At this moment, Yi Qinghan wished he had 4 legs. His speed was too slow. The longer he stayed in this place, the more dangerous it would be. At the same time, he started praying in his heart that no more demons would appear in this direction. Otherwise, with his speed, if he turned back, he would definitely be surrounded again. Niu Huahua and the others had already disappeared without a trace. If he were to be surrounded again, he would definitely die. Hiss hiss. However, after a short while, a strange cry and a woman's terrified cry appeared in front of him. This made Yi Qinghan's heart sink to the bottom of the sea. More demons appeared in front of him? If it really was a demon, then he would definitely be dead. Why are you panicking? They are demons. Their attacks are not scary. Just send them flying. Remember, don't get entangled with them. Also, don't let them get close to you. If you get scratched by them, the demonic aura in their bodies will invade your bodies. You will immediately be demonized. Follow me and charge. A cold but pleasant voice could be heard. It was Yi Qinghan's voice. However, it made Yi Qinghan's eyes light up. Demons? Demonized martial artists? When he thought about the demonized martial artist who was instantly turned into dust by the slaughter god blade, Yi Qinghan felt a glimmer of hope. If the demons in front of him could also be killed by the slaughter god blade in an instant, then he would have a high chance of escaping. Charge, charge, charge. Yi Qinghan hurriedly ran forward. After more than 10 seconds, he could vaguely see countless squirming figures in front of him. With one look, he sucked in a breath of cold air. How many demonized martial artists were there? In front of him was a dense horde of zombie-like demons. At a glance, all he could see was a sea of blood-red eyes. These demonized martial artists' bodies were all very stiff. However, their speed was extremely fast. Black gas revolved around their bodies as they surrounded Yi Qinghan and the others. However, After these martial artists were demonized, they didn't seem to have the same martial techniques as before. They could only instinctively brandish their weapons, or use their jet black hands to charge blindly at Yi Qinghan and the others. At this moment, Yi Yaorao and more than 10 people formed an arrow formation. Their hands and bodies emitted waves of energy attacks, knocking away groups of demons that pounced at them. However, there were too many demons. Their speed was also very fast. Furthermore, demons kept jumping up and pouncing at them from the sky. Their speed of advancement became very slow. Big sister, you should leave alone. If this drags on, you will be dragged to death by us. Yi Qinghan's attack was very powerful. Her silver sword spat out a sword light that was more than 10 meters long. With just a casual sweep, the demons in front of her were all sent flying. Furthermore, all the demons that were swept by her had a layer of ice forming on their bodies. Their speed was obviously much slower. However, the attacks of the martial artists behind them were obviously much weaker. Often, when the demons were sent flying, the demons behind them would pounce at them again. If it wasn't for Yi Qinghan's help, they wouldn't have been able to advance at all. They could only deal with the demons that kept pouncing at them. In the end, they would die of exhaustion. Don't talk nonsense. If there is no other choice, I will leave. Follow me and charge. Yi Qinghan's cold face revealed a trace of bitterness. How long had it been since they left the castle? Out of her 100 subordinates, only the dozen behind her were left. As for these dozen people and herself, would they die in the next second? Or would they turn into these zombie-like demons in front of them? She quickly swung her sword and sent the 2 devil cultivator flying. However, she suddenly saw a shocking scene on her left. Her cold eyes suddenly revealed a trace of surprise and joy. The dozen or so women noticed Yi Yaorao's strange expression, and looked over as well. However, they could no longer tear their eyes away from her. Even the demon cultivators beside them had forgotten to attack. Their pretty faces all revealed a look of wild joy. This person is so powerful. He's from our tribe. I know him. He's coming over to us. He's here to save us. Looking at the dozen people who were overly excited, Yi Qinghan's eyes flashed with joy. The silver sword in her hand shot out a few sword lights in all directions, sending the demons that were pouncing at her flying. Then she shouted coldly, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and attack. Do you all want to die?" After waking up her subordinates, Yi Qinghan looked to the left again. This time, a trace of contempt flashed in her eyes. She snorted coldly and said, "He's obviously an expert, but he's pretending to be a second-tier heavenly god. He's pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. This man isn't any good either. None of the men are good." In the group of demons on the left, a cultivator in green clothes was holding a strange black long saber in his hand. He was drifting toward her with ease. The ferocious and terrifying demon dwellers in the surroundings were as if they were made of mud. As long as they were swept by his black long saber, they would all turn into powder. He was like an invincible god of war, walking easily in the midst of an army of 10,000. It was Yi Qinghan. "Miss Yi Qinghan, I'm Yi Qinghan. I want to cooperate with you." Yi Qinghan was like a sharp arrow. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived near Yi Qinghan and the others. His gentle smile made them feel even more friendly. Chapter 503. Cooperate. Yi Qianrao looked at the seemingly harmless and amiable man in front of her. She became even more wary of him. Although the attacks of these demons were not strong, their defenses were very strong. Their recovery speed was very fast. Usually after a stab, the wound would have already healed by the time you pulled it out. Furthermore, they did not have a soul and did not know pain. It was as if they had an immortal body. Unless you were a very strong martial artist, you would be able to turn the demons into dust in an instant and not give them a chance to recover. Just like Yi Qinghan. Yi Qianrao thought that since Yi Qinghan could kill the demons so easily, he was definitely a very strong martial artist. Furthermore, he was so strong that it was unimaginable. Coupled with the fact that Shou Kuang and a few hundred of his men had been annihilated in the firework tribe, Yi Qinghan had returned unscathed. Yi Qinghan was even more certain of this. Such a strong martial artist had disguised himself as a newbie, a second-stage heaven god. Unless there was something wrong with his brain, he must have some special motive. Furthermore, he had come over to ask to cooperate with her? If he was not pitying them, he must have some other motive. However, Yi Qianrao was very clear that the longer they stayed in this place, not only would the people behind her die, but she might also perish. After pondering for a moment, she tried to make her expression not as cold as before. She sent the demons beside her flying and said respectfully, "I do not dare to cooperate with you. However, I am extremely grateful that you are willing to take pity on us and help us to break out of this encirclement." Kiki. Yi Qinghan looked at Yi Qianrao's sparkling eyes and the dozen or so women who were extremely respectful and worshipping him. He knew that they must have thought that he was a strong martial artist. Originally, he was still thinking of how to explain this so that he could hide the changes in the slaughter god blade. Now it was even better. Without saying anything else, he waved the slaughter god blade around and led the way. At the same time he shouted, "Yi Qianrao, go to the defense array at the back. Everyone follow me." With the addition of Yi Qinghan, the pressure on the small team lessened. Their speed of advancement increased by many folds. Everywhere the slaughter god saber passed, the demons turned into dust. The dozen or so women didn't even need to attack. They only needed to follow Yi Qinghan and run forward. With Yi Yaorao protecting the rear, Yi Qinghan only needed to rush forward. This way, their speed was much faster. Yi Qinghan came to help them, of course, not because he was attracted by their beauty, nor was it because he was compassionate. Yi Yaorao's law of ice was extremely effective against the aura of the evil demons, second only to divine generals. Of course, Yi Qinghan knew that he wasn't an expert. He just wanted to travel with the Night Enchantress. If they encountered demons, with the Night Enchantress at the front, his chances of survival would be much higher. The dozen or so people were like a sharp sword, piercing through the demon dweller army that stretched as far as the eye could see. A large army of demons suddenly appeared here, but fortunately, there were no demons, otherwise they would not have been able to escape. Ayo! In the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the group had already advanced a few thousand meters. At this time, a shout from the right caught Yi Qinghan's attention. There seemed to be a martial artist in front of them trapped in the demon dweller army. Although it was a little far away and he couldn't see clearly, Yi Qinghan could recognize the martial artist just by hearing the voice. It was the four-clawed golden dragon. This way. Yi Qinghan narrowed his eyes slightly. He thought about how the golden dragon had slapped him when he was breaking out of the encirclement, which had almost killed him. A cold smile appeared on his face, and a fervent killing intent suddenly surged in his heart. The dozen or so women behind him thought that Yi Qinghan was going to rescue people again. They looked at Yi Qinghan with even more respect and admiration. As expected, in the front left, a golden dragon and 3 mythological beasts were fighting with the demons. The golden dragon spewed out golden dragon's breath, sending the demons in front of him flying. At this moment, his thick dragon tail was also releasing golden airflow, constantly swinging and attacking the demons behind him. The 3 mythological beasts beside him were also very fierce. The demons at the side couldn't even get close to them. However, mythological beasts were not like human martial artists. Their attacking methods were much worse. Moreover, they were more dependent on their innate magical powers and bodies. They weren't used to using weapons. Therefore, although their combat strength was fierce, it wasn't very effective against the demons. Their advancing speed was very slow. Moreover, the space in the baleful Yin stream was very unstable. The pressure in the air was very strong. The speed of flying in the air was much slower than running on the ground. The speed of mythological beasts running on the ground was far slower than flying. Therefore, the baleful Yin stream was the most hated place for mythological beasts that hadn't taken human form. The golden dragon and the 3 mythological beasts sensed something strange behind them. When they turned their heads and saw Yi Qinghan and a group of women rushing towards them, especially when they saw Yi Qinghan waving his long saber and turning the demons into dust, they were overjoyed. They knew Yi Qinghan. Of course, they were even more familiar with Yi Qinghan. When they were breaking out of the encirclement just now, the golden dragon had struck many low-level martial artists in the way. At that time, Yi Qinghan had his back to them. Therefore, they didn't recognize him at all. At this moment, they still thought that Yi Qinghan was here to save them. "My lord, please save us. We are willing to follow you and obey your orders." Although the golden dragon was very puzzled as to why Yi Qinghan's strength had suddenly increased to such a level, he didn't think much about it. At this moment, he was trapped in the demon's army. He didn't even know if he could keep his life. He didn't have time to think so much. Hee. I am here to save all of you. When Yi Qinghan heard this, the smile on his face deepened. He quickly killed the few demons beside him and suddenly increased his speed. He leaped high into the air and used the slaughter god blade to kill the few demons above the golden dragon and the others. Only then did he land in front of them. "Thank you, my lord." The golden dragon and the 3 mythological beasts thanked him immediately. They heaved a sigh of relief. "There's no need to thank me." Yi Qinghan suddenly turned his head and grinned. However, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Suddenly, his body lit up with a purple light, and the slaughter god blade slid backward at lightning speed. 4 blade shadows appeared and slashed at the golden dragon and the 3 mythological beasts. Buzz! The golden dragon was only at the peak of the heaven god realm. When he was suddenly attacked, his soul spirit was in chaos. Without a doubt, he fainted, let alone the other 3 mythological beasts. However, what shocked Yi Qinghan the most was that when the slaughter god blade slashed at the golden dragon, a black light flashed, and the golden dragon's soul spirit was absorbed. Originally, Yi Qinghan wanted to smash the golden dragon's divine crystal. However, there was no need for that now. Similarly, when the slaughter god blade slashed at the 3 mythological beasts, their souls were absorbed. A purple light flashed, and the slaughter god blade slashed across the 4 mythological beasts' heads. The golden dragon and the 3 mythological beasts were instantly killed. 4 divine crystals and 4 interspatial rings automatically fell off and floated in the air. "Ah, my lord! What are you doing?" The dozen women who had rushed over were stunned. They thought that Yi Qinghan was here to save them. After all, the golden dragon and the others were also from the fireworks tribe, and were considered to be on their side. They did not expect that they would be killed by Yi Qinghan in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the way they looked at Yi Qinghan suddenly changed from respect to awe and even fear. This little man is indeed not a good person. A trace of disgust and worry flashed across Yi Qianrao's eyes. She was even more wary of him now. Although the golden dragon and the others didn't have the restriction of being able to take human form, the chances of them dying in this place were extremely high. It was fine if Yi Qinghan did not come to save them. He could have let them die by themselves. However, he still wanted to end their lives prematurely. They were already about to die, but he still came over to kill them. "They have a grudge against me. Let's go." Yi Qinghan grabbed the 4 divine crystals and interspatial rings in the air. Without explaining much, he took the lead and rushed forward. As he charged forward quickly, he began to ponder to himself. There was something wrong with the slaughter god blade. In the fire dragon continent, the slaughter god blade had been stained with blood and killed many people. However, it had never absorbed souls before. After coming to the divine world, the slaughter god blade first started to absorb the souls of demonic beasts. After that, it started to absorb the black aura emitted by the demonic humans. But now, it started to absorb the souls of martial artists. Most importantly, Yi Qinghan felt that as the slaughter god blade mutated, his thoughts were also affected. His thoughts were also indirectly affected. Although the golden dragon had slapped him when he broke out of the encirclement, according to his usual personality, he would never suddenly kill him. Even if he wanted to kill him, he would not do it under such circumstances. However, just now his mind was filled with killing intent. His mind was filled with thoughts of killing the 4 divine beasts. Even now, the killing intent in his heart had not completely subsided. The slaughter god blade had become stronger, and it was affecting his state of mind. Yi Qinghan quickly thought through everything. The slaughter god saber had become extremely powerful, ridiculously powerful. How perverted was it to be able to absorb a martial artist's soul? God-tier martial artists had 2 basic things: soul and divine crystals. If the soul dissipated or the divine crystal shattered, the martial artist would be finished. Now, as long as the slaughter god blade hit a martial artist's body, it would automatically absorb the martial artist's soul and kill him instantly. How perverted was this ability? For example, if a god the arch was injured by Yi Qinghan's sneak attack, and his soul was absorbed by the slaughter god blade, that god the arch would also die instantly. This thing was simply too heaven-defying. Of course, Yi Qinghan did not know what the upper limit of the slaughter god blade's ability to absorb a martial artist's soul was. However, if a peak heavenly god could easily absorb a martial artist's soul, it would definitely not be a problem for a god general. This meant that, as long as the slaughter god blade sneak attacked, a god general could be killed instantly. While Yi Qinghan was overjoyed, he started to worry. In fact, he even had the thought of throwing the slaughter god blade away. This thing could actually affect his state of mind. He was very afraid that if he continued to use the slaughter god blade, would he become even more bloodthirsty? In other words, in the end, he would be completely demonized and become a madman who only knew how to kill. A moment later, Yi Qinghan made a decision in his heart. The slaughter god blade's perverted ability must not be exposed. If it was exposed, he would definitely die. Furthermore, he had to use it sparingly. Before he understood why the slaughter god blade could affect his state of mind, before he found a way to suppress the bloodlust in his heart, this blade was a double-edged sword. It might even kill him in the end. Chapter 504. Charge, charge, charge. Yi Qinghan brought more than 10 women with him as he ran. The visibility in this place was too low, and no one knew what was in front of them. They didn't know if there was an even greater danger waiting for them, so they could only go with the flow and temporarily leave this place. Yi Yao Rao and the other female martial artists had witnessed Yi Qinghan's terrifying battle prowess and his lightning-fast methods of instantly killing Golden Dragon and the others. In their hearts, Yi Qinghan had completely become a temperamental, abnormal powerhouse. Yi Qinghan did not say anything, so they did not dare to say anything else. They followed Yi Qinghan and sprinted forward. An hour later, they had successfully passed through the demon army. They continued to run at full speed for a while before they managed to shake off the demons completely. Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan turned his head to look behind him and suddenly called out, scaring the dozen women. "My lord, what are your orders?" Yi Qinghan's heart tightened. If Yi Qinghan could instantly kill Jin Long, then it would be easy for him to kill her as well. She immediately responded respectfully. "Scout ahead." Yi Qinghan knew that it was impossible to change their impression of him in a short period of time. He did not stand on ceremony and gave the order. "Yes, my lord." Yi Qinghan cursed in her heart. However, she did not dare to show it on her face. She shot forward obediently. She thought that a powerful cultivator like Yi Qinghan would have a much stronger divine sense than her. Yet he still wanted her to scout ahead? He had already exposed his strength earlier. Yet his movement speed was still as fast as that of a second-level celestial god. She had already secretly labeled Yi Qinghan as the kind of person who was psychologically perverted and liked to show off. Of course, Yi Qinghan was not pretending. His current speed had already reached his limit. However, forget the peak heaven god Yi Qinghan, even the 12 third-layer heaven god women could not match his speed. Seeing how fast Yi Qinghan was moving, the 12 women naturally did not dare to speed up. They could only deliberately slow down and run behind him. Fortunately, they did not encounter any demons or demon folk for a day and a night after they escaped from the acquiescence army. It seemed like he was lucky enough to break out of the encirclement. However, after walking for a day and a night, they did not encounter anyone from the fireworks tribe. This made Yi Qinghan extremely worried. It didn't matter if the others died, but if Niu Huatian and the 10 god generals died as well, then he would have no one to rely on in Baleful Een Stream. Although Niu Yaohua and the others weren't big trees, they were the only life-saving straw in their hands. However, this god-forsaken place was filled with sandstorms and the visibility was only 1,000 meters. Everyone was not familiar with the terrain of the Shady Fiend Stream, or rather completely unfamiliar. They couldn't even find the rendezvous point that Niu Yaohua had mentioned, let alone the location of the castle. "Sir, which way should we go now?" Every time they walked a certain distance, Yi Qingrao would turn around and ask Yi Qinghan which direction they should go. Although she hated Yi Qinghan very much, she did not doubt his strength at all. Hence, she started to get used to following Yi Qinghan's instructions. During this day and night, under Yi Qinghan's instructions, They did not encounter any demons or demon folk. She thought that Yi Qinghan had already used his powerful divine sense to scout out the area ahead. This way. Yi Qinghan glanced to his left and right before pointing in a random direction. The group started to move forward. However, this time, Yi Qinghan's luck ran out. After walking for a few kilometers, Yi Qingrao suddenly stopped in a panic. She turned around to look at Yi Qinghan but found that he did not say anything. After a moment's hesitation, she took a few more steps forward. However, she still felt a little uneasy and asked with uncertainty, "Sir, should we continue?" "What's wrong? What's the situation up ahead?" Yi Qinghan's abnormal behavior made Yi Qinghan a little wary and asked. Yi Qingrao glanced at Yi Qinghan angrily, as if she was blaming him for asking the obvious. "Sir, there is a black fog ahead. Based on the size of the black fog, it is most likely a demon. Should we continue forward?" She believed that since Yi Qinghan was so powerful, his divine sense must be extremely powerful as well. He must have already investigated the situation clearly. However, he did not say anything just now. She thought that he wanted to kill this demon for points. Based on Yi Qinghan's performance the day before, she believed that it would be very easy for Yi Qinghan to kill a demon. Hence, when she saw that Yi Qinghan did not say anything, she did not dare to turn around and run. However, she still reminded him with some worry. "Demon? You stupid woman. Why didn't you say so earlier? Run." When Yi Qinghan heard this, his expression changed and he turned to run. What a joke. That was not a demon, but a demon. Without Niu Huahua and the others, with Yi Qingrao's strength, she would definitely not be able to disperse the black fog. If she did not run, she would definitely die. Seeing Yi Qinghan turn around and run in panic, Yi Qingrao and the 12 women were dumbfounded. However, since Yi Qinghan had run, how could they not run? They hurriedly followed Yi Qinghan and ran like crazy. However, in their hearts, they believed that Yi Qinghan was a psychopath. He clearly had great strength, but he was pretending. "Yi Qinghan, bring me away. I'm too slow." Yi Qinghan quickly caught up to him and began to suppress his speed. Yi Qinghan's eyes darted around a few times. He hurriedly turned around and said to Yi Qinghan, "What's that? There's a problem with my strength. My divine sense, divine power, and speed are all suppressed to the second layer of the heaven god realm. I have no problem dealing with martial artists and demons, but my attacks are useless against demons. So you understand, right?" "What?" When Yi Qinghan heard this, she suddenly had the urge to curse. Her expression became even colder. "Why didn't you say such an important thing earlier?" Fortunately, she had asked for instructions earlier. Otherwise, if they had rushed over just like that, everyone would be finished. Without any hesitation, she stretched out a slender jade-like hand, wanting to grab Yi Qinghan's clothes and take him away. However, when she thought of Yi Qinghan's freakish strength, such an impolite action would definitely anger him. Finally, she stomped her foot and her expression changed a few times. Then she grabbed Yi Qinghan's hand and ran away. As expected of an ice beauty, this hand is icy cold, but it's so smooth and comfortable to the touch. As Yi Qinghan held Yi Qinghan's hand, he felt as if he was holding a piece of cold jade. Although it was a little cold, it was very comfortable to the touch. It was very smooth. However, he was very curious. Was this woman's entire body like this? If her lower body was also like this, that would be awesome. Awesome. After fantasizing for a moment, he suddenly got a shock. In such a dangerous situation, he actually had such perverted thoughts? It seemed like the slaughter god blade had not only made him bloodthirsty, but it had also made him lewd. This blade seemed to be a demonic blade. Or perhaps the person who created this blade was a bloodthirsty and perverted person, who could use the slaughter god blade to trick the user unknowingly. Chapter 505. After understanding that Yi Qinghan's divine sense was not as strong as hers, Yi Qinghan did not ask for his permission. She immediately pulled him along and started running. With Yi Qinghan's help, Yi Qinghan's speed started to increase significantly. He was basically on par with a third-layer sky god. However, the speed of the demon behind them was clearly a little faster than a third-layer sky god. When the group sensed the black fog getting closer and closer, and that cold and sinister aura starting to envelop them, they started to panic. Yi Qinghan, go and stop them. Your law of ice is very effective against the demon's aura. Moreover, you are very fast. When they come after us later, send 2 of you to bring me away. Yi Qinghan knew that it would not work if they continued like this. If the demon got any closer, that sinister aura would cause them to slow down even more. Yi Qinghan hurriedly let go of that slippery hand with some reluctance. Then, she turned around and sprinted towards the 12 women beside her. All right. My lord, please protect my sisters. Yi Qinghan nodded. She had also noticed this problem. She stopped and started to gather her divine power. Meanwhile, Yi Qinghan and the 12 women started sprinting forward. Swish! A silver snake-like sword chi with cold air shot towards the sword in Yi Qinghan's hand. It disappeared into the demon's aura behind them. The black fog clearly slowed down. Yi Qinghan used this time to escape at full speed. When the demon caught up to them, she shot out another sword chi to slow him down. After a few rounds of this, Yi Qinghan and the rest were already more than 10,000 meters away. When she felt that it was about time, Yi Qinghan released an even bigger sword chi. Without any hesitation, she charged towards Yi Qinghan and the rest. However, when she caught up to them, she saw a scene that almost made her go berserk. She saw her 2 sisters, Bingyu and Bingshui, hugging Yi Qinghan with one arm each. It was as if they were hugging him as they ran. Yi Qinghan stretched out his hands and put them on the shoulders of Bingshui and Bingyu with a face full of enjoyment. He moved his head close to their ears and breathed in their fragrance with his eyes closed. Occasionally, he would stretch his hands out and touch Bingshui and Bingyu's 2 towering peaks. He looked like an old whoremaster hugging 2 prostitutes from a brothel. It was obvious that Bingshui and Bingyu had been harassed by Yi Qinghan for a long time. Their cold faces were flushed with embarrassment. Their cold faces were flushed and full of embarrassment after being harassed by Yi Qinghan for a long time. Without Yi Yaorao, they did not have a backbone. Yi Qinghan was so powerful that they obviously did not dare to voice their anger. Sir, you can release them now. Yi Yaorao tried her best to suppress the anger in her heart. Her voice was cold and emotionless. She could not control the coldness that was leaking out of her body. The coldness immediately woke up Yi Qinghan. I'm ashamed. Thank you for your help. Yi Qinghan quickly retracted his hands and rubbed his nose. In his heart he felt ashamed. It seemed like the slaughter god Blade's influence had caused the evil thoughts in his heart to grow stronger. Looking at Bingyu and Bingshui running away like frightened rabbits, he despised himself even more. Madam, may I know your name? Yi Yaorao nodded at Bingshui and Bingyu to comfort them. Yi Qinghan. We have the same last name. You don't have to call me Lord, just call me by my name. Yi Qinghan followed the crowd and turned to look at Yi Yaorao. Sir Yi Qinghan, I would like to make a suggestion. If you do not agree, I will take my sisters and leave with you. Of course, if you are not satisfied, you can kill us. Although Yi Yaorao's words were respectful, her tone was still cold. She was prepared to make a request to Yi Qinghan. In other words, she was prepared to cooperate fairly. She did not want to listen to Yi Qinghan's orders. Yi Qinghan was very strong and could guarantee their safety. His movement speed was very slow and his attacks were useless against demons. He had to rely on himself. Therefore, she felt that she had the right to make a request to Yi Qinghan. She wanted them to cooperate temporarily. Although Yi Qinghan had their lives in his hands, if they were not equal, she would rather die than live in dishonor. Especially when she saw Yi Qinghan taking advantage of Bingyu and Bingshui. Haha. Yi Yaorao, I wanted to cooperate with you from the start. Go ahead. Yi Qinghan smiled awkwardly and said in embarrassment. That's good. Sir Yi, before you meet up with Miss Fireworks and Sir Patian, we can cooperate temporarily. Let's announce that we will help each other to defend against enemies. You are the leader, so we will listen to your orders. However, please respect us women. Don't suggest or do things that we are not willing to do. What do you think? Yi Yaorao saw that Yi Qinghan's attitude was very good, so her tone became slightly more tactful. Of course. Actually, due to some special reasons, my mood has changed a little recently. Sometimes, I can't help but do things that go against my will. For example, if you notice it, please inform me at the first moment. I solemnly apologize to you for my violation of these two beauties just now. This was not my original intention. Please believe me. Believe you as if. Yi Qinghan's honesty and sincere apology did not make Yi Yao Rao or the 12 women trust him at all. When did a man make a mistake? Didn't he swear that he had been blinded by lard for a while, and that he would not commit the same mistake again? Special reasons? Changes in mood? Who are you trying to fool? You're clearly a pervert, but you still want to wipe your mouth and pretend to be righteous. You're a whore, and you still want to maintain your chastity? However, although no one believed Yi Qinghan's words, his humble attitude made everyone's disgust for him lessen a little. All right. Let me formally introduce myself. Yi Yao Rao, human, peak heavenly god, cultivator of the law of ice. Yi Yao Rao let out a sigh of relief. She did not expect that Yi Qinghan would be so easy to talk to. Under normal circumstances, powerful people would have a natural sense of arrogance. They would never negotiate with someone who was not at the same level as them. Yi Qinghan, human. Temporary second-level heavenly god, but if I sneak attack, I can instantly kill a low-level heavenly general. Normal strength can instantly kill any peak heavenly god. But attacks are useless against devils. Yi Qinghan's introduction made Yi Yao Rao and the others suck in a cold breath. This person was too terrifying. His attack power was too strong. He could actually instantly kill a heavenly general. Although it was a sneak attack, a heavenly general and a heavenly god were not on the same level. A heavenly general could easily instantly kill a peak heavenly god. Moreover, his second-level heavenly god divine power could instantly kill any peak heavenly god. This alone was enough to shock everyone. It seemed like he was indeed a powerhouse. Moreover, he was at least a high-level heavenly general, or a god-king powerhouse. Due to some special reasons, his strength was suppressed. Chapter 506. Next, the 12 women introduced their names and their strength. Since they had formed a team, they had to know each other's strength and situation. In the following battles, they would work together better, and everyone would have a better chance of survival. The team began to wander in the yellow sand. What made everyone curious was that in the next 2 days, the team did not encounter a single demon or demon, nor did they encounter a single warrior. On the 3rd day, the team encountered another small group of demons. Yi Qinghan attacked domineeringly, and easily killed all the demons. Then they continued to wander. After that, the team encountered another demon. Following the previous strategy, Yi Qinghan intercepted them. Bing Yu and Bing Shui, who were the fastest, began to carry Yi Qinghan away. However, Yi Qinghan's body rubbed against the 2 women's bodies, and under the temptation of their fragrance, the evil thoughts in his heart began to stir again. His hands and body began to involuntarily move towards the 2 women. Bing Yu and Bing Shui could not bear the harassment, and in the end, they could not help but cautiously warn him. When Yi Qinghan heard the voices of the 2, he began to sober up and hurriedly apologized. However, after walking for a while, his hands began to misbehave. As for Bing Yu and Bing Shui, after observing, when they discovered that Yi Qinghan was misbehaving, their eyes became slightly blurred. After speaking, their eyes regained clarity, and their expressions were not fake. Coupled with Yi Qinghan's strange strength, the 2 women somewhat believed Yi Qinghan's words. However, Yi Qinghan did not believe it at all. In her heart, she still felt that Yi Qinghan was pretending. She even suspected that Yi Qinghan's strength was also a disguise. Deep down, she always believed that there was no good man, and men who knew how to pretend were even worse. Everyone stop. Yi Qinghan, who was running at high speed, suddenly stopped, and her expression became incomparably solemn. Then, she suddenly retreated, returning to the group's side. She also unsheathed the silver sword in her hand, and turned to Yi Qinghan and said, "There are 5 warriors in front of us, their strength unknown. However, their speed is very fast, and the weakest is a peak heavenly god." Yi Qinghan was also slightly stunned. His eyes narrowed as he quickly took out the slaughter god blade from his back. At the very least, a peak heavenly god? If that was the case, then his team's speed would definitely be faster than theirs. He could only wait and see. Xiao. Not long after, the sound of something tearing through the air resounded, and 5 black shadows rushed over. Obviously, they had discovered them, and were rushing straight for them. Wow, big brother, there are more than 10 beautiful girls. Haha, I like this cold one. The strongest is only a peak heavenly god. When did such a group of martial artists come to the Fiend stream? Oh. Oh right, it's the team that came in not long ago, right? Before they could even see who it was, a few arrogant voices rang out. Yi Qinghan's divine sense secretly swept over, and saw 5 tall and sturdy giants. All of them were more than 2 meters tall, and had explosive muscles all over their bodies. All of them were bald and had a full beard on their chin. They looked like a group of bandits. What should we do? Lord Yi? Yi Qianrao's divine sense was stronger than Yi Qinghan's. She immediately detected the strength of these people, and heard their blatant desire to possess them. Her face turned ugly as she quickly tugged on Yi Qinghan's robe, and transmitted a message to him. Bingyu and the rest looked at Yi Qinghan anxiously. At this moment, only Yi Qinghan could save them. Don't move and don't make a sound. I will deal with them. Remember, if they want to attack, you have to cooperate with me. Yi Qinghan narrowed his eyes as he tightened his grip on the blade in his hand. Who is the team leader? Get out here. One of the 5 people in the middle spoke. This person had a pair of triangular eyes, and one look was enough to tell that he was a ruthless person. His tone was also very impolite. Yi Qinghan checked, and realized that he could not tell the strength of the triangular eyes person in the middle. He estimated that he was at least a stage 1 god general. The rest were all peak heavenly gods. It seemed like these were the demon hunting teams from the Blue Dragon ancient castle. Yi Qinghan heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He turned the slaughter god blade around, and held it with both hands. He cupped his hands and said respectfully, I am the team leader. May I know what instructions you have for me? You are the team leader? The triangular eyes man was slightly surprised. This person's strength was the lowest among them, but he was the team leader. This made him slightly wary. Yes, these are my cheap wives. My father is a god king. Back then, he bought me more than 10 concubines. They are all my sex slaves. Yi Qinghan did not even look at Yi Qianrao and the rest behind him as he spouted nonsense. His expression was extremely flattering, and his face was full of smiles. He looked like a weakling. So you are still a dog **T young master. The triangular-eyed man slightly relaxed his vigilance, and began to size up the woman behind Yi Qinghan. Then a lewd smile appeared on his face as he pointed at Yi Qinghan. You can scram now, but leave your woman behind. The moment the triangular eyes man said that, Yi Qianrao and the rest's expressions changed. This person's strength was definitely at the god general realm. If Yi Qinghan did not care, they would definitely die. Furthermore, they would die in the most humiliating way of being raped and killed. My lord, this won't do. When Yi Qinghan heard that, he immediately put on a bitter expression. When he saw the 5 of them hearing his words, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He was so scared that his body started to tremble. He waved his hands and said in fear, My lord, look at my strength. Without their protection, I will definitely die. Why don't my lord bring me along? I will let you play with them. My father has already placed a soul contract on them. They will not resist no matter what I ask them to do. Is that so? When they heard Yi Qinghan's words, the 5 of them calmed down. They looked at each other and smiled lewdly. However, a vicious glint flashed across their eyes. One of them laughed. You're quite smart, kid. You can tell that my big brother is a god general. It will be very safe for you to follow us. Fine. Let your women come over and give us a good time. Then you can follow us from now on. This is good, this is good. Thank you, my lords. When Yi Qinghan heard this, his face lit up with joy. He quickly bowed and nodded to the 5 and cupped his hands in thanks. Then he turned to Yi Qianrao and the rest and said coldly, What are you standing around for? Hurry up and serve my lords. When Yi Qianrao and the rest saw Yi Qinghan's expression, they became extremely indignant. However, they did not resist. They twisted their waists and threw away the weapons in their hands as they walked towards the 5 of them shyly and indignantly. My lords, my name is Yi Qinghan. Let me introduce to you. Do you see that woman? She is from the cat lady race. Her body is soft and boneless. She is the most suitable for playing with old tree roots. I guarantee that you will not taste meat for 3 years. This is a fox lady. Yi Qinghan had a wretched smile on his face as he walked in front of the 5 of them. He even held the slaughter god blade under his armpit. At the same time, he glared at Yi Qianrao and the rest and shouted angrily, "What's with your expressions? Smile at my lords. Also, why are you standing there like idiots? Take off your clothes." Chapter 507. Haha. Not bad. Not bad. Yi Qinghan's performance caused the 5 of them to let down their guard. They did not care about a second-stage heaven god like Yi Qinghan at all. However, they could not be blamed for this. The strongest person present was a peak-stage heaven god. That god general could easily kill her with a flip of his hand. This was especially so for Yi Yaorao and the others. They began to slowly take off their white clothes, revealing their snow-white skin. Their eyes were filled with intoxication and thirst, and their lower bodies were visibly swollen. This was the moment. Yi Qinghan suddenly narrowed his eyes. A cold light flashed across his eyes as his lips curled into a sinister smile. He activated his shadow step at high speed, and his body lit up with a bewitching purple light. The slaughter god blade turned into a bolt of lightning and created a whirlwind as it slashed towards the triangular-eyed expert in the middle. Chi. The wind rose and the blade fell. As expected, the slaughter god blade landed heavily on the triangular-eyed expert's head. Moreover, as they were so close to each other, his soul spirit was affected a little. He only had time to move his head slightly to the side and raise the weapon in his hand. The slaughter god blade had already landed on his head, and a black light lit up. The soul spirit in his mind only froze for a short while before it was sucked into the slaughter god blade's black light. Once the soul spirit was destroyed, the god general was dead. As for the 4 peak stage heaven gods, it was much simpler. When the god general was killed, their soul spirit was still in a state of chaos. The slaughter god blade turned and slid across their necks. 4 heads floated in the air and landed on the ground. 4 pairs of eyes were still fixated on the moment they saw Yi Yaorao and the rest taking off their clothes. Their eyes were filled with lust. Qi. Yi Yaorao and the 12 women knew that Yi Qinghan was very powerful. However, in the blink of an eye, he killed a god general and 4 peak stage heaven gods in an instant. She stood there dumbfounded, even forgetting to close the robe that she had taken off halfway. Half of her body was exposed, and she looked at Yi Qinghan with a dazzled look. "What's that? If you don't close your clothes, I'm afraid my old habit will act up again. Don't blame me if I violate you at that time." Yi Qinghan chuckled and gazed deeply at Yi Yaorao's perfect half-naked body. He collected the god crystal and the 5 spatial rings that were floating in the air. Then he took out 2 peak heavenly god divine crystals and a spatial ring and tossed them to Yi Yaorao. When Yi Qinghan and the others heard Yi Qinghan's teasing, they immediately felt as if their faces were on fire. Even Yi Qinghan, who always had a cold expression on her face, couldn't help but blush. She quickly put on her clothes and only recovered after a long time. Seeing Yi Qinghan toss over 2 divine crystals and a space ring, he asked in confusion, "Lord Yi, what are you doing? This is your bonus. Without your meticulous performance, we wouldn't have been able to kill them so easily. Take it. Since we are working together, of course there will be bonus." Yi Qinghan smiled slightly. He had struck it big this time. A god general's interspatial ring would definitely contain countless treasures and divine stones. What's more, just 2 heaven god divine crystals and 1 god general divine crystal would be worth 1,000,000 divine stones. It was no wonder there were so many god bandits in the divine realm. Ah. Yi Yaorao's expression only revealed a sliver of surprise. However, the 12 ladies of the Ice Rain divine crystal were screaming in excitement. A peak stage heaven god divine crystal was good stuff. Every piece was worth a lot of money. As a peak stage heaven god, there would definitely be a lot of wealth in their interspatial rings. Yi Qinghan had actually given them so casually. According to Yi Yaorao's character, she would definitely split the treasures equally among them. The divine stones that each of them would receive would definitely not be a small amount. At that moment, the 12 ladies looked at Yi Qinghan with a different look in their eyes. There was even a hint of passion in them. Although Yi Qinghan looked like a pervert, he had not done anything overboard. What's more, if it wasn't for Yi Qinghan just now, they would have been in a terrible state. Now, Not only had he saved them, but he had also received a large sum of divine stones. How could they not be excited? Even Yi Yaorao was beginning to suspect that her initial impression of Yi Qinghan had been a little too extreme. Could Yi Qinghan be a good man that was about to go extinct in the world? However, a moment later, she saw Yi Qinghan's gaze pausing on her chest as he revealed a dazed look. He immediately rejected the idea he had just now. She snorted coldly as she turned and ran into the distance. At the same time she shouted, "My lord, have you seen enough? Why aren't you leaving? Are you waiting for their comrades to come after you?" "Ihi. Lord Yi is leaving." Although Bing Shui's name was very cold, she was the most open-minded among the group of ladies. At that moment, she saw Yi Qinghan being startled by Yi Yaorao's cold snort. Her face was full of embarrassment as she threw him a flirtatious look. She reached out and pulled Yi Qinghan's arm. Her full breasts pretended to carelessly touch Yi Qinghan's arm. Then, she chased after Yi Yaorao with a smile on her face. In the afternoon, the team was very lucky to not encounter any more demons, devils, or martial artists. After a few days of treacherous journey, the 12 ladies gradually stopped frowning. Instead, they started to talk and laugh. They were very clear. They could die at any time in this place. Whether they could survive or not depended entirely on their luck and character. Because of the existence of Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao, they now had a backbone. They decided not to worry so much, and their moods were much more relaxed. Yi Yaorao was scouting ahead. Her divine sense was always covering a radius of a few thousand meters. There was no other way. Her divine sense was the strongest in this place. She was duty-bound to carry out this scouting mission. Although Yi Qinghan was being led by Bing Yu and Bing Shui, he forcefully suppressed the evil thoughts in his heart. He quietly followed the rest of the group as they wandered in the desert. He was thinking about the battle in the morning. In this place, he had lost Elder Lu's help and the guarantee of safety from the carefree pavilion. After a few days of experience, he understood. He was no longer the invincible Yi Qinghan of the Flame Dragon continent. In this place, he could die at any time. Hence, he was thinking about how to improve his strength in the shortest time possible, so that he could deal with the upcoming dangerous situation. Strength was divided into many aspects: attack, defense, movement speed, divine power, and divine sense. There was no need to consider attack and defense for now. These aspects were very difficult to improve. If he wanted to improve it, he would have to rely on his understanding of the laws. However, he did not have the time to cultivate the laws now. Furthermore, because of the existence of the Slaughter God Blade, his attack power had reached a terrifying level. Hence, he did not need Cowley to increase his attack power for now. As for defense, he had always believed that attack power was the best defense. Hence, the only things he could improve now were his movement speed, divine power, and divine sense. Divine sense was very important. It allowed him to discover the enemy earlier and formulate a battle plan. Whether to fight or to escape, how to fight, etc. However, divine sense was linked to the soul spirit. Cultivating the soul spirit was not something that could be improved in a short time. Hence, there was no need to consider this. To increase his divine power, he needed spirit herbs and to meditate. At this moment, he was in constant danger. Even if he had the courage to buy spirit herbs, he would not dare to meditate. Hence, the only thing he could consider was his movement speed. Movement speed was very important. This place was very dangerous. If he was fast enough, he could at least escape. At the very least, he had to think of a way to increase his speed to be slightly faster than the demons. This way, if Yi Yaorao died in battle or separated from him, he would still have the ability to escape. However, movement speed was linked to the strength of one's divine power. The stronger one's divine power, the faster one's movement speed would be. The divine world's spatial restrictions were very strong. Hence, flying was much slower than running. Hence, unless one reached the God King realm, or had a deep understanding of the spatial laws, no one would choose to fly. What he cultivated was the spatial laws. If he had a deep understanding of the spatial laws, his speed would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. However, he did not have the time to comprehend it now. After thinking about it, Yi Qinghan felt that he had reached a dead end. What a headache! Yi Qinghan raised his hand and wanted to rub his temples out of habit. However, his left hand accidentally touched Bing Shue's perky breasts. This caused Bing Shue to roll her eyes again. Seeing this, Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose in embarrassment. A trace of craftiness flashed across her eyes. She slightly puffed out her chest and teased him. Lord Yi, are you unable to control yourself this time? Or are you being careless? Chapter 508. Well, I must be careless. Of course, if you continue to seduce me, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself next time. Yi Qinghan smiled. He was very familiar with the wind matrix, so he was not afraid at all. Moreover, he had not touched a woman for so long in the divinity realm, so he was itching to do it. Oh, Your Excellency, stop joking. It's very dangerous here. Bing Xue burst into laughter. She did not dare to tease Yi Qinghan anymore. It was so dangerous here. She became serious again, and lowered her head to avoid looking at Yi Qinghan. But when she saw his strange steps, she could not help asking the question that had been bothering her for a long time. Your steps are so strange, Your Excellency. Can you tell me what kind of secret skill it is? Shadow Step. It can help me dodge the enemy's attack in a small area. Yi Qinghan took a look at Bing Xue's proud breasts and explained. In his heart, however, he was secretly thinking that if he could return to the castle alive, it seemed that he could have a friendly match with her and have a spiritual and physical intercourse or something. However, speaking of the shadow step, he suddenly thought of something, and his eyes suddenly lit up. There seemed to be 3 levels of shadow step, and he had only comprehended the first and the second level. The second level was almost like teleportation, which could not be used in the divinity realm. Where was the third level, so close, yet worlds apart? If he succeeded in cultivating it, would his movement speed be faster? Ever since he had mastered the second level of shadow step, Yi Qinghan had never had the time to practice the third level. So close, yet worlds apart. Later on, when he reached the god tier and learned how to teleport, there was even less need for him to practice the third level. Now in the divinity realm, the binding force of space and gravity were too strong, so flying was a problem, let alone teleportation. Only then did Yi Qinghan think of so close, yet worlds apart. Shadow Step was created by Yi Ruoxue, but she had not mastered the third level. Because when Yi Ruoxue created the Shadow Step, she had already reached the deity level. With the ability to teleport, there was no need for her to cultivate so close, yet worlds apart. Thus, he had only proposed this theory for the clan's disciples to ponder over and comprehend it themselves. Although Yi Qinghan wasn't sure whether or not he would be able to cultivate the so near, yet worlds apart in the end, he still decided to give it a try. This was the best time to train in it. Now he was running all the time, and when he was training in Shadow Step, he would be running all day. Shadow Step was actually a simple application of the space law. Back then, he had comprehended the second level of Shadow Step, shift transposition, and stepped into the door of the space law to reach the Emperor realm. Although Yi Qinghan had comprehended 3 out of the 5 basic profound mysteries of the laws of space, comprehending this simple shadow step was still a piece of cake for him. For the next few days, Yi Qinghan was completely immersed in cultivation. Along the way, they encountered a few demons and a group of demons. When they encountered demon Yi Yaorao, they immediately ran away. When they encountered demons, they immediately started fighting. The slaughter god saber danced chaotically as it swept across the area. After that, they continued to immerse themselves in the cultivation of so near, yet worlds apart. Did Lord Yi change his sex these few days? He actually didn't harass you guys? That's right. What's wrong with Lord Yi these few days? He doesn't seem to be cultivating. He is always silent, and he would occasionally laugh foolishly. I think he is cultivating a type of secret technique. Look at his footsteps, they are becoming more and more mysterious. It is definitely a very mysterious and powerful secret technique. On the contrary, I feel that Lord Ye's current expression is very charming. He is so strong, and he is a good person. Bing Xue, you have to make good use of him. Yi Qinghan's strange behavior caused the 12 women to make guesses. They watched as Yi Qinghan remained silent all day. Occasionally, he would nod his head as though he was deep in thought. Occasionally, he would even laugh foolishly. His footsteps were becoming more and more mysterious. Sometimes his movements would even cause everyone's eyes to blur. They couldn't help but start to discuss while they were walking in boredom. As for Bing Xue and Bing Yu, they had gotten used to Yi Qinghan's molestation and harassment. Now, Yi Qinghan's sudden change made the two slightly uncomfortable. What is this guy doing? Humph. He is so mysterious. He must be planning something bad again. Yi Qianrao was also very puzzled by Yi Qinghan's strange behavior. However, she didn't think much about it. Instead, she became even more vigilant against him. She was also very anxious. It had been almost 10 days, but they still hadn't found Niu Yaohua and the others. Although these days were more daunting than dangerous, they couldn't find the way back to the ancient castle if they couldn't find them. She had been using her divine sense for such a long time. She was mentally and physically exhausted. Someone is here. It seems like they are fighting. Suddenly, her spirit tightened, and her face instantly became dignified. Her figure paused, and she waved her hand to signal the people behind her to stop and prepare for battle. However, her divine sense radiated to the greatest extent, and began to explore. Yi Qinghan was woken up by Bing Yu's call. He looked at Bing Yu in surprise and smirked. What's the matter, beauty? Did you miss me? My lord. Bing Yu was not as open as Bing Xue. She said shyly. There is a situation in front. Oh. Yi Qinghan looked at Yi Qianrao, who had a serious expression on her face. He pulled out the slaughter god saber from his back, and sent a voice transmission over. What's the matter? Yi Qianrao. What's the situation? There are two groups of people fighting in front. It is too far away and I can't see what is going on. Yi Qianrao looked back and sent a voice transmission over. All of you wait here. I will go and investigate. If I don't come back in 5 minutes, all of you will leave with Yi Qianrao. Yi Qinghan knew what Yi Qianrao was worried about. There were two groups of people in front of them. It was possible that one of them was on their side. However, she didn't dare to go near to investigate. If those two groups didn't have any people on their side, it was very likely that they would cause trouble for themselves. As soon as he finished speaking, he used a faintly discernible footwork. His body turned into a bolt of lightning as he flew forward. He actually formed many afterimages, which were similar to the Hua family's afterimage clone technique. However, his speed was still as fast as before. It was obvious that he hadn't mastered so close, yet worlds apart. Or perhaps it was useless in the divine realm, and couldn't increase his speed. You guard them. I will go and investigate. If I don't come back in a while, you can bring them away. In a few breaths, Yi Qinghan arrived beside Yi Qianrao. He looked at her cold and elegant face and smiled faintly. Yi Qianrao was very clear that if Yi Qinghan went to investigate, it would be better. On the surface, his strength was only at the second stage of the heaven god realm. Those two groups definitely wouldn't take him seriously. However, it was still very dangerous because his speed was too slow. If someone wanted to kill him, it would be very difficult for him to escape. Looking at Yi Qinghan's delicate face and the gentle smile in his eyes, she couldn't help but feel a strange feeling welling up in her heart. She nodded and said, "All right, you be careful." Oh. The icy beauty actually knows how to care about people? Yi Qinghan exclaimed in surprise. When he saw Yi Qianrao's expression turn cold again, he quickly smiled and his body turned into several afterimages as he flew forward. At the same time, he started to extend his divine sense forward. Yi Qianrao, hurry up and bring people over. Prepare for battle. It's Niu Huahua, Niu Patian, and the others. Let's go and help them. Damn it. How did they offend so many experts? After a while, Yi Qinghan's voice transmission jolted Yi Qianrao. A hint of joy also appeared on her cold face. The silver sword in her hand danced in the air, emitting a cold aura. After sending a voice transmission to Bing Yu and the others, she turned into a flood dragon and flew forward. Chapter 509. Wait. Yi Qinghao. Yi Qinghao had just taken a few steps forward when Yi Qinghan's voice transmission came again. Then, she realized that Yi Qinghan had started to turn around and run back. What's going on? Yi Qinghao looked at Yi Qinghan in surprise. She did not know what he was doing. Send a voice transmission to Bing Xue and the rest. Tell them not to come over first. Yi Qinghan did not say much. Instead, he pulled Yi Qinghao's hand and started to run to the side. Although Yi Qinghan was a little angry that Yi Qinghan had suddenly grabbed her hand, she did not resist. She knew that Yi Qinghan would definitely not take advantage of her for no reason. Thus, she obediently sent a voice transmission to Bing Xue, and the rest to wait. After walking for 1,000 meters, Yi Qinghan suddenly took the slaughter god blade, and made a cut on his arm. Then he wiped the blood on Yi Qinghao's face and body. He did not hesitate to mess with Yi Qinghao's clothes and hair, making them look very messy. What are you doing? Yi Qinghao was shocked by Yi Qinghan's sudden self-mutilation. By the time she reacted, she was already in a very sorry state. She could not help but stare angrily at Yi Qinghan. I don't have time to explain. Right now Lady Fireworks and the rest are in danger. You have to cooperate with me and create an opportunity for me to sneak an attack. Later on you will. Yi Qinghan's lips curled into a sinister smile. Then he started to send a voice transmission to Yi Qinghao. Then he sent a voice transmission to Bing Xue and the rest. Then he turned to look at Yi Qinghao and said, "Do you understand? You are too sinister. Being your enemy is a very painful thing." Yi Qinghao looked at the sinister smile on Yi Qinghan's face. Her body trembled and she felt a cold breeze blowing on her back. Hee. Let's go. Remember to act well. Yi Qinghan laughed and immediately turned around. He carried Yi Qinghao on his back and started to run towards the center of the battlefield. As expected, Yi Qinghan was secretly surprised when he felt the cold air coming from the slightly coy and delicate body on his back. This Yi Yao Rao's entire body was icy cold. However, this kind of cold air did not hurt anyone. Instead, it gave off a comfortable feeling, as if one was touching cold jade. As he ran, Yi Qinghan could feel the shocking sensation of the delicate body on his back, and the soft thigh that was wrapped around her. The evil thoughts in his heart began to surge uncontrollably. In ancient times there was a fusion of yin and yang. Now that he was fusing with Yi Yaorao, this was the true fusion of yin and yang, the fusion of water and fire. He did not know what kind of ecstasy it would feel like when his hot body entered her cold, winding path. Lord Yi, you seem to have suffered from qi deviation again. Rushing over like this, are you prepared to die? Yi Yao Rao lay on Yi Qinghan's back, feeling a masculine aura that she hadn't felt in a long time. A strange feeling welled up in her heart. Then she felt that Yi Qinghan's body was getting hotter and hotter. His breathing also became slightly hurried. The hand that was originally wrapped around her thigh also began to move towards the inside of her thigh. Her expression immediately became extremely ugly. She almost raised her silver sword and stabbed Yi Qinghan. She let out a long breath and suppressed the anger and shame in her heart. She gritted her teeth and transmitted her voice to Yi Qinghan. Really? I'm sorry, the evil thoughts in my heart have been getting stronger and stronger recently. It looks like I need to properly stabilize my state of mind. I'm very sorry, Miss Yi Qinghan. Believe me, I definitely did not do it on purpose. Yi Qinghan hurriedly withdrew his stealthily moving hand and spoke in a very serious manner. However, he secretly made a decision in his heart. If he could return to the ancient castle this time, he would definitely vent the evil thoughts in his heart. Otherwise, he would definitely suffer from qi deviation if he continued like this. You two bastards, you won't be able to escape. Hey evil creatures, where do you think you're going? Put down the treasures and I'll spare your lives. After Yi Qinghan and the others had walked for a while, Bing Yu and the others were running towards them. However, all of them were holding weapons in their hands, their faces filled with anger. All of them looked around and finally locked onto Yi Qinghan and Bing Yu, shouting in surprise and anger. It was obvious that this was a self-directed play by Yi Qinghan. His goal was to create an opportunity for him to launch a sneak attack. Neopatian was very anxious and angry, looking at the martial artists that were coldly surrounding them, as well as the dozens of corpses on the ground. His heart felt like it was on fire. That day when they were besieged by the demons, Niu Huahua had used up most of her divine power and soul force to release the fury of thunder, opening up a temporary safe passage for everyone. A small portion of the martial artists had escaped. These past few days, they had been constantly roaming around, looking for martial artists that had luckily escaped. Nearly 100 people had gathered, But today, these 100 people had only been fighting for an hour and half of them had already died. They hadn't died to the demonic aura, hadn't died to the claws of the demonic humans, but had died to the demonic hunters. They hadn't died to the foreign races, but to the blades of their own race. Hand over that young girl. Otherwise, your entire army will be annihilated today. Haha. The other side's leader was a short martial artist with dark gold eyes. A thick dark gold tail grew from his back, and his hands were abnormally thick, like two eagle claws. Neopatian recognized him at a glance. This person was one of the ancient races of the god realm, the Wipwa tribe. As one of the ancient races, the Wipwa tribe and Neohuahua's race had been enemies for generations. He easily recognized Neohuahua, who was lying on Neopotion's back. He also knew the importance of Neohuahua's body, so he decisively ordered his subordinates to attack and snatch Neohuahua. Neohuahua's race was very ancient, and there were very few descendants left. Moreover, Neohuahua's appearance was similar to that of a very powerful race in the god realm, the Thunder tribe. Most people wouldn't be able to recognize her true identity. However, they didn't expect to encounter the Wipwa tribe, which was also on the verge of extinction. Most importantly, this person was a peak godly general Wipwa tribe expert, and he had more than 20 godly generals with him. Uncle Patian, hand me over to them. You guys run. We won't be able to escape. Neohuahua's lips curled into a bitter smile, and her face was very pale. She had expended a great deal of her divine power and soul power to unleash her thunder fury. Then, she had been seriously injured in a battle, and now she couldn't even muster a trace of energy. She was well aware of the strength of the Wipwa tribe, and that if they continued to fight, the dozens of people around her would all die. No one would be able to escape. Although the other side didn't have many people, they were all godly generals. They only had 10 godly generals on their side, and 3 of them were already injured. Most importantly, their leader was a peak godly general Wipwa tribe expert. Not only were the Wipwa tribe extremely strong in attack and defense, but they were also much faster than martial artists of the same realm. There was no way they could escape. Miss, what are you talking about? You can't die. Master is still trapped in the dragon extermination pool, waiting for you to become stronger and rescue him. You still have many important things to do, and you haven't reclaimed the glory that belongs to you. How can you die like this? We won't let you die even if we have to die. Neopotion's eyes were bloodshot, and he was like an angry wild beast. His body trembled, and he bent over, panting. He didn't even look back as he growled at Neohuahua, whose face was as pale as snow on his back. It's useless, uncle. The Wipwa tribe is too fast, and you are no match for them. We can't escape. Father, Huahua, is useless. I might have to go first. Neohuahua smiled sadly, and murmured in a daze. Her pale face was full of despair. It seems that you won't give up until you see the coffin. Kill them. The leader of the Wipwa tribe slammed his long tail, which was as thick as an iron whip, heavily on the ground, creating a deep trench. He waved his claw-like hand, and the 20 or so god generals who had surrounded the group sneered at the same time. Their divine power surged, and they surrounded the group. Swish. At this moment, a figure came running from afar, and it caught everyone's attention. Both sides smiled when they saw who it was. Neopatian and the others smiled bitterly, while the group led by the Wipwa tribe smiled mockingly. Yi Qinghan's running figure suddenly came to a halt, and his face was full of shock. Yi Yaorao, who was pretending to be seriously injured, looked as pale as snow, just like someone who was seriously injured and on the verge of death. F***ck. More than 20 god generals? This is too much. Yi Qinghan cursed in his heart. At this moment he had the urge to turn around and leave. He originally wanted to rescue them, but now he and Yi Yaorao were trapped. Sneak attack. Sneak attack? Sneak attack my ass. They were all god generals, and the god general with the tail had an extremely terrifying aura. Even if he just stood there and let him kill him, it would be difficult to kill him. Chapter 510. What do we do, Mistress Yi? Are we still acting? Or running? Although Yi Qianrao's voice was still cold, there was a slight tremor in it. She was clearly nervous, or perhaps afraid. If they didn't save Neo Yaohua and the others, their tree would fall, and they wouldn't be able to survive in baleful stream. But if they wanted to save them, what could they do? Although Yi Qinghan could instantly kill a god general with a sneak attack, there were more than 20 god generals present. If they attacked, they would definitely become the focus of the group of god generals. No matter how strong Yi Qinghan was, he would still die in the end. I don't know what to do either. Yi Qinghan was also confused. He had thought that Neopatian and the others were fighting and that they could sneak up on them to help. Now he realized that wasn't the case. Neopatian and the others were at an absolute disadvantage and were about to be killed. If he let his men in now, he would be sending a few more people to their deaths. What are you two waiting for? Let's go. Neopatian handed Neo Yahua over to a god general beside him. He shook his spear and charged toward a god general who was attacking them. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to Yi Qianrao and Yi Qinghan, ordering them to run. Ha! Sirs, we are just passing by. Just passing by. Continue, we'll be leaving first. When Yi Qinghan heard Neo Potion's transmission, a charming smile appeared on his face. He nodded and bowed to the group, then carried Yi Qianrao on his back and ran. It was clean and efficient, without the slightest hesitation. Transmit a message to Bingxue and the others. Tell them to head to the left. Yi Qianrao didn't hesitate when she heard Yi Qinghan's transmission. Bingxue and the others were scared out of their wits. They quickly turned and ran. Cowards! Useless! You have no sense of brotherhood. Yi Qinghan and Yi Yarao had decisively fled. Although the people of the firework tribe felt that this was the best choice, and that there was nothing wrong with them running away, most of them still felt slightly uncomfortable in their hearts. They started to despise them, and some of them even cursed under their breaths. This was not to say that they were all vile people. Their characters were bad. This was just a natural thought born from the selfish instinct in their hearts. Selfishness was the root of human nature. They were all members of the same tribe, but they were about to die. They couldn't even run away. Seeing Yi Qinghan and Yi Qinghan turn around and run without any hesitation, they would naturally feel extremely unbalanced. Naturally, they would feel resentful and uncomfortable. They had thought of escaping, but those who tried to escape were mercilessly killed by the surrounding god generals. The remaining people were basically all peak heavenly gods and third-level heavenly gods. Against a heavenly general powerhouse, they had no chance of escaping. He only stayed close to Neopatian, hoping for a miracle to happen. The experts led by the Wipwa tribe were probably worried that Neopatian and the others would counterattack or self-detonate when they were in a desperate situation. Therefore, they did not attack too fiercely. They just kept moving around and killing silently. As for the escape of Yi Qinghan and Yi Yarao, as well as the dozen or so heavenly gods behind Yi Qinghan, they only glanced at them briefly. They did not pay any more attention to them. To them, they were just small fries that they had no interest in or time to care about. Neo Potion's spear transformed into a raging dragon as he led everyone in attacking a certain direction, trying to break through the encirclement. Then he would take advantage of the chaos to escape with Neopatian and the others. Although he knew that the chances were slim, did they have any other choice but to fight? The more anxious Neopatian and the others became, the calmer the god generals surrounding them became. They kept moving around, easily killing the firework tribe's martialists while maintaining the encirclement. As time passed, the number of people in the firework tribe decreased. Of the 10 god generals, only 7 were left. Of the dozens of heavenly gods, less than 30 were left. Take care, Mississippi Neomedi and Neomietian will go first. Lord Patian, prepare to break through. The 2 god generals under Neopatian looked at the sneering enemies around them, and the martialist from the Wipwa tribe. The smile in their dark golden eyes became more and more intense. They looked at each other and nodded at the same time. With a crazed look in their eyes, they suddenly shot in the opposite direction. The white battle armor on their bodies began to emit raging flames. They actually burned the divine crystal. They were prepared to self-detonate to create an opening in the encirclement, so that Neo Yahua would have a chance to escape. Bang! Bang! 2 violent explosions rang out, and a huge shockwave accompanied by 2 mushroom clouds rose into the sky, sweeping out in all directions with the 2 of them as the center. After the 2 of them shot out, Neopatian immediately carried Neo Yahua and sent a voice transmission to everyone to lie down. However, the people from the Wipwa tribe were all sent flying by the shockwave caused by the sudden explosion. Several god generals started to bleed in the air. They were either dead or seriously injured. Charge! Neopatian carried Neo Yahua on his back. He shook his head to get rid of the dust on his head and turned into a flood dragon. Amidst the dust that filled the sky, he charged straight ahead. Everyone couldn't care less about their deafening eardrums or their injuries. They followed Neopatian as fast as they could. Bang! Amidst the hazy smoke and dust, a huge tail that was as thick and long as an iron whip swept over. Wherever the dark golden whip swept past, space trembled. The smoke and dust in the air twisted with the turbulence caused by the huge whip. It was a frightening sight. Neopotion's figure had just risen up when the iron whip hit his chest and sent him flying. As for the cultivators behind him, they were swept away as well. Blood mist sprayed out from the air, filling the air with smoke and dust as they slowly fell to the ground. Haha, you want to escape? Even if all of you self-detonate today, you won't be able to escape. Surrender. I only want this girl once. I promise I won't hurt any of you. How about that? When the dust settled, the peak god general of the Wa tribe stood proudly. He stared at Neo Yahua with his dark golden eyes full of desire. Although his body was short, at this moment he was like a towering demon god, undefeatable. Cough. Cough. Let them go. I will stay. Otherwise, I will be the next one to self-detonate. A delicate face struggled to poke its head out from behind Neopatian. Her pale face was covered in dust, and she looked a little pathetic. However, her beautiful eyes were unusually firm as she stared at the Wa tribe powerhouse. Her voice was so weak that it made one's heart ache. Cough. Miss. No. Neopatian tried his best to suppress the blood that was surging up his chest. At the same time, he controlled his body so that it wouldn't tremble so badly. He shook his head and looked at Neo Yahua as he roared. Divine General Patian, this is an order. Unless you want me to self-detonate now. Neo Yahua glanced at Neopatian coldly and stood up with difficulty. Her soft body was filled with an irresistible firmness. The Wa tribe powerhouse laughed heartily. He waved his hand to make way for his subordinates. Then he smiled and said, Haha. Good. Good. You can all scram now. Let's go. Neo Yahua's frail body swayed as if she would collapse at any moment. However, her tone became even more firm and decisive. Swish. Miss Yahua, take care. Neopatian didn't leave, nor did the remaining god generals. However, the heavenly celestial marshalists of the firework tribe who were lucky enough to survive didn't hesitate at all. All of them shouted and ran forward without looking back. However, they didn't get far before they turned around and ran back in fear. Their speed was even faster than when they had run away. Damn it. Why are there so many demons here? There are a few demons here. F*ck. They were attracted by those two just now. I should have killed them. Damn it. The strange movements of the fleeing people attracted the attention of the Wa tribe and everyone else present. They used their divine senses to check and discovered that Yi Qinghan, Yi Yaorao, and more than 10 women were running in their direction. Behind them were a large group of demons and a few demons. Everyone was immediately surrounded. Chapter 511. Miss, wait, don't do anything stupid. See if there's a chance. It's not too late to do something stupid. Remember, you're not the only one who lives. Neopotion's face flushed as he looked at the chaotic scene. This was not a sign of injury but excitement. His eyes were also shining as he hurriedly transmitted his voice to Neo Yanhua. At the same time, he turned to look at the other god generals and smiled. They knew very well that this was an opportunity. The more chaotic the situation was, the more likely Neo Yanhua would have a chance to escape. Send 15 people to deal with the demons and demons. Kill all of them while you're at it. The rest of you and I will deal with these god generals. Remember, don't kill them, just seriously injure them. If there's a chance, seal their divine crystals. Rage appeared on the faces of the Wa tribe's experts. They were about to succeed in the favorable situation that they had created. Now it was ruined by a dozen trash. How could he not be furious? Actually, with their strength, Killing Neopatian and the others was a piece of cake. However, it was very troublesome to capture Neo Yenhua alive and seal his divine crystal. This was because any cultivator could self-detonate. If they did not seal the divine crystal and capture the cultivator alive, they would have wasted all their efforts. Everyone run. There are 2 demon kings coming from behind. If we don't run, we'll all die. Sirs, I've already sent you a message. Please save us, take us with you. Just at this moment, a panicked voice suddenly rang out, causing everyone to be stunned. It also scared everyone. Demon kings were powerful beings that even the expert of the Wa tribe had no confidence in dealing with. Now there were 2 of them. Sirs, please save us. There are really 2 pitch-black demons holding iron chains behind us. Many people have died over there. They'll probably catch up soon. The person who had shouted just now, a woman covered in blood, also shouted. Her expression was full of fear and despair. The baleful Een stream is exploding. Everyone is finished. Many people have died. Many people have died here too. Our captain is dead. On the other side, the dozen or so women in front of the demon dweller army also shouted. All of them were in a sorry state, and their faces were filled with panic. Even their footsteps were slightly trembling as they ran. Swish, swish, swish. The faces of all the people on the Wa tribe's side turned pale at the same time, and their bodies suddenly stopped moving. They seemed to be in a dilemma as to whether they should continue fighting or flee. If the real Demon King came, if they did not flee now, they might all be wiped out. Although they had never seen the Demon King before, the woman's description seemed to be convincing enough. Boss, retreat. If there really is a Demon King, we will all die. Boss, we still have a chance to catch this woman in the future. Let's retreat for now. Some people began to speak. They were afraid of the Wa tribe's powerful strength and the prestige they had built up in their hearts. They did not choose to run away immediately. Instead, they began to ask questions. Although they sounded like they were trying to persuade the Wa tribe, it was easy to tell that they were afraid. The Wa tribe powerhouse was trembling with anger. His huge dark golden tail swept a god general away. He glared at the god generals who had spoken and cursed. Bastard, I will be the first to kill whoever dares to run. Don't believe their nonsense. Kill them. This was a good opportunity. Neo Potion's eyes lit up when he saw the person who had spoken shoot him a look. He knew this person. He was from the Fireworks tribe. If he remembered correctly, his name was Yi Qinghan or something. The woman beside him was even more familiar. She was the famous ice beauty of the tribe, Yi Yarao. Although the people who had shouted behind him looked very real, they all glanced at him with an indescribable look in their eyes. Neopatian instantly understood what Yi Qinghan and the others meant. He quickly carried Neopatian on his back again. With a shake of his spear, divine light flashed and the sky was filled with spear shadows. He charged forward. A crazed smile appeared on his face. He shouted, "Brothers, let's fight it out with them. Attack them with all your might. Hold them back. Since we can't escape, let's die together. Haha, let's die together. Kill." Although the surviving god generals of the Fireworks tribe didn't know what was going on, when they saw Neopatian like this, they all went crazy. They unleashed their divine power and attacked the enemy without any regard for their lives. Damn it, we're going to die anyway. Let's fight it out. If I can drag a god general down with me, then my trip to the immortal realm won't be in vain. Die. Where are you going, you bastard? Let's die together. Neo Potion's provocations and crazy attacks made the heavenly gods of the Fireworks tribe even crazier. Instead, the heavenly gods of the Fireworks tribe who had just fled became even crazier. They had been teleported from the Fireworks tribe to the Dancing Phoenix City, and finally to this land of death. They were under tremendous pressure every minute and every second of their lives. They were constantly worried that they would die in the next second. They were in a precarious situation and drifted with the flow. They watched as the people around them died one by one. Of the thousands of people in the Fireworks tribe, only a few dozen were left. Their hearts were on the brink of collapse. At this moment, knowing that there was no way to survive, many of them started to go crazy. Some of them even started to burn with blazing flames as they pounced on those terrified Wa immortal generals with a cruel smile. Bang! Bang! As a few loud explosions rang out, countless people were thrown into the air. The battlefield became completely chaotic. At this moment, many of the Whip Tribe god generals began to panic. They were all Immortal Realm warriors who had violated the iron law of the Immortal Realm. However, they had been sent to the baleful Een stream together with the Whip Tribe experts. The Whip Tribe was the strongest, so they became the leaders of the team. After a few battles, they were used to listening to the Whip Tribe's orders. But now many of them began to waver. After all, this team of theirs was only formed temporarily. They weren't very loyal. Without any benefits and in the face of a life and death crisis, many people naturally had the mentality of betrayal. F***ck, I don't care anymore. You're sending your brothers to die for a woman. F***ck off. Brothers, retreat. Finally, some people couldn't take it anymore. The Whip Tribe experts didn't care about their lives for their own selfish desires. Their subordinates were finally dissatisfied. In the blink of an eye, 3 of the team's divine generals had died, including the ones who had just died. 7 or 8 god generals had died in order to capture a young girl who didn't seem to be of age. Although they all knew that this girl had some special use, even if she did, they wouldn't be the ones to use her. Instead, they would be the ones who would die. Most importantly, if there really was a devil king behind them, none of them would be able to escape. Hence, after the god generals self-destructed, the few of them circulated their divine power and fled toward the demon army in the distance. Swish! With someone taking the lead, the few who had wanted to retreat no longer hesitated. They turned around and began to flee frantically. They weren't fools. You can take the benefits, but you want us to die with you? Chapter 5:12. Bastards, you dare to run? As long as I catch you, I'll make sure you all die a horrible death. The Wa expert howled angrily. His dark golden eyes had already turned dark red, and his entire body was emitting a murderous aura that could strike fear into the hearts of people even from afar. If you want us to die a horrible death, then I'll make sure you die a horrible death first. You dogs hit boss, I've been tolerating you for a long time. However, his shout ruined everything, and a sudden change occurred. Originally, he had been fighting Neopatian, and with his peak divine general strength, he had been suppressing Neopatian. However, one of his subordinates sneered and suddenly turned his spear around, silently slashing at him with a saber. Caught off guard, he was sent flying by the saber strike. The armor on his body shattered layer by layer, and a deep wound appeared on his dark golden tail. Fresh red blood trickled out of the wound. Wagu, what are you doing? Are you crazy? The Wa expert ignored his injuries and angrily jumped up from the ground, clenching his eagle-like hands tightly. He looked at the cultivator in disbelief. This was one of his most trusted subordinates. He usually looked very honest, didn't speak much, and listened to him the most. He hadn't expected that this cultivator would betray him, and even attack him with his saber. Everyone in the battlefield stopped fighting, because of this sudden change. Neopatian and the others stared blankly, but the joy in their eyes grew even brighter. There's actually an internal strife? This is great. Our chances of escaping are even greater now. I'm not crazy. You're the one who's too much. Why are you always the first to go to a woman? Why do we have to check your leftovers? Don't you know that I'm a neat freak? I've had enough. I'm not going to be your dog anymore. I'm telling you solemnly that I, Wagu, have betrayed you. If you're not convinced, you can come and kill me at any time. The cultivator snorted coldly, reached into his sleeves and flew away. His figure was exceptionally decisive. This Wagu turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared into the demon army on the left, but the battlefield was still silent. They were all stunned by Waji's righteous reason for betrayal. This god realm. Sure enough, when the forest is big, there are all kinds of birds. The expert of the Wa clan blinked, and a complicated look flashed across his dark golden eyes. He glanced around and found that only 7 or 8 of his brothers who had fought with him in the Een evil stream were left. Their eyes were flickering, and they seemed to be in a dilemma. He suddenly sneered at them and said, "Damn it, the dog that bites doesn't bark. Why are you looking at me? Did they all want to defect? If you want to run, get lost. Sooner or later, you will regret it." "Boss, I don't understand. Why do you have to get this woman? There are many beautiful women in baleful Stream. If you don't tell us the reason, I'm afraid our brothers won't be able to rest easy. A god general opened his mouth and spoke of the matter that had puzzled them for a long time. What do you know? This woman is different. As long as I destroy her vital I will definitely be able to advance to the Divine King realm. At that time, my strength will increase greatly, and I will have the opportunity to obtain enough points to bring you guys out of this damned place. As soon as the Wa expert finished speaking, everyone was shocked. How could there be such a good thing? This woman's virginity had such a magical effect? It should be known that the difference between a peak god general and a divine king realm was like heaven and earth. Not to mention a peak god general, even a peak heaven god realm, and a divine general realm were quite a big difference. The last step of every realm was the most difficult to cross, but once crossed, one's strength would undergo a tremendous change and increase by several times. Many people present were confused, and their eyes were filled with surprise. Everyone had trained hard all the way, and they had never heard of such a woman in this world who could help a cultivator break through a bottleneck and advance easily. Was breaking through a bottleneck so easy? Among those who did not know the inside story, there was one person who believed the words of the Wa expert. That person was Yi Qinghan, who was quietly rushing towards the center of the battlefield. Yi Qinghan asked Yi Yaorao to block the devil behind him, while he quietly rushed towards the center of the battlefield. His second-level celestial god strength did not attract anyone's attention, or perhaps, everyone did not care about him. After all, those who were still alive were at least peak celestial god experts. A second-level celestial god like him could kill them easily. The reason why Yi Qinghan believed the words of the Wa expert was because he had encountered something similar before. Yi Qingyu's Jade Spirit Constitution had such a magical effect. It could help a Duke Realm expert easily break through a bottleneck and advance to the Emperor Realm. Although he did not know why the Jade Spirit Constitution had appeared several times in the Fire Dragon plane. Why did the divine world know so little about this? Could it be that this kind of spiritual body was really rare in the divine world? Or was it about to go extinct? Or was there another reason? Nonsense. My young lady is from the Leitang clan. If all the young ladies in the Leitang clan had such magical effects, the Leitang clan would have dominated the floating continent a long time ago. Don't listen to his nonsense. He is clearly lusting after my young lady's beauty. The most agitated person was Neopatian. When he heard the words of the expert from the Wa tribe, his face turned extremely ugly. He waved the spear in his hand furiously and stabbed it towards the expert in a frenzy, as if he didn't care about his life. The words of the Wa expert made him extremely panicked. If these words were to spread throughout the entire baleful Stream, they would definitely die even if they managed to escape now. Niu Fuhua would definitely become the target of public criticism. Everyone in the ancient Blue Dragon Castle would covet Niu Fuhua's jade body. Even the official army of Longyang Prefecture would secretly attack her. Therefore, he wanted to use the frenzied attacks to shut the expert's mouth and stop him from continuing. Of course, the Wa expert would not continue speaking. It would not be beneficial for him to expose too much about this matter. As he sneered, he calmly dealt with Neo Potion's attacks. A pair of dark golden eagle claws, which were like divine weapons, easily blocked Neo Potion's spear. The claws and spear collided continuously, producing the sound of metal colliding. It made people secretly sigh at the rigidity of his eagle claws. A long metallic tail swept towards Neopatian at lightning speed from strange angles. After a few rounds of attacks, he had completely suppressed Neopatian. At this moment, the few subordinates who did not betray him finally made up their minds. They released their divine powers again, and pounced towards the god generals of the Firework tribe. They were obviously going to attack ruthlessly. In the blink of an eye, the people of the Firework tribe were once again in danger. Although it seemed like it took a long time, it actually happened very quickly. In fact, all these things happened in the span of a few breaths. From the time Yi Qinghan and the others reappeared to the time when the subordinates of the Wa tribe rebelled, only a very short period of time had passed. Although there were cultivators obstructing the eastern and southern demons, they were still approaching. As for the western and northern demons, there was no one to obstruct them. They had already rushed into the battlefield, causing the situation to become even more chaotic. Chapter 513. At this moment, Niu Patian was carrying Niu Huanhua and 4 god generals, each fighting against a god general expert. Aside from fighting Niu Potion's group, the other 4 divine generals were all blocking the demons in the east and south. There were no god generals blocking the west and north. Hundreds of demons had already approached the battlefield, and were fighting with the fireworks tribe sky gods. Bing Shui and the rest were also fighting with the demon army. Yi Qinghan stealthily moved to the center of the battlefield from afar. Time was tight. The longer the battle dragged on, the more demons would be attracted. Moreover, the current situation had far exceeded his expectations. It was a good opportunity to fish in troubled waters. He Yi Qianrao and the rest were not afraid of danger, and attracted a group of demons and demons in vain. Good chance. Yi Qinghan inserted himself into the battlefield and quietly activated his absolute domain. Black smoke rolled around him. Yi Qinghan controlled the area of his absolute domain to be very small. The black smoke only rolled around his body. From afar he looked like a demon. He waved the slaughter god blade randomly, and tried his best to control his body to be very stiff. Just like that, he charged straight into the battlefield. Yi Qinghan's disguise as a different kind of demon did not attract the attention of the people present. Everyone was very busy and fighting with all their might. They did not care about Yi Qinghan, who was a second-stage sky god. Of course, they did not care about a demon that was constantly approaching them. Although demons were difficult to deal with, it was very easy for god general experts. This was because once they reached the god general level, their attack power would be many times stronger than a peak stage sky god. They could easily kill this kind of devil cultivator and send them flying. They just had to be careful not to be scratched by them and demonize. I choose you. Yi Qinghan looked at a black-armored warrior who was fighting with Niu Zhantian, and revealed a cold smile. He loved this kind of sinister person. After sneaking a smile, his expression became very numb. He grimaced in pain, and his eyes became vacant. His movement speed was also deliberately slowed down by him. His body became very stiff and taut. In addition to the black mist on the surface of his body, he looked like a genuine demon. Lord Warsky, I am Yi Qinghan. Force your opponent this way. I can kill this divine general. At this moment, Niu Zhantian's body was riddled with injuries. His attack speed and his body's reaction speed had become very slow. Just as he was groaning inwardly, he suddenly received a voice transmission. After being stunned for a moment, Xiaochen discovered that a demon covered in black fog was winking at him from the left. Although he was covered in black mist, his face could still be vaguely seen. It was Yi Qinghan, who had attracted a few demons. Qi. However, while he was distracted, he was once again stabbed by his opponent. He grinned in pain and sucked in a breath of cold air. However, his mind was working quickly. He did not know what happened to Yi Qinghan. Why did he look like a demon but could transmit voice? Why did he have to do this? However, he decided to take a gamble. Divine power burst forth from his entire body. The spear in his hand let out a soft cry and shook in the air, transforming into dozens of spear shadows. They blocked all 3 directions of the divine general's body, leaving only Yi Qinghan's direction. The dozens of spear shadows whistled at the same time. It was as if space was being pierced. This was his ultimate move. If this attack did not succeed, the consequences would be very serious. As expected, when Niu Zhantian attacked with all his strength, the expression of the divine general opposite him became extremely serious. The long sword in his hand danced continuously, drawing a semicircular shield beside him. His body kept retreating, and he unconsciously began to approach Yi Qinghan. This was the moment. Yi Qinghan's eyes, which were originally in a daze, suddenly shone with a piercing light. Her originally slow speed suddenly increased by several times. The slaughter god saber transformed into a streak of black lightning, and struck towards the god general's head. The divine general had actually known that a demon was slowly approaching him, but he did not care. This kind of devil cultivator, he could easily send him flying. However, at this moment, he heard the cold wind behind him and felt the blade cutting through the air. It contained a chill that made his whole body tense up. His heart skipped a beat. He could not care less about Niu Zhantian's spear shadows in front of him. He forcefully raised the long sword in his hand and blocked the black long sword that was coming at him from behind. However, that black long saber suddenly changed direction, making a strange arc, dodging his long saber, and heavily slid across the back of his neck. At the same time, Niu Zhantian's long spear also quickly pierced through the divine crystal, shattering it into pieces. The divine general turned his head with difficulty and saw a cold smile on his face. He could not help but close his eyes in understanding. The slaughter god blade did not expend much effort and directly absorbed this divine general's soul. The long sword slid across, and the divine general's eyes instantly lost their color. Then Niu Zhantian's long spear stabbed forward, shattering the divine crystal into pieces. The divine general died instantly. Niu Zhantian put away his spear and blinked his eyes in disbelief as he looked at the fallen divine general. He could not understand how this divine general could be so easily killed by him after fighting with them for so long. He had always been the one being suppressed. His strength was clearly much stronger than Niu Zhantian's. Something's not right. Suddenly, he remembered that when he stabbed his long spear, this divine general's eyes had already lost their color. He suddenly woke up with a start and looked at Yi Qinghan in disbelief. It was obvious that he had only attacked a dead person. The one who had actually killed this divine general was Yi Qinghan, whose body was covered in black fog. Lord Zhantian, don't just stand there. Attack me and send me flying towards the divine general on the left. At this moment, Yi Qinghan's expression became very ferocious. His eyes were dazed as he waved the weapon in his hand randomly. He had returned to his demonic appearance. The slaughter god blade in his hand did not stop for long as it continued to swing at Niu Zhantian. Bang! Niu Zhantian did not hesitate. With a sweep of his long spear, he easily hit Yi Qinghan's body and sent him flying. His control of strength was very clever. It just so happened that he was sent flying towards a divine general who was fighting with his own people. What is that? That divine general was currently dodging the attacks of the fireworks tribe's divine general. At the same time, he was shocked that Niu Zhantian could suddenly kill one of his comrades. Seeing a black figure flying towards him, he hurriedly swung his long rod a few times, forcing the martial artist in front of him to retreat. Then, he raised his hand and smashed it towards the black figure in the air. However, his eyes were fixed on his comrade who had died in the distance. He seemed to be thinking about how his comrade had been killed so easily. All of a sudden, he realized that something was wrong. His rod had actually smashed into thin air. That demonic person had also disappeared. By the time he reacted, he felt a cold aura coming from the back of his head. Then he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. He suddenly felt that his soul was leaving his mind and moving towards the blade at the back of his head. In an instant, he lost his senses. What was going on? The divine general suddenly fell to the ground. His divine crystal and interspatial ring automatically left his body and floated in the air. This strange situation scared the fireworks tribe's divine general out of his wits. This also attracted the attention of many people present. In the blink of an eye, 2 divine generals had actually died. How could such a strange thing not attract everyone's attention? The Whipwa tribe's powerful martial artist was extremely shocked. Even Niu Potion's mouth was wide open in shock. Niu Huahua, who was on his back, blinked her big eyes in confusion. At this moment, all the experts in the area swept their gazes over to this side. The Whipwa tribe's powerful martial artist's divine sense was extremely powerful. After a sweep, he quickly discovered the source of the problem. His cold gaze locked onto Yi Qinghan as he shouted, "Something's wrong. There's something wrong with that demonic person. He's not a demonic person. He's a martial artist in disguise. Kill him for me." "Ha, I've been discovered." Yi Qinghan twisted his numb face. He no longer pretended to be a demonic person. Instead, he stood up openly. However, a fawning smile appeared on his face. He nodded and bowed to the crowd, cupped his hands and said, "Sirs, I've accidentally passed by here again. Please continue. I'll run first." Chapter 514. Clearly, Yi Qinghan's cold joke did not make the crowd laugh. Instead, the faces of the Hua tribe experts darkened. This trash martial artist had brought a group of demons the first time he passed by. Now, it seemed like he had lured them here on purpose. Now he had disguised himself as a demon and tricked 2 of their companions. Now he wanted to escape as if nothing had happened? Where do you think you're going? How about I send you to the netherworld realm? A god general sneered and dodged the attack of the fireworks tribe's god general. His body moved in an arc, and with a giant axe in hand, he approached Yi Qinghan at high speed. The giant axe brought with it a gust of wind and slashed at Yi Qinghan's head at lightning speed. What are you 2 waiting for? Aren't you going to help? Yi Qinghan used the shadow step, and his body turned into a series of afterimages, narrowly dodging the attack. However, he was groaning inwardly. His movement and reaction speed were only at the 2nd level of the heaven god realm. Facing a god general's attack, he could die if he was not careful. Meanwhile, Niu Zhantian and the others were still standing at the side, watching the show like idiots. They seemed to be waiting for Yi Qinghan to perform another miracle and instantly kill this god general. Oh! Seeing that Yi Qinghan was panicking and dodging the enemy's attack in a fluster, Niu Zhantian and the other god general finally came to their senses. They immediately unleashed their divine power and surrounded this god general. You don't need to come over. Go and help Lord Patian. Yi Qinghan hurriedly retreated from the battlefield and began to command the god generals. Originally, it was a 5-on-5 battle. Now that Yi Qinghan had tricked 2 of them, it became a 5-on-3 battle. With the addition of 2 more people, coupled with Yi Qinghan's occasional sneak attacks, the situation reversed, and the fireworks tribe steadily gained the upper hand. The Hua tribe experts became more and more aggrieved as they fought. The hatred in their eyes when they looked at Yi Qinghan also grew. It was all because of this trash martial artist who ruined his plans. Now that the situation had become so complicated, and as time passed, the sounds of fighting here would attract more and more demons and demons. It might even attract a demon king. At that time, everyone would really be finished. Although the 3 of them were being suppressed by Niu Patian, he didn't transfer the 4 of them who were fighting against the demon. This was because he knew very well that the person most likely to be demonized by the demonic aura was Niu Huihua, who was on Niu Potion's back. He had worked so hard for so long just to obtain a complete Niu Huihua, to obtain her vital yin, to increase his power and increase his chances of leaving the stream of baleful yin. If Niu Huihua was demonized, then everything would be for naught. Furthermore, the few god generals holding back the demons were the weakest. Even if they joined the battle, they wouldn't be of much help. Instead, they would be a hindrance and affect their performance. Not far away, Yi Qinghan was holding a strange-looking long saber and attacking his subordinates from time to time. They were having a great time. The Hua tribe expert finally couldn't take it anymore. His eyes flashed fiercely as he gritted his teeth. Suddenly he roared, "All of you die!" Demonic whip dance. Following his loud roar, the dark golden steel-like long whip on his back began to dance in the air. Suddenly, the golden light shone brightly. The light was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. The huge whip, which was several meters long, suddenly split in the middle and began to grow rapidly. 1 whip became 2, and then it continued to split. 2 became 4, and then 8 dark golden whips that were dozens of meters long. The most terrifying thing was that the head of each long whip had turned into a ferocious snake head. They opened their huge mouths, revealing fangs that glowed with white light. The 8 snake heads let out heart-palpitating, chi-chi, sounds in the air as they pounced towards the 6 people in the field. However, Niu Patian and Yi Qinghan were the focus of attention. 2 of the snake heads pounced towards the 2 of them. Everyone looked at the 8 giant dark golden pythons dancing wildly in the air. They could feel the chilling intent spitting out from the mouths of the 8 giant snake heads. Looking at the 8 pairs of cold eyes on the snake heads, they were all shocked. At this moment, they all felt an aura of death assaulting them. Be careful, this is a special skill of the Hua tribe. If you are bitten by these snake heads, your divine power will be corroded. You will instantly lose the ability to fight, and you might even be poisoned to death. The moment Niu Patian lashed out at the Hua tribe expert, his divine power surged and formed a shield around his body. At the same time, he brandished his spear and retreated quickly. He shouted to remind the others of the situation. Ah! F*ck. Ugh. *T. However, Nyo Potion's warning came too late. In the blink of an eye, for painful screams were heard. The 3 god generals closest to the Wa tribe were bitten in the waist and chest by 2 of the snake heads. Their muscles were bitten to pieces, revealing their bones and internal organs. Their bodies were sent flying by the huge impact of the snake heads. Their bodies began to twitch violently in mid-air. Obviously, they were severely injured. There was another voice, which came from Yi Qinghan. When Yi Qinghan saw the 2 snake heads pouncing towards him at lightning speed, he instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He was so scared that his soul almost flew out of his body. Without any hesitation, he immediately activated the absolute domain. At the same time, he used the shadow step, turned into a shadow, and ran back. However, his speed was simply too slow. The 2 snake heads easily caught up with him. The first snake head violently collided with his absolute domain. The absolute domain shook, and was instantly shattered. The snake head also suddenly retreated. However, the second snake head fiercely bit his left leg at lightning speed. As expected, one of Yi Qinghan's calf was instantly bitten to pieces. He was also sent flying. In midair, blood gushed out of his calf. His face was as pale as snow. He fell heavily on the ground and curled up in pain. Lord Yi, Yi Yaorao, Bing Shui, and the others, who had been watching Yi Qinghan, cried out involuntarily when they saw this scene. Although this young man looked like a pervert, he had saved their lives many times. Now that they saw him in such a miserable state, they all cried out in concern. F*ck. Ancient Silver Spear Formation. Kill these 2 god generals first. The Wa tribe will be very weak for a short time after using the special skill. Those who are injured, use all your divine power to resist the snake venom. Don't let the snake venom invade your divine crystal. Otherwise you will die. Neopatian looked at the 4 injured people who were all curled up on the ground in pain. His face became even more furious. He watched as the 8 giant snakes retracted and turned into a dark golden long whip again. He turned around and roared at the 2 uninjured god generals. His long spear fiercely bounced on the ground. Using the rebound force, he quickly flew into the sky. Ancient Silver Spear Formation. The 2 god generals who were lucky enough to escape the whip shouted at the same time when they heard Nyo Potion's order. They cooperated with Nyo Patian. The silver spear in their hands bounced on the ground at the same time, and their bodies flew into the sky. 3 figures flew into the sky together. Then his body began to twist like a swimming dragon. He brandished his spear with his head down and his body up. The spear turned into countless specks of light, and with a series of sharp whistles, it enveloped the 2 divine generals. It looked like the sky was filled with spear shadows. There was nowhere to run. 2 blood-curdling screams were heard. Neopatian and the 2 immortal generals formed a spear formation. It was easy for them to deal with 2 ordinary immortal generals. 3 silver spears easily pierced through the heads of the 2 immortal generals, killing them instantly. Chapter 515. F*ck your second master. I'm having too much fun. This poison is so strong that my leg is crippled. This is the first time I've been crippled since I started my cultivation. How embarrassing. Beads of cold sweat dripped from Yi Qinghan's forehead and back. All the muscles in his body were convulsing in pain. Fortunately, his nerves were strong and his ability to endure pain was extraordinary. Otherwise, he would have fainted. Yi Qinghan had the urge to cry as he looked at his empty left calf that was badly mutilated. Being a hero really wasn't easy. Fortunately, he had the soul ring. Although the soul ring was broken, its healing ability was top-notch. Otherwise, if he lost too much blood, his stamina and divine power would be drained. Moreover, it would be difficult for him to block the poison from the snakehead with his divine power. Once it entered the divine crystal, he would die. Although his body was in great pain, it wasn't as dangerous as it seemed to others. He only needed to use a small amount of divine power, and the white air current from the soul ring, to slowly clear the remaining poison in his body. As for using the divine crystal to reform his calf, he couldn't think about it for the time being. His divine power was thin, and he wouldn't be able to reform his calf without at least 8 to 10 days. Although there were no major problems with his body, Yi Qinghan was very clear about the principle of a high-profile death. His body was constantly trembling and twitching, and he was constantly rolling around. The expression on his face was so painful that it made one's heart ache. To outsiders, he looked like he was about to die. Enduring the pain, he used his divine sense to explore the area. He found that the 3 god generals who were hit by the snakehead had their eyes closed. Although their wounds had stopped bleeding, they looked like they were in pain. It was obvious that they were using their divine power to resist the poison. Neo Potion's roar and their actions surprised Yi Qinghan. Why didn't they take the opportunity to kill the Hua race's expert? Why did they kill the 2 god generals instead? Kill the leader first. Everyone would only be safe after killing the Hua race's expert. Swish. After a while, he understood the reason. That was because he noticed that the tail on the Hua race's back was waving again, instantly transforming into 8 giant pythons. 3 of them whizzed towards Neopatian, 4 of them attacked the 2 god generals, and the last one whizzed towards Yi Qinghan. Although Neopatian and the others were prepared, they didn't expect the Hua tribe's second attack to come so quickly. The 3 of them had only just killed the 2 divine generals, but they had already launched their attack. It seemed that they had sacrificed all of their origin energy, and were going all out. Motherf *Ker, why are you always after me? I'm already pretending I'm about to die, and you still won't let me go? Yi Qinghan, on the other hand, felt like dying. The tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. Acting pretentiously would indeed be struck by lightning. Yi Qinghan wanted to die. The Hua race didn't pay too much attention to Yi Qinghan. Fortunately, Yi Qinghan had been pretending to be on the verge of death, so the Hua tribe didn't pay too much attention to him. The snake had only pounced towards his head in a straight line, trying to bite his head into pieces. Neo Potion's situation was much more dangerous than Yi Qinghan's. The Hua race didn't care about their origin energy, and attacked all of a sudden. It was too late to dodge. If the 3 of them dodged, they would be hit and seriously injured. The situation would fall into the Hua race's hands. Miss, Neo Shatian is going. Remember, your life belongs to all of us. Don't die so easily. One of the divine generals instantly realized that he couldn't dodge the huge dark golden python. A trace of determination flashed through his eyes. He glanced at Neopatian, who was so weak that she looked like she was about to faint, but her eyes were filled with sadness. He revealed a bright smile. After that, his body ignited with raging flames. Instead of advancing, he retreated and resolutely charged towards the ferocious snake heads that were whistling towards him. Shatian. Uncle Shatian. Neopatian and the remaining god general felt a trace of pain, but they didn't hesitate. They turned around and shot towards the ground. At the same time, they formed a barrier around their bodies. Neo Haohua kept shaking her head. Her eyes were full of tears, and her sorrowful cries echoed in the battlefield. Bang. Self-detonation. Another self-detonation. Ah, bullshit. The Hua race man howled in pain. His huge dark golden tail had been blown to pieces, and he had suffered a serious injury. The pain on his body couldn't cover up the pain in his heart. He didn't understand why his loyal subordinates all ran away in the face of danger. But why did his subordinates self-detonate without any regard for their own safety? Was he really such a failure as a human? Another furious curse resounded, and it was Yi Qinghan again. Yi Qinghan had slapped the ground with all his might when the snake had attacked, causing his body to roll to the side and narrowly avoid the snakehead's attack. However, the tragic thing was that Neo Mietian's self-detonation had sent the Hua tribe member flying. Coincidentally, the snakehead had also swung around and landed on the Hua tribe member's other calf. With a bite, his other calf was also destroyed. Luck. Luck. Yi Qinghan almost cried. What kind of bullshit luck was this? It seemed like today wasn't going to be a good day. He was 100% confident that he could avoid the snakehead's attack, but now, he was blind and went to bed with a widow. His luck was heaven-defying. Yi Qinghan let out another blood-curdling scream, causing everyone present to be slightly surprised. Not only did this puny second-layer sky god trick 2 god generals, but he also survived 2 attacks from the Hua race leader? Was this a coincidence? Or what? Swoosh. The Hua expert watched as Neopatian and the other divine general charged at him with rage burning in their eyes. He knew that today was a complete failure. Neopatian was a third-layer god general. He was only slightly injured by his sneak attack at the beginning. Although he had the strength of a peak god general, he was no match for Neopatian and the other god general after he used the Wa-race's special technique twice and suffered serious injuries from the self-detonation of another god general. The subordinates who were fighting against the demons had only just reached the god general realm. They weren't of much use in the battle. Most importantly, they had been fighting for so long. If they didn't leave now, they might attract a large group of demons. They wouldn't be able to leave then. Retreat. He quickly made a decision. He shouted at the distance and ordered his subordinates to retreat. He turned into a dark golden shadow and went around Neopatian and the others, charging toward the demon army in the north. It's you. It's all your fault. You bastard, you ruined my plans. Go to hell for your father. After avoiding Neopatian and the others, he saw Yi Qinghan rolling on the ground and howling in pain. He couldn't help but feel a nameless rage. Originally, he had created a good situation today, but it was all because of Yi Qinghan, who attracted a large number of demons and spread rumors, causing more than half of his subordinates to betray him, and caused the situation to become chaotic. In the end, Yi Qinghan tricked two of his subordinates and turned the tables on them, causing all his efforts to go to waste. It could be said that the person who made him so miserable today was this second-layer celestial god trash martial artist. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. His cold eyes emitted a cruel light. His sprinting body suddenly leapt up high like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. His two eagle claws emitted a cold light as he viciously clawed at Yi Qinghan's head, who was rolling on the ground. Screw you, second master. Why do you keep targeting me? Do you think I'm easy to bully? You're courting death. Don't blame me. Yi Qinghan's body, which had been rolling on the ground, suddenly stopped at this moment. His painful howl turned into a cold voice. His twisted face was filled with mockery, and his two pitch-black eyes shone brightly. With a flash of purple light, the slaughter god saber in his left hand turned into a black lightning bolt, and slashed at the head of the Wa-race expert who was charging toward him. Chapter 516. Lord Yi. Bingxue and the rest screamed in fear when they saw the Wa tribe expert dodge Neopatian and Yi Qinghan's attacks and rush towards the north. However, he stopped halfway and continued to attack Yi Qinghan. Yi Qianrao also bit her lips lightly. She was very nervous. Neopatian roared angrily again and increased his speed. Niu Huahua, who was on his back, looked even more pained. No one had any hope for Yi Qinghan. The Wa tribe expert's battle had proven that he was a true peak god general expert. An ordinary god general expert would definitely be killed instantly if they encountered him, let alone Yi Qinghan, whose strength was only at the second level of the sky god realm. Even though he had mysteriously tricked two god generals just now, everyone's divine senses could clearly tell that he was only at the second level of the sky god realm. However, Yi Qinghan's sudden voice, the purple ray of light, and the lightning-fast slash of the slaughter god blade caused everyone's eyes to light up. As long as he could withstand the Wa tribe expert's attack, Neopatian would be able to rush over and save him. The purple light flashed, but it seemed to be ineffective against the Wa tribe expert. His eyes were still very clear, but the slaughter god blade suddenly slashed down like lightning. The Wa tribe expert was shocked. However, Yi Qinghan's attack speed was too slow in the Wa tribe expert's eyes. He was only stunned for 0.01 seconds before his eagle claws no longer hesitated. He twisted his head slightly and easily avoided the attack. He firmly believed that even if this strange saber struck his shoulder, he would only suffer some minor injuries at most. However, his eagle claws could crush Yi Qinghan's head. Xiaohei. Yi Qinghan's blade did not slow down. A sinister smile appeared on his face as he shouted. A cloud of black mist quickly emerged from his chest. The black mist quickly condensed into a small beast the size of a palm. The small beast screamed angrily and rushed towards the eagle claw of the Wa tribe expert. Its speed was so fast that the Wa tribe expert couldn't react at all. She bared her white teeth and bit down on the wrist of the Wa tribesman. Bada bada. Then something strange happened. That dark golden eagle claw could only go head-on against Neopatian's spear. However, under Xiaohei's sharp teeth, it was like a mouse gnawing on rotten wood. In an instant, half of Xiaohei's wrist was bitten off, and even half of the bones inside were bitten off. Ah! Suddenly an inhuman pain came from his palm. The expert of the Hua tribe howled in pain and his face twisted. He subconsciously withdrew his arm and swung it around wildly, trying to shake off Xiaohei, who was attached to his arm. Good chance. Yi Qinghan narrowed his eyes and circulated the divine power in his body even faster. The slaughter god saber suddenly changed direction. Just as the expert of the Hua tribe was howling in pain, the slaughter god saber landed heavily on the side of his head. The black light on the slaughter god saber suddenly lit up. Although the Hua tribe expert's head was extremely hard, the slaughter god saber only penetrated a little. It probably didn't even cut through his skull completely. However, this was enough. The crazy suction force in the saber began to enter the mind of the expert of the Hua tribe expert, forcefully pulling his soul out of his head and into the slaughter god saber. This saber. At that moment, the expert of the Hua tribe was thinking about Xiaohei, who was attached to his arm. However, he suddenly felt a pain in his head. Then something terrifying happened. He felt a powerful suction force pulling his soul outwards. He was so scared that his soul almost flew out of his body. His eyes drifted over, wanting to see what was happening. When he finally understood what was happening, he only had time to say 2 words before his soul could no longer hold on. It was sucked into the slaughter god saber's black gas. His soul left his body, and he died instantly. The expert's eyes lost their luster, and his body became soft. A divine crystal and an interspatial ring floated out of his body. The peak stage god general of the Hua tribe expert was dead. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Neopatian finally caught up. He didn't know what was happening and didn't understand why the expert of the Hua tribe had suddenly stopped moving. However, he didn't hesitate to stab the spear in his hand into the Hua tribe expert's back. At the same time, he shook his spear, trying to break the expert's divine crystal. Why isn't there any divine crystal? What surprised him was that the spear did not meet any resistance when it pierced the divine crystal. It directly pierced through the expert's body. He didn't pierce the hard divine crystal as he had expected. Instead, he realized that the expert's body had already become soft. It was obvious that he had died a long time ago. At that moment, he saw a brown divine crystal and an interspatial ring floating above Yi Qinghan's body. This Neopatian was at a loss. He continued to fly forward with the corpse of the expert of the Hua tribe. Niu Huihua, who was on his back, also stared blankly at the brown divine crystal floating in the air. At that moment, everyone present forgot about the battle and the demons and devils around them. All they could see was the brown divine crystal and the interspatial ring floating quietly in the air, until a pale hand slowly rose up and unceremoniously put the empty divine crystal and spatial ring into its own spatial ring. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Everyone's gazes swept towards the owner of that hand at the same time, towards that pale and delicate face. At that moment, everyone understood that the expert of the Hua tribe had died at the hands of this trash warrior of the second heaven god realm. But why was that so? How could he kill the expert of the Hua tribe? How could a second heaven god realm warrior kill a peak stage god general realm expert? Everyone was thinking about this question at this moment. It was a question worth pondering. The silence on the other side of the battlefield was awakened by the low roars of the demons and the tragic cries of a martialist. Although everyone was stunned for only a second or two was enough to be fatal when there were demons everywhere. Everyone was shocked, but the demons did not have souls. They would not be stunned or stop their attacks. A martialist was stabbed in the back by a demon's weapon and was demonized a moment later. Everyone snapped out of their daze. This was not the time to ponder this question. It was time to run for their lives. Whoosh. The few remaining god generals of the Hua tribe were the first to react. Without hesitation, the 4 of them turned around simultaneously and circulated their divine power with all their might. They fled toward the north. As countless demons flew into the air, the few of them passed through the demon army and disappeared into the north. Even their boss was dead. They had just entered the divine general realm, but there was still a third heaven general realm expert and a second heaven god realm expert, who could instantly kill a peak-stage God General realm expert. If they did not flee, they would be the next ones to die. Chapter 517. Woshan, take a few people with you. Take Zhang Tian and the others. Yi Yaorao, you're the fastest. Come here and carry this little brother. Woshan, lead the way. I'll cover you. Retreat. Neopatian also knew that the situation was dire. Although the battle had been quick, more than 10 minutes had passed. If they didn't leave now, something bad would really happen. Yi Yaorao had been fighting the demons, but now that the Hua tribe's god generals had left, the pressure on her increased. Hearing Neopotian's order, Neopatian rushed over and unleashed arcs of spear light, blocking the demon's advance. He hurriedly released a huge streak of sword light, then immediately turned around and flew over. He directly carried Yi Qinghan, who was covered in blood on his back, and took out a white belt from his space ring to secure him in place. A rare forced smile appeared on his icy face, and he leaned towards Neopatian. Xiao He directly jumped onto Yi Qinghan's shoulder, and without saying anything, he took up the task of protecting Yi Qinghan. The god generals who had been injured by the Hua tribe had used their divine power to heal for a while, but they could only barely suppress the poison in their bodies. They hadn't completely cleared it, so it was very difficult for them to move. The uninjured god general directly raised his spear and leaped into the demon dweller army. With a sweep of his spear, the nearby demon dwellers were swept away. He also brought out a few heavenly gods who were trapped in the demon dweller army, and had them each carry a god general. Neopatian led the way while Neopatian blocked the demons from behind. Everyone fought as they ran, leaving the scene as fast as they could. As expected, they hadn't completely shaken off the demon army and demons behind them when they sensed a few demons charging in their direction. If the battle dragged on any longer, they would be surrounded by demons again. If more demons appeared and the encirclement grew, the tragedy from last time would happen again. Relying on Neopotian's powerful divine sense, they avoided the demons that were approaching them and ran at full speed for more than 5 kilometers. They only slowed down after confirming that the area was temporarily safe. Phew! Only now did everyone let out a sigh of relief and smile as if they had just survived a disaster. Some people even roared in excitement, venting the depression in their hearts. In the end, everyone looked at Yi Qinghan, who was standing behind Yi Qinghan. They knew that if it wasn't for Yi Qinghan, all of them would have died. There were no surprises. He had saved everyone. However, when they turned to look at their hero, they discovered an awkward scene. The first person he saw was the shy and embarrassed Yi Yaorao. Her cold face was no longer as calm as it used to be. Her snow-white face was completely red. On Yi Yaorao's shoulder, there was a delicate but extremely pale face, sleeping soundly on her shoulder. Due to the bumpy journey, his lips would occasionally touch Yi Yaorao's earlobe, as if he was kissing her endlessly. His 2 slender hands were tightly wrapped around Yi Yaorao's jade neck. Of course, this wasn't important. What was important was, coincidentally, one of his hands was naturally resting on Yi Yaorao's perky breasts. His palm was slightly open, covering her jade breasts. As he ran, his palm kept moving left and right, as if he was fiddling with something. Although he was sleeping soundly, the corners of his mouth curled up into a slightly evil smile on his pale face. If it wasn't for the fact that his eyes were tightly shut and his breathing was steady, everyone would have thought that he was openly violating Yi Yaorao. On the contrary, Xiao He, who was on Yi Qinghan's shoulder, hurriedly turned his head away when he saw everyone looking at him. He seemed a little embarrassed. Hehe. Is Lord Yi really asleep or pretending to sleep? I think he's really asleep. Both of his calves are crippled. With such a serious injury he must have fainted. I don't think so. Lord Ye's smile is so lewd. Look at his hand, it looks like he's grabbing Big Sister's. When Bing Shui and the others saw this situation, they all chuckled and started whispering to each other. Yi Yaorao's hearing was very good. She was already very embarrassed when everyone looked at her just now. Now that Bing Shui and the others were talking about her, she became even more embarrassed and angry. She forcefully pinched Yi Qinghan's thigh a few times. She tilted her head slightly and scolded in a low voice. Lord, if you still don't behave properly, do you believe that I won't crush your thing down there? In the battle just now, Yi Qinghan had deeply shocked Yi Yaorao, be it his superb strategy, righteousness, or tyrannical strength. He had actually forcefully turned the tide of a certain death situation around. Yi Qinghan's image in her heart instantly changed, becoming incomparably lofty. Therefore, when Niu Patian said this, she did not hesitate at all. She carried Yi Qinghan on her back and left. However, now, the good image that Yi Qinghan had just built up had been completely destroyed by his perverted hand, whether intentionally or not. However, Yi Yaorao pinched Yi Qinghan a few times, but there was no reaction. It seemed like he had really fainted. She felt a little better, and had no choice but to stretch out her hand and push away Yi Qinghan's perverted hand. Her expression became cold again as she continued forward. Niu Patian did not say much when he saw that Yi Qinghan had fainted. He only instructed Niu Zhantian and the others to heal their injuries as soon as possible. Meanwhile, he released his divine consciousness to investigate the situation around him while he began to circulate his divine power to heal his injuries. He did not blame the group of heavenly god martialists. Instead, he comforted them. After all, they could not be blamed for the situation at that time. Moreover, it was because of them that everyone was in such a dangerous situation. Niu Potion's magnanimity made the remaining 20-odd heavenly god martialists feel extremely ashamed. However, they secretly made up their minds to follow Niu Patian and the others to the end in the Valley of Baleful Een. The betrayal of the Wa tribe whip team told them that it was not easy to find a good team leader in this godforsaken place. Without a leader, it was practically impossible for them to survive in the Valley of Baleful Een. Yi Qinghan had fainted for an entire day and night. Both of his calves had been completely crippled, causing him to lose a large amount of physical strength and divine power. Once he confirmed that he was completely safe, he relaxed and only gave a few instructions to Xiaohei before fainting. Although he had woken up now, he continued to lie on Yi Yaorao's shoulder with his eyes closed. He enjoyed the shocking sensation of her smooth skin rubbing against his back. As he lay there, he began to communicate with Xiaohei via voice transmission. Although Xiaohei had been quietly lying on Yi Qinghan's shoulder and protecting him, he was very clear about the situation around them. After an entire day and night, they had only encountered a group of demons again. The 3 injured god generals had already recovered, and Niu Huaihua had also recovered a little. Now she could just about walk on her own. Niu Patian was currently leading everyone towards the ancient Sky Dragon Castle. He heard that there were still 2 more days until they reached the castle. Yi Qinghan checked his body's condition, and discovered that the poison in his body had already been completely cleansed by the soul ring. Apart from feeling slightly weak, his body was in good condition. Of course, that didn't include his 2 empty calves. However, he didn't plan to repair his legs right away, because once he did, Yi Yaorao would immediately discover that he had woken up. Then this super enjoyable treatment would come to an end. Yi Qinghan squinted his eyes slightly as he looked at the translucent earlobe and the swan-like neck that was right in front of him. He inhaled the faint fragrance from Yi Yaorao's body. His entire body began to heat up, especially when the road in front of him suddenly became uneven. Yi Yaorao slightly leaped. His body involuntarily swayed a little, and his lips accidentally pressed heavily against Yi Yaorao's snow-white neck. At the same time, his hand, which did not use much force, coincidentally moved again. It smashed down on a soft part of her chest and bounced up again. Yi Qinghan's lower body, very helplessly, began to react. He stiffly pushed against Yi Yaorao's cleavage. Ugh! He suddenly felt a hard object pushing against his cleavage. Yi Yaorao was stunned. Then her entire body felt like it was on fire. Her ice-cold face was filled with embarrassment and grief. The silver sword in her hand directly cut through the ropes binding her body. Then she used her back to throw Yi Qinghan away. At the same time, she quickly turned around and lifted her jade-like leg. Then, she kicked fiercely at the small tent between Yi Qinghan's legs. Chapter 518. F***CK. Something unexpected happened. Yi Qinghan was caught off guard, and was sent flying by the kick. His face turned the color of a pig's liver as he flew through the air. The muscles on his face twitched continuously. He was clearly injured, and it was obvious that he was severely injured. What a pain in the ass. I wonder if it's broken. The hair on Xiaohei's body stood on end the moment Yi Qinghan was sent flying. His two beady eyes flashed fiercely as he turned into a black bolt of lightning and shot towards Yi Qinghan's neck. His snow-white teeth shone brightly. It was obvious that he was ready to kill. Xiaohei, don't. Yi Qinghan couldn't care less about the pain in his lower body as he hurriedly shouted. He didn't doubt that if he didn't stop Xiaohei, Yi Qinghan's swan-like neck would be sent flying in the next second. Ah! As Yi Qinghan shouted, Xiaohei was already close to Yi Qinghan's neck. His cold, sharp teeth were about to make intimate contact with Yi Qinghan's neck. Yi Qinghan felt a chill spread from her neck to her entire body. Her back was drenched in cold sweat. This seemingly adorable small beast had proven its strength and terror many times over. The Class 2 demonic beast at the Fireworks tribe's passageway, and the bloody eagle claw that whipped the Hua tribe's people proved the sharpness of this small beast's teeth. Humph! When Xiaohei heard Yi Qinghan's shout, he stopped in time. He snorted coldly and turned around to fly towards Yi Qinghan. Luckily, it's not broken. It's not broken. Damn it, this woman is too ruthless. If I get the chance, I'll definitely use the Yi family's spear technique to teach her a lesson. The soul ring released a stream of air, alleviating Yi Qinghan's pain. However, Yi Qinghan still felt extremely uncomfortable. It was so painful that he wanted to curse. However, with so many people present, he could only curse in his heart. He wanted to rub it, but it wasn't easy to do so. After a while, the pain gradually subsided. He then looked at Yi Yao Rao, who had been scared silly, and said with some shame and embarrassment, "Miss Yao Rao, I'm sorry. My beast's temper is a little violent, and it has offended you. Please don't take it to heart, this is all my fault. I sincerely apologize." Emph. Yi Yao Rao's face alternated between red and white. She snorted coldly, stopped looking at Yi Qinghan, turned around, and walked towards Bing Shui and the others. Even though he felt a little guilty, he knew that he had gone too far. However, after being scared by Xiaohei, she felt embarrassed and decided to ignore Yi Qinghan. "Alright, you're just a couple. Don't take it seriously. In the end, we have to thank you and your wife. If it weren't for you, all of us would be dead. Yi Qinghan, right? I, Neopatian, and my young mistress owe you our lives." Neopatian chuckled and tried to smooth things over. He gave the two of them a meaningful look. He took a deep look at Yi Qinghan's slaughter god blade, but he didn't say anything or ask anything. He only smiled gratefully. "Yi Qinghan, thank you for saving me and my uncles. I, Neo Yahua, owe you a favor. You can come to me anytime. Of course, it has to be within my capabilities." Even though Neo Yahua could walk on her own, her face was still very pale. Coupled with her perfect and delicate face, people would unconsciously feel a sense of tenderness towards her. At this moment, this promise made Yi Qinghan feel a burst of excitement in her heart. Within her power? There were many things within his capabilities. Yi Qinghan was very satisfied when he saw that Neopatian didn't ask about his strange abilities. Furthermore, it seemed like he didn't intend to investigate further. He smiled and waved his hand. "Haha, Lord Patian and Miss Yahua are too courteous. We are now grasshoppers tied together. Let's help each other and leave this place together." "Haha. Very good. Little brother Yi, I admire your personality very much, and I can't thank you enough for your kindness. Lai Tian, go and carry little brother on your back. Little brother, you should repair your legs first. Let's go back to the castle and have a good rest first." Neopatian laughed heartily as he gave Yi Qin an appreciative look, and took the lead to walk forward. "Haha, there's no need to trouble Lord Patian. Xiaohei, transform." Yi Qinghan cupped his hands politely at Neopatian and turned to Xiaohei. Xiaohei nodded. His body glowed with a black light, and his small body grew to the size of a calf. Yi Qinghan slapped the ground and sat on Xiaohei's back. Xiaohei kicked off with all four of his legs and chased after Neopatian. His speed was even faster than Yi Yao Rao's. Everyone looked at Xiaohei, who had suddenly grown bigger and faster. Then they looked at Yi Qinghan, whose legs were glowing with a white light as he slowly healed them. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock and awe. Just how many secrets was this seemingly second-layer sky god cultivator hiding? Although everyone had many questions in their minds, one thing was undeniable. In everyone's hearts, Yi Qinghan had already become an expert who could be compared to Neopatian and Neo Hua. Being able to kill a peak god general cultivator was already a demonstration of his strength. Ancient Sky Dragon Castle. I'm finally back. 2 days later, the ancient castle exuding an ancient and desolate aura came into sight amidst the yellow sand. Everyone was stunned as they looked at the castle. Their eyes flickered with indescribable emotions. Half a month's time felt like a lifetime had passed. How many battles had they gone through in this half a month? They couldn't remember how many demons they had encountered. All they knew was that they were finally safe. They could finally enjoy half a month of peace. Who's there? As they approached the castle, several figures rose from the castle walls. At the same time, a blue barrier lit up above the castle. It was obvious that they were the official army's guards. Squad 88 requests to enter the ancient Sky Dragon Castle. Neopatian cupped his hands and raised an iron medallion high in the air as he shouted, "Activate the barrier." The person in the middle glanced at everyone coldly. Finally, he glanced at the iron medallion in Neopotion's hand. He flipped over and landed, leaving behind an emotionless and cold sentence. As they walked through the ancient Sky Dragon Castle, they saw countless small courtyards and crazy people. Some of the cultivators in the courtyards were laughing, some were crying, some were daydreaming, and some were having sex in the courtyards. The crowd didn't feel strange at all. After experiencing this hellish life for half a month, they knew that they were in a precarious situation. No one knew when they would die. Cultivators who had been under such pressure for a long time would more or less have some personality changes. They didn't know if they would become crazy like these people if they experienced this kind of life a few more times. Wow, it's really open. They are fighting in broad daylight. This battle is so fierce. Yi Qinghan sat on Xiao Hei's back, reluctantly looking at the couples in the courtyard who were crazily copulating. His gaze finally landed on the group of women who were swaying their bodies and swaying their buttocks as they walked. Especially when he noticed that Ice Snow was peeping at the couples in the yard. When he looked at them, he seemed to notice it. Instead of being shy or panicked, he turned around and gave a meaningful and smiling look to Qin Haodong. At this moment he couldn't help but feel his heart surging. It seemed that he had to fight this friendly match. It seemed that there was a place for him to vent his anger.